Chapter 1 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 1. The Little Practical Joke.
"Don't be a silly ass, Layton. Do I look like the sort of man to play such a fool's trick?"
"Ah, my dear fellow, there's no silly ass about it. You, a lonely bachelor, and not badly off, desirous of settling down into quiet domestic life, would like to find a young lady of refined and cultured taste, who would meet you with a view to matrimony. I'll take my oath you are as ready as this gentleman is to swear you will make an excellent husband, kind, domesticated," and further speech was checked by a well-directed cushion which descended plump upon the speaker's bronzed and grinning countenance, momentarily obliterating grin and countenance alike, whilst a shout of laughter went up from the other occupants of the smoking-room.
"Jack, my dear boy, Mernside wasn't far off when he described you as a silly ass," drawled a man who leaned against the mantelpiece, smoking a cigarette and looking with amused eyes at the squirming figure under the large cushion.
"What unutterable drivel are you reading? Is the Sunday Recorder responsible for that silly rot?"
"The Sunday Recorder is responsible for what you are pleased to call silly rot," answered the young man, who had now flung aside the cushion and sat upright, looking at his two elders with laughing eyes, whilst he clutched a newspaper in one hand and tried to smooth his rumpled hair with the other.
"The Sunday Recorder has a matrimonial column, and knowing poor old Rupert to be a lonely bachelor, not badly off, and desirous of settling down into quiet domestic life, etc., etc., see the printed page." He waved the journal over his head. "I merely wished to recommend my respected cousin to insert an advertisement on these lines in next Sunday's paper."
"Because some wretched bounders choose to advertise for wives in the Sunday papers, I don't see where I come in," said a quiet and singularly musical voice, that of the third man in the room, he who a moment before had flung the large cushion at young Layton. He was sitting in an armchair, drawn close to the glowing fire, his hands clasped under his head, his face full of languid amusement, turned towards the grinning youth upon the sofa. Without being precisely a handsome man, Rupert Mernside's was a striking personality, and his face not one to be overlooked even in a crowd. There was strength in his well-cut mouth and jaw, and the rather deeply set grey eyes held humour and a certain masterfulness which dominated less powerful characters than his own. In those eyes there was a charm which neutralised his somewhat severe and rugged features, but in Rupert Mernside's voice lay his greatest attraction, and a lady of his acquaintance had once been heard to say that with such a voice as his he could induce anyone to follow him round the world. Why he had remained so long a bachelor had long been matter for speculation, not only to the feminine portion of the community, but also to his men friends. But 35 still found Rupert Mernside unmarried, and the manoeuvres of match-making mothers, and of daughters trained to play up their mothers' tactics, had hitherto failed to lead him in the desired direction. "My dear Rupert," his young cousin said solemnly, after a pause, "you are a bachelor. The fact is plainly self-evident.
You have enough money to settle down and become domesticated. There are hundreds, no, thousands of young women in the world who would meet you with a view to matrimony. It seems a crying shame that you should waste your sweetness on the desert air, when you might be blooming in a fair lady's garden." "You utter young rotter!" Mernside ejaculated, laughing as he rose and stretched himself. "If you are so keen on matrimonial advertisements, why not put one in on your account?" "Awful sport!" Layton ejaculated. "Think of the piles of letters you would get from every kind of marriageable woman, old and young. And you might arrange to meet any number of them at different places, and have no end of a ripping time. You only have to ask them to meet you with a view to matrimony. The matrimony needn't come off unless both parties are satisfied." "Silly ass!" Mernside exclaimed again, with a laugh that mitigated the words. "One of these days you'll find yourself in some unpleasantly tangled web, my boy, if you play the goat over matrimonial advertisements. Better leave well alone and come to Handwell Manor with me. Cicely wants a message taken to the Dysons." "Cicely's messages are like the poor, always with us," the younger man answered flippantly. "No, thank you, Rupert. On this genial and pleasant November afternoon, when you can't see half a mile ahead of you for the mist, and the country lanes are 2 feet deep in mud, I prefer the smoking-room fire. Besides, I have letters to write." "I'll go with you, Mernside." The man, who had been lounging against the mantelpiece, straightened himself and flung away the end of his cigarette. "Cicely won't be down till tea time. She is spending the afternoon in the nursery, looking after the small girl. Confounded nuisance for her that the nurse had to go off in a hurry like this, for my respected sister was not intended by nature for the care of children." "Fortunately she has only one," Mernside answered. "What would she have done with a large family party?" "Managed by hook or by crook to get a party of nurses and nursery maids to mind them," laughed the other man. "She's the dearest little soul alive, but Cicely never ought to have been a mother, though I shouldn't say that, excepting to you two, who are members of the family and know of what stuff Cicely and I are made." Mernside and Layton joined in the laughter, and the younger man said lazily, "Cicely's just Cicely. You can't imagine her less perfect than she is. And you, Wilfred, being merely her brother, are not entitled to give an opinion about her. Rupert and I, as cousins, see her in a truer perspective. Bless her sweet heart, she made a perfect chatelaine for this delectable castle, and the small heiress couldn't have a sweeter guardian." "Hear, hear!" Mernside murmured, touching Layton's shoulder with a kindly, almost caressing touch, as he and his cousin, Lord Wilfrid Staynes, went out of the room, leaving the young man in sole possession. Left alone, Layton stretched himself again, yawned, lighted a cigarette, and strolling to the window, looked at the not very inviting prospect outside. Bramwell Castle stood on the slope of a hill, and on even moderately fine days the view commanded, not only by the window of the smoking-room, but by every window on that side of the house, was one of the wildest and most beautiful in the country. But on this Sunday afternoon in November, nothing more was visible than the broad gravel terrace immediately below the house,
and a grass lawn that sloped abruptly from the terrace, and was dotted with trees. Everything beyond the lawn was swallowed up in a white mist that drifted over the tree-tops and clung to the dank grass, blotting out completely all trace of the park that swept downwards from the lawn, and of the great landscape which stretched from the woodlands to the far-away hills. Park, woods, and hills were visible to Jack Layton only in the eyes of his imagination. He could see none of them, and with a shiver and a shrug of the shoulders he turned back into the warm firelit room. Thanks to his close relationship to Lady Cicely Redesdale, the mistress of the house, to whom he had always been more of a younger brother than cousin, he had carte blanche to be at the castle whenever he chose, and to treat the house as if it were in reality what he assuredly made of it, his actual home. Both to him and to Cicely's other cousin, Rupert Mernside, the late John Redesdale, her husband, had extended the fullest and most warm hospitality, and since his death it had still remained a recognised thing that the two cousins should spend their week-ends at Bramwell, whenever Lady Cicely and her little daughter were there. The kindly millionaire who had married the lovely but impecunious Cicely Staines, one of the numerous daughters of the Earl of Netherhall, possessed a host of hospitable instincts, and the castle had opened its gates wide to Cicely's relations and friends. Only one reservation had been made by honest John Redesdale. No man or woman of doubtful reputation or damaged character was allowed to be the guest of his wife, and the shadier members of society never set foot within any house of which the millionaire was master. Jack Layton, strolling idly now across the smoking-room, whose panelled walls and carved furniture had been Redesdale's pride and joy, glanced up at the mantelpiece, over which hung a portrait of the dead man. Poor old John, the young man reflected, as he kicked a coal back into its place in the fire. He was one of the best chaps that ever lived, even if he hadn't many good looks with which to bless himself. He looked up again at the plain but kindly features of the man in the portrait, and a smile crossed his pleasant young face as his eyes met the pictured eyes above him. It wasn't a love match, of course, his thoughts ran on. At least, I don't suppose Cicely loved the dear old fellow. Well, he was 30 years her senior, so who could wonder? But they were jolly happy, for all that. John worshipped the ground her pretty feet walked upon, and he was her master, without ever letting her feel his hand through the glove. Cicely wants a master. All women do want a master. Jack wagged his head sagely when his thoughts reached this point. Having attained to the ripe age of 25, he felt he had plumbed the nature of woman to its lowest depths, and Cicely was lucky to find a master who would give her a place like this. He sauntered away from the fireplace, and next surveyed the well-stocked bookcases. But although they contained every variety of literature, nothing he saw appealed to his fastidious taste of the moment, and yawning afresh, he once more picked up the Sunday Recorder, which he had flung upon the floor. That someone who is perennially ready to turn idle hands to account was watching over this idle youth on that November afternoon may on the whole be taken for granted, for as Jack's blue eyes ran down the columns of the paper, a sudden mischievous light sprang into them, a low laugh broke from his lips. "By Jove!" he exclaimed. "What sport! What ripping sport! Why on earth didn't I think of it before? And as I start for a 4 months' trip with Dundas on Saturday, I shan't have to pay the piper, so to speak, yet awhile. In fact, by the time I come back, good old Rupert may have forgotten the little practical joke." Whilst he soliloquized, he was making his way toward the writing table, where, having seated himself, he drew towards him a blank sheet of paper, and begun to write a letter, glancing frequently at the Sunday Recorder beside him. An expansive grin lighted his features as he wrote, and at intervals he chuckled softly to himself, murmuring under his breath, "Poor old Rupert! If only I could be here when he gets the answers. But one can't have everything," he went on philosophically, whilst addressing an envelope to the editor of the Sunday Recorder. "It will be pure joy to think of the dear soul's dismay, horror, and disgust. 'Tis a mad world, my masters, and oh, to see our Rupert's face when the letters pour in, for they will pour in." During this rapid soliloquy, he was writing a second letter, which gave him less trouble, and needed less thought, than the first. Indeed, it ran very briefly: "Dear Sir, I am desired to ask if you will be good enough to forward all letters in response to the enclosed advertisement to R.M., care of your newspaper, to 200 Termine Street, S.W. Yours faithfully, J. Layton." With a final chuckle, the young man put both letters into an envelope, and having stamped it, went whistling from the house, and through the park to the village, to post the missive himself at the little village post office. Quiet and cultivated gentleman, of good family and means, is anxious to meet a young lady of good birth who needs a home, etc., 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 he murmured as he walked slowly back to the castle, through the dripping November mist. Oh, what sport! What utterly ripping sport! End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 2. Mummy's Baba, Dat's All. In the great free library of a crowded London district, the gas burnt dimly. The yellow fog of a November morning crept even into the big room, and the few readers shivered a little in its cold clamminess. At this early hour, for the building had only just opened its doors on a Monday morning, merely a scattered number of men and women were to be seen in the place, and those who were there clustered round the advertisement columns of the newspapers. Both men and women alike were a sorry-looking crew, and the sad words "out of work" were stamped upon all of them. Their clothing bore the marks of much wear and tear. Their faces were worn, and in the eyes of each of them was that strained expression that rises from much looking for that which never comes. Old and young men were there, searching the long columns of the papers for work that might suit their pressing needs. Old and young women were there, too, women whose faces gave eloquent testimony to their hard fight with fortune, whose eyes glanced hungrily along the printed lines, whose hands tremblingly wrote down this or that address, which might by some merciful chance give them, if not exactly what they wanted, at any rate that which would ensure their earning a pittance, however scanty.
Almost every member of the forlorn group eyed other members suspiciously, with furtive glances that seemed to say, "If you are lucky enough to get a job out of these columns, then I shall fail to get one. We are cutting each other's throats here. Your success is my failure." And as each one finished jotting down the addresses that were likely to be of use, he or she moved silently away from the library, speaking no word to the rest, like cowering animals who, having received a bone or the promise of a bone, slink away from their fellows, fearful lest even the small thing they have gained should be snatched from them. The greater number amongst the searchers for work consisted of those who, for want of a better title, may be described as belonging to the middle class. They were neither the very poor, in the recognized acceptation of the words, though heaven knows they were poor enough, neither could they be classed amongst artisans or mechanics. Their appearance would lead an onlooker to suppose that the men were accustomed to office work of some description, and that the women were governesses, companions, or perhaps lady housekeepers, all respectable, all possessing certain ideals of life and propriety, all struggling to maintain the degree of gentility which would keep them above the high water-mark of degradation. A girl who stood a little apart from the rest looked round the dimly lit room with pitiful eyes, and a shudder ran through her slight frame as she watched the faces and forms of these women who were no longer young, but who were yet still engaged in this hand-to-hand fight with destitution. The girl was young. It was impossible to suppose that more than 20 years had gone over her head, though the deep shadows under her eyes and the lines of anxiety about her mouth might have made a casual observer regard her as an older woman. Like the rest of her sex, she scanned the advertisement columns. She was dressed in clothes which had plainly seen better days, much better days. But whereas some of the women had already begun to drift into untidiness, and into the slovenly ways which mark the first steps along a downward road, this girl was exquisitely neat from head to foot. Her hat, in spite of its age, was well brushed. Her threadbare coat and skirt were tidy, and showed no traces of dirt or grease. Her gloves, though they were white at the tips, had no holes, and there was no sign of neglect or disorder in the arrangement of the dark hair that showed in soft dusky curls below her hat. "Poor things! Oh, poor things!" was her thought, as she looked at the sad string of humanity filling its slow way to the door. "Some of them have been every day for weeks, and they are getting older every day, and the older one gets, the harder it is to find work. Some day I shall be like that, old and tired and worn out, and then work will be more difficult to get than it is now, and I can't get it even now, when I am young." The thoughts that had begun in sheer pity for those other battlers with the waves of this troublesome world, ended in a shuddering realization of her own position, and not only of her position, but of the future that stretched inimitably before her across the years. She, Christina Moore, was only 20, and in all human probability another 60 years of life might be hers, for she dimly remembered hearing her mother say that both she and her husband belonged to long-lived families. that they too had been cut off in the prime of life by a virulent epidemic of typhoid fever that swept the village like a plague, did not alter the fact that they came of races famous for octogenarians, and Christina, the last of two long lines of ancestors, shivered anew at the thought of the weary, weary years of struggle that might still lie before her. It was seldom that she was assailed by such depressing reflections. Her youth had a way, as youth has, of asserting itself, and rebounding from its own despair. And there was an abundance of pluck behind those queer green eyes of hers, and no lack of resolution in her small square chin. But the fog outside, the chilly atmosphere of the big library, whose fires were barely alight, and the sound of the same unemployed men and women who for weeks past had, as it were, dogged her footsteps, all combined this morning to send Christina's spirits down to zero. Matters had not been improved by the calculations over which she had busied herself before leaving her lodgings an hour earlier, whilst eating her dry bread and drinking tea without milk, because both milk and butter were luxuries she no longer dared to give herself. She had written out her pitiful accounts upon a half sheet of paper, and the result of the reckoning had given her a terrible feeling of desperation. For 2 years, since her parents' death, she had occupied the post of nursery governess in the family of a Mrs. Donaldson, to whom her mother had once shown some trifling kindness. But 3 months earlier these people had left England for Canada, and no longer required her services, and Christina, untrained to any profession, with a few pounds in hand, and with nothing but a strong personality and an innate love for little children to offer as her stock in trade, had found herself amongst the hundreds of other unemployed, just a waif in a great city. Relations, as far as she knew, she had none. Her father had been an only child. Her mother had cut herself off from her own people by marrying against their consent, and Christina was even unaware of who they were, or what part of the country they belonged. Long ago she had grasped the fact that she was alone in the world, and when the Donaldsons went away, she had no intimate friends in the old country. 2 years with them in a London suburb having effectually cut her off from the very few acquaintances she had left behind in the Devonshire village where her parents died. Alone in the world, with no work, after nearly 3 months of fruitless search for it, and with her small stock of money growing beautifully less each day, it was no wonder that on this morning in November Christina Moore's heart sank in despair. Save for 1 or 2 men, still busily engaged in extracting addresses from the papers, she was alone in the library. Before she herself began her daily search along these monotonous columns, whose lines seemed to her tired eyes to run into one another, and each became lost in an infinite haze. So many people appeared to require nursery governesses, companions, and mothers' helps, and yet, as bitter experience taught her, there were many more applicants for the posts than there were posts to fill, and it was with a half-hearted sense of intense discouragement that she noted down some of the addresses. She even wrote down some that she had hitherto despised, those who offered only a home and no salary in return for services. For, as she reflected despondently, even to have a roof over one's head and meals to eat
is better than no lodging or food, and no money to pay for either."
Having glanced down the advertisements in the chief dailies, her hand idly turned the pages of one of the Sunday papers close by, and her eyes glanced down them more with the idea of distracting her thoughts than with any conception that she might find anything there that would be of use to her, and her lips parted in a smile as she read in large print, "Matrimonial News."
"How funny," she mused,
whilst she read that a gentleman of means wished to find a lady of fortune who would take pity on his loneliness, or that a lady no longer young but still handsome wished to meet a gentleman with a moderate income and a view to marriage.
"How funny, how very funny,"
she mused again, then paused suddenly, her glance riveted to a sentence that caught and held her attention almost against her will. "Quiet and cultivated gentleman of means," so the paragraph ran, "is anxious to meet a young lady of good birth who needs a home. No fortune is necessary, but marriage may be agreed upon if both parties are mutually satisfied. Reply by letter to R.M., Box 40004, Sunday Recorder Office, Fleet Street, E.C." Over the girl's white face there slowly spread a stain of vivid colour. Into her eyes crept an odd light. She drew the paper more closely into her hands, reading and re-reading the paragraph, until every word of it was imprinted upon her mind.
"Young lady who needs a home, no fortune necessary," she murmured. "Oh, if only it didn't seem so cold-blooded and horrid! What a way out it might be, only it seems so mercenary, and not what I always thought of when I was silly and dreamt things."
Her musings ran on.
"Only I dreamt about a fairy prince who would just come and make me love him, and he and I would be all the world to each other. But of course one couldn't be all the world to a person who had arranged to meet through a newspaper."
Another smile broke over her face, and when she smiled, Christina's face was very sweet.
"It may just be some dreadful trap to catch a silly girl," she reflected sagely, "and if I did really think of answering it, I should have to be very careful what I said, and where I arranged to meet R.M. Of course I shan't really answer it at all, only if I did, and if he were nice, and if it all came right, there wouldn't be any more of this dreadful struggle."
She noted the address of this advertisement amongst the others in her little pocket-book, and then made her way out of the library, and trudged homewards through the yellow murk, buttoning her very inadequate coat tightly about her, and shiveringly speculating whether, if she really answered R.M.'s advertisement, there might be a chance of obtaining clothing more fitted to resist the penetrating chill of a November fog. Her own small room looked dingier than usual when she entered it, and it was so full of fog and damp that she rolled a blanket round her before lighting a candle, and seating herself at a tiny table to answer some of the advertisements she had copied. The room was bare of all but the most necessary furniture. A camp bedstead stood against the wall, whose paper was of that indeterminate drabness affected by lodging housekeepers. A deal table
occupied the center of the room, with the common cane chair on which Christina sat, and a painted chest of drawers nearly blocked up the one tiny window. There was no wash-hand stand. A cracked white basin, and a still more cracked jug, stood upon the top of the drawers. A looking-glass of ancient and battered appearance hung over the mantelpiece, and an open cupboard in the wall served Christina as sideboard and larder combined. Beside the bed was a narrow strip of much faded carpet, but of comfort and homeliness the room showed no trace whatever, save in the tiny touches of home the girl had herself striven to impart to it, by hanging on the walls one or two sketches of the Devonshire village she loved, and by putting on the mantelpiece a few treasured photographs. But her best endeavours had failed to make the room other than a most dreary and dispiriting abode, and the view from the window of the backs of other houses looming darkly through the fog was not calculated to lift the cloud of despair that for the moment had settled heavily upon her. She felt listlessly disinclined to state her qualifications as nursery governess or mother's help to the various ladies who hankered after such commodities. Involuntarily but continually her thoughts returned to that paragraph from the Sunday Recorder, which was not only engraved upon her mind, but which she had actually copied also into her book. Quiet and cultivated gentleman of means is anxious to meet a young lady of good birth who needs a home. No fortune is necessary. At that point in her reading, Christina paused. "No fortune is necessary," she said aloud, in an oddly deprecating voice. "R.M., whoever he may be, only asked for a young lady of good birth, who needs a home. Well," she turned her eyes towards the foggy roofs just visible outside her dirty window panes, "well, as far as I know, I am of good birth, even though father only taught music, and some people seem to look down on musicians, and I certainly need a home." Her glance left the gloomy world without, and went ruefully round the scarcely less gloomy prospect within. "And if I suited R.M., perhaps he would be good to me. Should I suit him, I wonder? I'm not pretty, and certainly not amusing, and I'm dreadfully shabby, and nearly as poor as it is possible to be. There is not one single thing to recommend me." She pushed back her chair, and rising from the table, moved slowly to the mantelpiece, over which hung the tarnished glass, whose powers of reflecting objects satisfactorily had long since departed, into this uncompromising mirror. Poor little Christina, holding the candle far above her head, peered long and earnestly, her small white face looking all the whiter because of the background of yellow fog, her eyes seeming more green than was their wont, because of the dark shadows that underlay them. She had thrown off her hat, and the soft masses of her hair lay in curly confusion about her head. It was a shapely little head, and particularly well put on, but these points of which Christina took no special account, being intent on finding beauties in her face, and failing to notice that there was anything admirable in the turn of her neck, in the poise of her firm chin, and in the straightforward glance of her eyes. "If R.M. met me casually in the street, he wouldn't look at me twice. No man would," she exclaimed with a sigh, as she turned away from the glass. "I am horribly ordinary. The only thing is, if I could screw up my courage to answer him, and then to meet him,
He might like to find a girl who didn't want anything but a quiet life, who would be satisfied to go without gaiety or amusement." She sighed again, and a wistful look crept into her eyes. "I haven't really ever had any fun, so I shouldn't miss it. And I could just try to make a happy home for R.M., if that is all he wants. And after all," she went on, still speaking aloud, "there isn't any harm in answering this letter. It may all come to nothing, and yet it might be worth while. And it almost seems presidential that I just happened to see that paragraph in the Sunday Recorder." The letter she sat down to write as the outcome of all these conflicting meditations was the most difficult she had ever written in her young life, and before it was finished and finally consigned to its envelope, she had torn up many sheets of paper, and allowed fully 2 hours of the morning to pass by. 12 o'clock was chiming from all the clocks in the neighbourhood, when, with her answers to some of the other advertisements in her hand, she once more pinned on her hat, and ran downstairs to the post. The fog had thickened considerably during the morning, and Christina found the street lamps alight, tiny points of brightness set high above the prevailing gloom, and producing very little effect upon the darkness. Indeed, there was something almost bewildering about those far-off lights. They seemed to heighten rather than diminish the all-pervading blackness, which deepened every moment. The girl walked slowly, feeling her way along the area railings, and guiding herself as far as possible by the rumble of traffic along the roadway, though the confusion of sounds made even this guidance a very uncertain one. Drivers shouted, horses slipped and stumbled, and the shrill voices of boys carrying flaring torches added to the pandemonium. Earlier in the morning the fog had merely been of the familiar yellow variety known to every Londoner. It was now a black and total darkness that seemed to engulf the world. To cross the road to the pillar box was a matter of no small difficulty, but Christina, with a dogged determination not to be outwitted by the elements, stepped off the curb and into the seething mass of carts, cabs, and other vehicles that jostled and struggled with one another in apparently inextricable confusion. On the far side of the street she plunged into a comparatively quiet square, where the fog had lifted somewhat and was no longer of such Cimmerian blackness, but merely a drifting and bewildering white mist. The pillar box at the corner loomed faintly through it, and Christina had just dropped her packet of letters into it, when there struck upon her ears the soft cry of a little child. There was such a note of fear, of lonely misery in that soft cry, that Christina, a child lover to the core of her being, paused and listened intently. Everything about her was very still. The square was a quiet one, though separated only by a short street from the main thoroughfare, and excepting for the distant noise of traffic and shouting, nothing was to be heard, until again the little whimpering cry became audible on Christina's right. "What is it?" the girl said gently. "Don't be frightened, dear. I'll take care of you." And as she spoke, she heard a gasp of relief, and a shaking, childish voice exclaimed, "Baba's most drefful frightened. Please take Baba home." "But where is Baba?" Christina was beginning cheerily, when through the fog she caught sight of a tiny figure coming quickly towards her, and stooping down she gathered close into her arms a little child of perhaps 3 years old, a little child who clung to her with a desperate, terrified clutch, lifting a tear-stained face to hers. "Take Baba home," the baby's voice wailed again, and as the fog rolled back a little more, Christina saw that the child was no street waif, but obviously the daintily clad darling of some great house. Her golden head was bare, and the tangle of curls was like a frame about the lovely little face, whose great blue eyes looked appealingly into Christina's own. A red woolen cloak hung over the child's shoulders, but as the cloak fell back, Christina saw that her frock was chiefly fashioned of exquisite filmy lace, and that a string of pearls was fastened round the little white throat. "Where is Baba's home?" she questioned softly, lifting the child into her arms and kissing the flower-like face, on which the tears still lay like dewdrops in the heart of a rose. "Tell me where you live, sweetheart, and I will take you there." "Baba doesn't know where she lives." The child shook her yellow curls, and her big eyes filled again with tears. "Baba's awful, dreadful frightened. The door was opened, and Baba just run out to see the pretty horses, and then it was all black, and Baba was lost." "I don't think Baba ought to have come out by herself in a fog," Christina said, a gentle reproof in her tones. "And now we must try to find out where your home is, little girl. Tell me, what is your name besides Baba?" "Baba, Mummy's Baba, that's all," the baby answered, with a conclusive shutting of her pretty mouth. "Baba forgot her other name. She's only just Mummy's Baba." "But Baba, what?" Christina said patiently, walking slowly along the square, the child in her arms. "Try to remember your other name, my sweet. Then I can take you safe home to Mummy and Nurse." "Baba hasn't got a nurse. Nurse has gone away. Mummy minds Baba now, and Baba can't remember her other name. She's got a bone in her head," quoth the baby, smiling deliciously into Christina's troubled face, and evidently paraphrasing some former servant's excuses. "Baba likes you, pretty lady. Come home with Baba." "I wish I could," Christina said gravely, feeling rather helpless as she looked from the child in her arms to the stately houses in the square and back again. "I wonder where you live, you queer mite, and how I am going to find out who are your belongings. They are probably moving heaven and earth at this moment to find you." The baby laughed. She did not follow more than half Christina's words, but her infantile fancy had been caught by the girl's gentle manner and motherly ways, and she put two dimpled arms round her rescuer's neck, and rubbed her face confidently against Christina's white cheeks. "Baba's not frightened any more," she murmured contentedly. "You just take Baba home, and we'll find Mummy, and then Baba will be all right." "Yes, it will be all right when we find home and Mummy," Christina answered with a short laugh, but her arm tightened round the soft little body, her lips pressed against the tangled curls, and all the time she pursued her slow way along the square, hoping that so small a person could not have travelled very far, and that presently some one in pursuit of her would put in an appearance. They had gone the length of the square, and down the line of houses along one of its sides, when all at once the baby uttered a shout of triumph. "There's James over there!" she exclaimed. "Now Baba can see her own house. James! James!"
she cried excitedly, and Christina saw that on the side of the square at right angles to them a footman stood on the doorstep, looking distractedly to right and left of him. At the sound of the uplifted baby voice, he left his post at the door, and ran quickly up to Christina, who had paused to await his arrival. "That's my dear James," the child cried, and with the easy fickleness of her years she unclasped her arms from Christina's neck, and threw them out to the footman. "Baba was lost," she said to him confidingly. "This lady finded Baba and brought her home." The footman took the baby into his arms and turned a scared face to Christina. "She've just been missed," he said breathlessly. "Must have run out when the door was open, and we was all in a taking. Where did you find her, miss? I'm sure it's very kind of you to have brought her home." "She was on the far side of the square, and very frightened in the fog. I'm so glad she's safe." "Baba quite safe now. Baba's going home with James. Goodbye, pretty lady." And waving her hand to Christina, the small girl was carried away in the arms of the breathless James, who was still too distracted to reflect that his mistress might wish to thank the young lady who had brought back the child. "What a dear wee thing," Christina reflected, as she wended her way back to her lodgings. "I wonder who she is. Somebody important if she lives here. I wish—" Then she sighed, and fell to wondering whether anything would result from all the answers to the advertisements she had just posted. "I'm glad I didn't post the one I wrote to R.M.," she said to herself. "Now I can think over it all day long, and if I haven't changed my mind by then, perhaps I will rewrite it and post it by the last post. But I am not sure whether I shall be brave enough to do it." End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 3. One of the Best Things Left. The chambers in Jermyn Street occupied by Rupert Mernside had a character which seemed to reflect their owner. Perhaps all rooms, in a more or less degree, are reflections of those who live in them. Human beings, whether consciously or unconsciously, stamp their personalities upon their surroundings, and create their distinctive atmospheres, even in hired lodgings. Rupert's rooms, filled as they were with the furniture he had from time to time picked up, the walls hung with pictures his fastidious taste had chosen, the bookcases filled with his own special collection of books, were to those with eyes to see, a mirror of their master's nature. Simplicity was the keynote of the whole. There were no expensive hangings, no luxurious rugs or heavily upholstered chairs and couches. There was nothing of what Mernside himself would have described as frippery, nothing effeminate or over dainty. Matting, with here and there a soft coloured rug, covered the floor of the sitting room. The walls, tinted a pale apricot yellow, were hung with water colour sketches, each one of which bore the mark of a master hand. The bookcases were of carved oak, as were the one or two tables, whilst the chairs, of a severely simple pattern, and even a few armchairs, spoke rather of solid comfort than of any undue luxury. Upon the breakfast table, pushed near the window, stood a bowl of chrysanthemums, touched into jewelled beauty by a faint ray of November sunlight. Seeing the sunlight on the rich coloured blossoms, Rupert smiled, as he entered the sitting room, a week after his return from Bramwell Castle. It was not his habit to fill his rooms with flowers. He had a fancy that such a custom savoured of womanishness, but Cicely, his pretty little cousin, had rifled the greenhouse for him with her own hands, and Cicely's fashion of giving would have made even a dandelion a charming and acceptable gift. Mernside was early that morning, and he had seated himself in front of the silver coffee pot and covered dishes, before Courtfield, his irreproachable servant, brought in the letters. "Good Lord, man!" his master exclaimed as the salver was handed to him, "those letters can't possibly all be for me," and he eyed the huge pile with the disfavour of one who regards a letter merely as a rather tiresome piece of business which must perforce be answered. "Well, sir, I should gather they were all for you," Courtfield answered respectfully, whilst his master gathered the packet of envelopes into his two hands. "I thought myself at first that there must be some mistake, seeing that they are only addressed in initials, but the number is correct, sir." "By Jove!" Mernside exclaimed, gazing with stupefied eyes at the unprecedented batch of correspondence, and observing that every letter bore the initials only, R.M., and had been forwarded to him from a newspaper office. Courtfield noiselessly left the room, but his master's coffee remained in the pot, and his breakfast untasted, whilst he sat and stared with a petrified stare at the pile of unopened letters, with their extraordinarily unfamiliar address. A dusky flush mounted to his forehead, and he turned over one of the letters distastefully, as though its very touch were odious to him. "I am not in the habit of being addressed by initials only," he muttered, "nor of corresponding through newspapers. The wretched things are probably not meant for me at all, unless it's some confounded hoax," he added, after a pause, at the same moment tearing open the top letter of the pile, one addressed in an untidy, uneducated handwriting. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, pushing back his chair, and staring down at the letter he unfolded, with the disgusted stare of one who sees something unexpectedly horrible. "Is the woman mad? Or am I mad? Or what does it mean?" His eyes travelled quickly down the written page, the large sprawling writing imprinting itself upon his brain. "Dear Sir," so the epistle ran, "having seen your advertisement in yesterday's Sunday Recorder, I beg to say that I should be pleased to enter into correspondence with you, with a view to meeting, etc. Am 21, tall, and said to be elegant. Some call me pretty. Have large blue eyes, fair hair, and a good complexion. Am domesticated and sweet tempered. Would send photograph if desired. Yours truly, Rosalie. P.S. Should be pleased to cheer your loneliness." Mernside read this effusion to the end, then one word only, and that a forcible one, broke from his lips, and with grimly set mouth, and eyes grown suddenly steely, he began to open and read one after another of the other letters, his expression becoming sterner and more grim as he laid each one down in turn. "My opinion of women is not enhanced by my morning's correspondence," he reflected cynically, during the course of his reading. "Could one have believed there were so many silly women in the world, or so many plain ones?" And with a short laugh, he picked up two photographs, and looked with scornful scrutiny at the wholly unattractive features of the ladies of uncertain age and quite certain lack of beauty. Before he had waded half through the packet of letters, his table was strewn with his correspondence, and the look on his face was one which, as his best friends would have known, indicated no amiable frame of mind. Domesticated would make a lonely man intensely happy. Only long for a quiet home, such as you suggest, such as I suggest. I? Mernside looked wildly round him. "Do I appear to be in search of a quiet home?" he exclaimed, apostrophising the pictures on the walls. "Do I want a domesticated female? Am considered pretty? Oh, are you, my good young woman? You can't write a civilised letter, that's certain. I have a slender income of my own, amply sufficient for my modest wants, but I gather you do not require a fortune with the lady, only a companion for your loneliness." "A fortune with the lady? I don't require a lady, thank you. Rupert soliloquized, picking out sentences from the letters as he read them, and flung them one by one upon the pile. "I have been lonely for so long myself, that I can fully understand what a lonely man feels. I am no longer in my first youth, but I have a heart overflowing with tenderness. Your happiness would be my first, my only care," etc., etc. Pshaw! What tommy rot! "All my friends say I am cheerful. I have often been called a little ray of sunshine." Rupert lay back in his chair, and shouted with sudden laughter. "I would make your home a heaven of bliss." "Oh, good Lord, good Lord!" quoth the unhappy reader. "Who, in Heaven's name, has played this confounded practical joke on me? And what am I to do with these abominable letters and photographs? I should like to burn the lot. But oh, hang it all, the silly women have taken some rotten hoax for earnest, and—" He paused, as though struck by a sudden recollection, then bounced out of his chair with a good round expletive. "That young ass, Jack Layton! I'll take my oath he was at the bottom of this tomfoolery. Wasn't he reading some matrimonial humbug out of—wait, by Jove, it was the Sunday Recorder!" And without more ado, Mernside strode across the room and rang the bell. "Get me a copy of the Sunday Recorder of the day before yesterday at once," he said curtly, when Courtfield appeared. As soon as the man had vanished, he returned to the table, gathered up the letters he had read, and thrust them into the bureau near the fireplace. And by the time Courtfield came back with the paper in his hand, his master was decorously eating a poached egg, and deliberately opening the 19th or 20th letter of the morning mail. There was little deliberation in his movements when, alone once more, he feverishly turned to the pages of the Sunday Recorder, until his eyes fell upon the words "Matrimonial Bureau." Yes, there it was. The wretched thing seemed to leap into sight as though it were alive, and to his disordered vision the lines appeared to be twice the size of the ordinary print. "Quiet and cultivated gentleman of means, who is very lonely, is anxious to meet a young lady of good birth who needs a home. No fortune is necessary, but marriage may be agreed upon, if both parties are mutually satisfied." "Oh, may it indeed?" Mernside said scathingly, flinging the paper upon the floor. "A young lady of good birth!" His thoughts went back to the letters he had just been perusing, most of them ill written, many misspelt, some genteel, some sentimental, but all bearing the unmistakable stamp of having been penned by the underbred and the vulgar. A young lady of good birth! Again he reflected grimly, continuing to eat his breakfast, and to open letter after letter mechanically, expending over their contents a force of language which would greatly have surprised the writers, could they have heard it. Not one of these good women has the most elementary conception what the word lady means. No lady would be likely to answer such an advertisement. His thoughts continued contemptuously, as he picked up the last letter of the pile, and glanced idly at the writing of the address. That writing held his attention. It was different from the others, yes, it was certainly different. It did not sprawl, it was not exaggerated or affected. It was merely a round, simple, girlish hand, with unmistakable character in the well formed letters and clean strokes. And when he had drawn out the contents of the envelope, and read them slowly, some of the grim lines about his mouth faded away, a softer look came into his eyes. "This is different," he said, "very different." And for the second time he read the terse phrases: "Care of Mrs. Cole, newsagent, 100 Cartney Street, S.W. Dear Sir, I should not have answered your advertisement, but that I cannot find work. I need a home very much. If I could make things better for somebody else who is lonely, I should be very pleased. I am not at all pretty or clever, but I can cook a little, and I can sew. Yours truly, C.M. I am 20. "Poor little girl," Rupert murmured. "If this is genuine, I am sorry for C.M. She is the only one of the lot who writes like a lady, and the only one who does not suggest a meeting, or actually appoint a meeting place. Those are points in her favour. But had I ever any intention of marrying, I should not make my matrimonial arrangements through the medium of a newspaper." Each writer of the letters which had so disturbed Mernside at breakfast time, received a few hours later a short note, and the wording of all the notes was identical. "Dear Madam, I regret that both you and I should have been the victims of a hoax. The advertisement in the Sunday Recorder was inserted without my knowledge or consent. Regretting any annoyance this may cause you, yours faithfully, R.M." But when, having laboured through the mass of Rosalies, Violets, Lilians, and Hildas, he finally reached the little note signed C.M., Mernside paused. "I don't think I can let this little girl know she has been the victim of a hoax," he mused, a pitiful tenderness creeping about his heart as he thought of the girl who was without work or home. "The others are fairly tough skinned, I am ready to swear. This one," he looked again at the round characteristic handwriting, the simple phrases, "this one did not make up her mind to write such a letter, excepting under stress of circumstances. I am sure of that. This one is different. And if that incorrigible young ass, Jack Layton, hadn't started on a yachting cruise last week, I should jolly well like to give him a thrashing." Feeling the need, as he himself expressed it, of a balloon full of fresh air after his distasteful occupation of the morning, Rupert went out at about 11 o'clock, taking with him the pile of letters he had to post. "Can't leave them for Courtfield's inquisitive eyes," he muttered. "Good chap as he is, Courtfield would think I had gone raving mad if he saw all these things addressed to Christian names and initials. I'll get rid of the horrors, and then see if Margaret can take the taste of them away from me." The letters posted, he made his way briskly along Piccadilly, and across the park, to a quiet road in Bayswater, where he stopped for a small detached house, standing a little back from the pavement in its own garden. His ring at the bell brought to the door a middle-aged servant, whose plain but kindly face expanded into a smile when she saw him. He was evidently a frequent and welcome visitor, for to his cheery "Well, Elizabeth, how are things this morning?" she answered with another smile, "We've had a bad 2 days, sir, but Miss Stanforth is better now. She is downstairs, sir," and opening a door to the right of a tiny hall, she ushered Rupert into a long narrow room, whose windows at either end gave it an unusual look of brightness and sunshine. A piano took up a large share of the wall, and over the piano hung some fine photographs of old masters, chiefly of the Italian school. The fireplace was flanked by bookshelves, and drawn close to one of these was a couch, on which lay a woman of such rare and startling beauty, that Mernside, familiar as her face was to him, caught his breath as he entered, and for a moment stood still, looking silently down at her. Her cheeks were very white, but it was the whiteness of a pure white rose, and gave no sense of ill health, although there was about her a certain air of fragility. Her hair, soft and dark, waved back from her forehead in dusky masses, that made just the right background for her exquisitely chiselled features, and for the eyes, that seemed to concentrate in themselves all the loveliness of her face. They were wonderful eyes, dark, deep, unfathomable, with a mystery in their depths that enhanced their strange fascination. Those dark eyes, with their sweeping lashes, and the crimson line of her beautiful mouth, were the only points of colour in her face, and as she turned her head to greet the visitor, the gleam of light that shot into those eyes might well have turned a stronger head than Rupert's. Meeting her glance, his pulses quickened, and his own eyes grew bright, but his voice was very quiet, very self-contained, as he said: "I am 3 days too soon. I know it, you need not tell me, but I had to come to-day." She put one of her hands into his, but she did not move from her prostrate position on the couch, and her visitor seated himself on a low chair by her side, while she gently withdrew the hand he still held, and said softly: "Why especially to-day? You must not break through the stipulation, Rupert. If there is a particular reason now, I will forgive you, but we must keep to our bargain." Gentle as was the voice, gentle as was the look in her eyes, a look of almost maternal tenderness, there was evidence that behind the tenderness lay a most unusual strength of character. The woman with the beautiful face, although she lay prone upon a sofa, and was obviously an invalid, showed in her personality no trace of weakness. Her eyes met the eyes of her visitor squarely and straightly. There was almost a hint of severity in the set of her lips. "Why did you come to day?" she repeated, when he stirred uneasily in his chair, and kicked away a footstool in front of him with a touch of irritability. "When I begin to put it into words, it sounds a babyish reason, but that jackanapes Layton has been playing an idiotic practical joke upon me, and I was fool enough to mind it. I wanted soothing down, and I wanted your advice about a girl." "About a girl? You?" A note of excitement was apparent in her accents. She looked at him narrowly. "Has it come at last, Rupert?" she questioned, and her quiet voice shook just a little. "No, no. Oh, my God, no!" he exclaimed. "Nothing of that sort is ever likely to come into my life again." He uttered the last words under his breath, and his eyes rested hungrily on her beautiful face. "There is no question of my caring for any girl, only young Jack Layton has made me responsible for what may make a perfectly innocent girl unhappy." And forthwith he plunged into a full description of the sheaf of letters received that morning, winding up with a mention of the terse little letter signed C.M. His listener's eyes twinkled mischievously as he told the first part of his story in wrathful accents, and over some of his quotations from the letters that had reached him she laughed, a frank, delicious laugh that seemed oddly out of keeping with the tragic mystery of her eyes. But as he described that last letter, with its simple wording, her face grew grave again, and when his voice ceased, she uttered the precise words that had fallen from his own lips 3 hours earlier. "Poor little girl! Oh, poor little girl!" "I am sorry for her," Mernside said impetuously, "and it doesn't seem fair that she should perhaps suffer for that idiotic young fool's love of practical jokes. Goodness knows what hopes she may have built upon this letter, and upon me. Of course I can't give her a home, and I don't want to meet her, with a view to anything. There is no place in my life for women, even as friends. There is no place in my life for more than one woman," he added vehemently. "Hush," she said softly. "Remember, you promised, and if you break your promise, I can't ever let you come here again." I know," he cried with an impetuosity very foreign to his usual self control. "But, Margaret, is it to be like this always? Will a time never come when I—" She put out her hand and laid it over one of his, with a firm touch that had a curiously quieting effect upon him. "You and I are great friends, as we have been for longer than we care to think, but there could not ever be an idea between us of anything else, not even the thought of such a thing. It is out of the question. It always has been out of the question. You know that as well as I do, and you must not come here at all, unless you can keep our agreement, in spirit as well as in letter." "Is our friendship nothing to you?" he asked sullenly. "It is so much to me, that I will not risk spoiling it for ever," she said firmly. "But if you talk as you are talking now, I shall tell Elizabeth I cannot see you." "And you are putting up this fence between us, when I might be some comfort to you," he exclaimed, almost roughly, getting up as he spoke to lean against the mantelpiece, and glower threateningly down at her, "when every reasonable being would tell you that he—" "Ah, hush!" she cried, and the sudden sharp anguish in her tones gave him pause. "Don't let us go into it all over again. Whilst I feel as I do feel, I must go on in the way I have marked out for myself. One can only follow the right as one sees it. Besides which, his little finger is more to you than—" "Ah, don't," she interrupted him again, her eyes darkening and deepening with agony. "Rupert, I can't bear it. There are some things I am not strong enough to bear." "I was a brute," he said, his rough tone changing all at once into caressing tenderness. "I let myself go. I was an utter brute. Forgive me, dear, and try to forget." He sat down beside her again, and his face, which had shown the same strong emotion that had rang in his words, resumed its quiet look of strength. A great relief swept over the woman's beautiful features, but she was shivering from head to foot, and in her eyes there still lay a haunting anguish. With an effort, how great an effort only she herself knew, she regained her self control, and her voice, though still shaken, was very gentle again. "Tell me now about the poor little girl, and the matrimonial letter. Can we put our heads together to devise any way of helping her?" "I might conceivably get her some work," Rupert answered, "but people are a little chary of engaging employees recommended by bachelors like myself. Cicely might help her, but first of all I must find out if she is genuine. I couldn't impose a stranger, even on Cicely, good natured, easy going little soul that she is, and to find out anything about this girl will entail meeting her." Margaret Stanforth smiled. Poor Rupert! "I am not by way of making rendezvous with young women," he said with sarcasm. "It is not a pastime in which I have ever indulged. At the same time, I don't want to let a fellow creature go empty away, if I could really help her." "How would it be if you suggested her coming here? I could see her too, and, two heads being better than one, we might be able to do something really helpful. If the letter is sincere, it is obvious the girl is not a mere husband hunter. She is at her wits' end, and I can't bear to think of any girl stranded in this great hungry London. I myself," she pulled herself up short, leaving her sentence unfinished, then went on more quietly, "write to C.M. and appoint a meeting here. Say this is a house of a lady of your acquaintance. Ask her to come and see me, and incidentally to see you." "It is like you to make such a suggestion about a total stranger," Rupert exclaimed; "but she may turn out an entire fraud, an arrant adventuress, and I could not be responsible for bringing such a person here." "Such a person? My dear Rupert, even if she were all the terrible things you describe, I don't think she could hurt me. I have seen so much of the seamy side of life." For a moment Rupert looked at her silently. Long as he had known her, Margaret Stanforth was still largely an enigma to him, and it often seemed to him that the mysterious depths of her eyes veiled mysteries of her life which he had never fathomed. "For my own sake, for this girl's sake, I should like to jump at your offer," he said, after that long searching look into her face, "but—" "There is no but," she put in gaily, a sudden smile momentarily chasing away the sadness in her face. "Write a civil, non committal letter to C.M., and ask her, as I say, to come here. Surely between us we can do something for this poor little waif and stray. Why not fix to morrow afternoon, at 5 o'clock? If the poor girl's need is urgent, we ought not to delay. And you forgive me for all I ought not to have said this morning," Rupert said, when 10 minutes later he rose to depart. "I have not hurt you?" "No, you have not hurt me, but in future you will remember our bargain? And there are some things I can't bear." Rupert Mernside walked slowly away from the house, his brain and heart full of the woman he had just left, who, after his departure, lay back amongst the silken cushions on her sofa, with a look of profound exhaustion. "There now, my dearie, you didn't ought to let him come and tire you this way. You get worn out with him coming, worrying." The faithful Elizabeth had entered the room with a salver in her hand, and stood looking into her mistress's white face with distress written all over her plain, kindly features. Margaret opened her eyes and smiled up into the loving ones fixed upon her. "No, he doesn't worry me. He is a comfort. He helps me. Don't scold, Nursey dear. His friendship is one of the best things I have in life, one of the best things I have left out of all the wreckage. But to day he brought back some of the old memories, and I am so silly still. They hurt. Sometimes it all feels unbearable." The ring of almost uncontrollable pain in her voice brought a spasm of answering pain into the other's face, and she laid a work-roughened hand tenderly upon the dusky head against the cushions. "There, my dearie, there, there," she murmured, speaking as if her beautiful, stately mistress were a little child. "There's nothing so hard in this world but what it can be borne, if we look at it in the right way. The strength comes along with the sorrow, and 'tis all for the best." "Is it?" Into the dark eyes there flashed for a second a look of bitterness, and then Margaret drew the other woman's hand down to her lips and kissed it. "I wish I had your simple, straightforward faith, dear old nurse of mine," she said wearily. "You are so sure things will come right, and that what hurts us is for our good, and I can't say, 'Thy will be done.' At least, I can't say it as if I meant it. But what did you bring in on that salver?" she asked, after a moment of silence, and with an effort at brightness. "There, my pretty, I nearly forgot it after all. It came when I was speaking to the butcher on the doorstep, and Mr. Mernside was here, so I waited to bring it in till he was gone." She had a purpose in lengthening her story, and chatting on garrulously, whilst Margaret opened the orange envelope, for the faithful creature had seen the sudden dilation at her mistress's dark eyes, the whitening of her lips, had seen too how her hands shook as they unfolded the telegram. "I don't understand it," Mrs. Stanforth whispered shakily, when her eyes had scanned the few words before her. "I don't know what it means, Elizabeth, but I must go. I must go at once." The servant drew the flimsy paper from her trembling hands, and read the message, shaking her head in bewilderment, as the sense of it penetrated to her brain. "I'm sure I don't know what it means no more than you do, dearie," she said. "Graystone. Come at once. Prepare for surprise. Marion." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Linda Fredericks, Modesto, California, April 2012.
Chapter 4 of Christina by L G Moberly. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Trevor Neil Dent. Chapter 4. I suppose it was an hour. Poor dear James is the worthiest soul, but he has no more brains than a pin, the small kind of pin that you get in change for a farthing. James always seemed to me a good footman. Rupert, he is admirable footman. I haven't a word to say against him in that capacity. He does his duties with the beautiful regularity of an automatic machine. But move James from his own dear little beaten track, and he is lost, hopelessly, irrevocably lost. What beaten track has he left? And why is he rousing your ladyship's wrath? Lady Cicely Redesdale, lying back in the cosiest chair of her cosy boudoir, swung her pretty foot to and fro, and glanced up at her tall cousin with one of her gay little laughs. Rupert Mernside, the son of her mother's sister, had always been to her more of an elder brother than cousin, and from their earliest youth there had existed between them a frank camaraderie, which had never degenerated into flirtation, or drifted into any sentimental relationship. Cicely was in the habit of saying that Rupert was the person of all others from whom she would not only ask, but take advice, because his judgment was so sound, and he posed a really well-balanced mind. This opinion of him had been endorsed by her late husband, who had only qualified it with one limitation. "Rupert's got as sound and balanced a mind as any man could wish for, but once let the right woman get hold of him, and she will twist him around her little finger." Those words of her husband recurred to Cicely now, as she lifted her eyes from her contemplation of her own dainty shoes, and looked up into Rupert's rugged face. "I should rather like to see a woman twist you around her little finger," she said irrelevantly. "A woman? Me? What on earth have a woman and I got to do with James' delinquencies?" "There is method in my madness, but the lane that led from James to your little finger, and the not impossible she, is so long that I can't take you back along its windings. It all comes of the power of association. I shall have Baba taught everything by association. I am planning a scheme of education that—" "Where does James come into the plan for Baba's education?" Rupert contrived to ask, his grey eyes shining, a whimsical smile playing around his mouth. "Oh, my dear boy, I had completely forgotten James, though talking of Baba would soon have reminded me of him. Poor silly thing. Baba ran away 2 days ago in that appalling fog, and—" "Baba ran away?" "Well, the door was open. I suppose the outside world looked rather fascinating and mysterious, and she has no nurse just now, you know. So there was no one with her, and, of course, Jane, the nursery maid, was fetching something from the kitchen, and, well, the long and the short of it was that Baba ran out into the street, and was promptly swallowed up by the fog." "My dear Cicely!" "Providentially, as I now consider it, I was out. I had an early appointment with Mathilde." "Your dressmaker?" "My dressmaker. Wasn't it kind of luck, or whatever it is, to let it all happen when I wasn't there? Rupert, if I had been at home, and they told me Baba was lost, I should have gone straight off my head." "That would have been an immensely useful and practical thing to do," was the dry retort.
"You have never been a mother. You don't know what a mother feels like about her only child," Cicely said with an attempt at dignity that sat quaintly upon her small person, and drew an amused laugh from her cousin. "I believe it would kill me if anything really happened to Baba," she went on, more gravely. "You think I'm just a silly, frivolous thing, but Baba is all the world to me."
"I know, dear, I know quite well," Rupert answered kindly, "and nobody could think you silly. But go on and tell me what happened 2 days ago. We haven't got to James' shortcomings yet."
"Baba ran out into the square, and nobody missed her at first. Then, when that goose of a Jane came back from her wanderings in the kitchen, she found the nurseries empty, and Baba nowhere to be found. There was a tremendous hue and cry. The servants seemed to have been on the verge of distraction, and ran off in all directions like frightened hens, leaving James on guard at the door. And, after a few minutes, when the fog lifted, James caught sight of Baba in a strange girl's arms, evidently quite at home with her, and very happy. You know Baba's ducky way of making friends with everybody. James flew out, seized Baba, seems to have thanked her rescuer, and bustled back to the house with the child,
without even dreaming of asking the stranger's name. What sort of person was she? Oh, I don't know. When I asked James, he could only say, "Well, my lady, she seemed a nice, respectable young person." But heaven knows what James means by a young person. He further volunteered that she was rather shabbily dressed, and I can't bear to think that she went away with no thanks from me, and with no reward. Rupert smiled down into his cousin's pretty, eager face. Perhaps the thought of reward never entered her head. There are still some disinterested people left in the world, and Baba is a very fetching little being to rescue from the dangers of a fog. She looked so fetching that morning too. I came in just after she was brought back, and there she was, the little monkey, in her red cloak which she had found in the hall, where, needless to say, it ought not to have been, with no hat, and all her curls in a delicious tangle, her face so soft and pink, and her eyes shining. She looked a delectable baby, but, Rupert, she had on the most valuable lace frock, and pearls around her neck. Only think what might have happened if some horrible person had found her, my pretty baby." And Cicely's face grew suddenly white and grave, while she shivered at the picture conjured up by her own mind. I asked James why he hadn't told the young person to give him her name and address, and he could only say feebly that it never crossed his mind. Poor James, I don't believe he's got a mind. You could advertise for the young lady. If you really want to find her, an advertisement in some leading paper should unearth her for you. Perhaps, too, if she was shabbily dressed, a reward might be a godsend to her. "Oh, Rupert, perhaps she's fearfully poor. Do advertise for me. I can't bear to think that a girl may be in difficulties when I have more money than I know what to do with. Will you advertise for me?" "Yes, of course." "I don't know what I should do without you," she continued, looking at him gravely, but with no hint of coquettishness in her glance. "I do miss John so dreadfully. I do want a man to help me and advise me." "You can have me whenever you want me," her cousin answered with equal gravity, knowing that her words, which in another woman's mouth might have implied a desire to change their friendly relationships for something more lover-like, on Cicely's lips held merely their surface meaning, no more. "I always hope that some day you will marry again," Rupert went on with brotherly frankness. "You have been alone 3 years now. Your great property is a big handful for a woman to manage, and John would wish for you happiness above everything else in the world." "John never thought of anything but my happiness," was the gentle answer. "I don't think any girl ever had a better, dearer husband. People thought, perhaps you thought so, too, that I just married him for his money. It wasn't true. At first, quite at first, when father showed me what a huge difference it would make to them all if I married a millionaire, I did think more of John's fortune than of himself. But it was only quite a first. After that, I knew I would rather live in a cottage with him than in a palace with anybody else. I don't think I shall marry again, unless I find I am too weak and silly to manage Baba's fortunes by myself." Rupert looked silently down at her bent, bright head. a new reverence stirring within him for the little cousin. Hitherto he had regarded her with the kindly affection of an elder brother for a small sister whom he considers scarcely more than a child. But this grave Cicely was showing him depths of whose existence he had never been even dimly aware. "But that's enough of being solemn," Cicely exclaimed, shattering his new conception of her with characteristic sadness. "Talking of marriage, the thing I hanker for most in the whole world is to see you married, Rupert. You don't look a bit like a soured old bachelor, and yet here you are, more than 35, and not one single woman's name has ever been mentioned in connection with yours." "For which mercy let us be humbly and devoutly thankful," her cousin answered, laughing, though how sincere was his thankfulness only his own heart knew, and into that heart there flashed as he spoke the vision of a white face and dark eyes, deep with unfathomable mystery. "If I don't want to marry, why hassle me into the holy estate? I believe the prayer book strongly urges us not to undertake it lightly or unadvisedly." "Now you are flippant, as if you would be marrying lightly or unadvisedly. If you wait until you are within 5 years of 40 before choosing a wife, when I think of the hundreds of really charming girls I've introduced to you with a view to matrimony," Rupert ended the sentence, punctuating his words with a laugh, "let me recommend you to study the matrimonial columns of some of the papers. You will possibly find an eligible husband there for some of your charming girls."
"Rupert, don't be so incorrigibly low and horrid. As if any girl with a rag of decency or self-respect would answer one of those advertisements. Why, men who advertise for wives can only be seedy adventurers, the sort of person one reads of in books and never meets in real life."
"Seedy sort of adventurers," Rupert repeated slowly, turning, as if by chance, to survey his own reflection in the mirror over the mantelpiece. "There are adventurers and adventurers. Perhaps some of those who advertise do it for a joke."
"Just like a man if they do," her cousin answered vehemently. "And then some poor girl takes the wretched creature seriously, and thinks he means his stupid joke. I should despise a girl who answered such an advertisement, but I should much more despise the man who inserted it."
"Don't scorn them too much. Everybody has different ideas, and it takes all sorts to make a world. Your sort don't advertise for husbands and wives, but our section of society is not so faultless that we can afford to throw stones even at people who marry through a matrimonial bureau."
"It's so low, the sort of thing a shop girl might do."
"Not lower than displaying your daughters in the best market, as the society mother does," Rupert answered sternly. "Not lower than running a man to earth, as shoals of women do, and do it without an ounce of shame."
"But answering an advertisement like that is almost asking a man to marry you."
"Perhaps. And when poor old Donkin lost his wife a year ago, a lot of women wrote and proposed to him. Yes, actually wrote and offered to marry him. He told me so himself, and those were women of your class, well born and well educated. Well, we have the consolation of knowing that he refused the lot."
"Horrid beasts! No wonder you men lose your respect for women, if you think we are all capable of doing that sort of thing."
"We don't think so." Rupert's contemptuous tones grew gentle again. We know the difference between the womanly woman and the others. Thank God, there are plenty of the right sort left." And Rupert stooped suddenly and took his cousin's two small hands into his. "You aren't going?" she exclaimed. "I wanted you to see Baba, and there are thousands of things I meant to say to you." "So sorry, but the thousands of things must be postponed, and I have an appointment at 5, and I must keep it." "You will advertise for the young person?" "Yes, I won't forget the young person. And, by the way, Cicely," a slight trace of embarrassment showed on his face, "didn't you tell me you wanted to find a sort of nursery governess for Baba?" "Certainly I do. But, my dear boy, what do you know about nursery governesses?" "I don't know anything about them," was the reply, but Cicely's quick eyes still noted embarrassment in both voice and manner. "But I heard the other day of a girl who might be wanting a post." "A girl who might be wanting a post!" Cicely exclaimed mockingly. "The person I engage for Baba would have to be somebody much less vague than that, and she must have unimpeachable references." Unimpeachable references, Mernside reflected as he left his cousin's house, and, side by side with Cicely's words, other words tossed to and fro in his brain, words written in a clear, girlish hand that had an odd character of its own. "I cannot find work, and I need a home very much." "Probably she is quite impossible," his reflection ran on. "Cicely had a good deal of right on her side when she talked about shop girls and matrimonial advertisements. I dare say I shall find C.M. belongs to that class of girl, and if so, what am I going to do about her? Ah, well, Margaret will help." It was this thought that buoyed him up during his walk across the park from the Redesdale mansion to Eaton Square, to the small white house in Bayswater. But as he pushed open the familiar gate and walked up the garden path, a shock of surprise awaited him. The blinds of the room to the right of the front door were pulled down, and his repeated ringing of the bell brought no response from within. The bell clanged in the kitchen regions, its echoes dying away forlornly, but no footsteps sounded in the hall, no hand lifted the latch of the door, and as he stepped back and looked up at the house, Rupert saw that no smoke was coming from the chimneys. A sick fear smote at his heart. What had happened? What could have happened? The day before, he had been here, sitting with Margaret in that very room over those windows. The blinds were now so closely drawn. She had seemed tired, it was true, but not more tired than he had often seen her, and he had no reason to suppose that she was more ill than usual. She was always fragile. He was accustomed to find her 1 week on the sofa, another week sufficiently strong to be moving about the room, and even going out of doors. But that her house should be barred and bolted against him was inexplicable. He felt as though the ground had been cut away from under his feet, as if the very foundations of his life had been shaken. Why? To-day was the day she had herself fixed for his interview in her house with the girl of the advertisement. Margaret had arranged the hour. It was by her suggestion that he had written to C.M., proposing a meeting at 100 Bradford Road, and now he found the house locked up and apparently empty, with no word of explanation or apology. Could Margaret have been suddenly taken ill? If so, why had she not let him know? Yet, if she was ill, she would be in the house, and Elizabeth with her. somebody would have answered his ringing, which had grown more and more imperative as each ring remained unanswered. Could she have gone away? Gone away without letting him have the slightest hint of her intended going? Was that more conceivable than his theory of sudden illness? Again, sick dismay knocked at the door of his heart, and with it came a wave of hot anger against Margaret. Surely his years of faithful devotion, of willing service, had entitled him to more consideration than this at her hands. He had made few demands upon her, but this sudden and unexplained disappearance was a strain which even the merest friendship should not be called upon to bear. Once again he pealed the bell, and even knocked vigorously at the knocker, but neither sound produced the slightest effect, and he was perforced turning away, when the gate clicked and he saw a breathless personage of the charwoman class carrying up the path. "I'm sure I beg your pardon, sir," she panted. "Just like my luck to poppin' out for a minute twice in the afternoon, and each time somebody called." "Are you in charge of this house?" Rupert asked, his own agitation making him speak more sternly than the occasion quite warranted. "Yes, sir, and I'm truly sorry, sir," the woman whimpered, wiping her much-heated face with her grimy apron. "Come here yesterday, I did all of a sudden. Mrs. Stanforth and Mrs. Herring, her maid, going away unexpected, and me having an extra lot of washing and all. But I say to Jem, my son Jem, I says—" "Yes, yes," Rupert interrupted impatiently. "But where is Mrs. Stanforth? Did she leave any message, any note? Did she tell you to say anything to people who called?" "Lord knows, sir. Went off in a hurry, and didn't leave no message for nothin'. And I'm sure I'm sorry I wasn't 'ere when you came, but I'd popped out for a minute, and let out the kitchen fire too, and I just 'ad to see my bit o' washing, and there, I run back a half an hour ago, and there was a young lady in a rare talking then, and so—" "A young lady?" Rupert again broke into her stream of words. "Poor young thing, she did seem upset over it too. Said she was expected, and she was to be 'ere at 5 and all. There, I was sorry for her. Seemed to strike her all of a heap then she see the shut-up 'ouse. She says quite 'urt like, 'Well, I suppose it was a hoax.' Them was her very words." "I suppose you explained to her that the lady had gone away unexpectedly?" Rupert exclaimed with growing irritation. "You didn't let the young lady think she had been brought here for a joke?" "Well, of course, sir, I didn't know nothing about it," was the offered retort. "If you ask me, I should say there was something queer in telling somebody to come to an 'ouse at 5 o'clock, and then for the 'ouse to be shut up, which I should say it was a poor joke myself. She says, 'Ain't Mr. Mernside 'ere?' and I says, 'I don't know nothing about nobody o' that name,' and she looks as if took aback as if I'd hit her, and so—" Rupert uttered a smothered oath, then mastered himself, and asked more quietly, "And how long has the young lady been gone?" "Best part of a quarter of an hour. Quiet young lady she was, too, dressed very plain, you might say shabby, and went off looking fit to crying with disappointment. And I just popped out again to get me bit o' relish for tea, and you came. Lord, it do seem strange." The good lady was left to address her rambling remarks to the shrubs in the garden, for Rupert, unable to bear more of her discursiveness, turned and fled, shutting the garden gate with a sharp clang behind him, and feeling that his world had all at once gone wrong, very wrong indeed. End of chapter 4. Recorded by Trevor Neil Dent in 2012.
Chapter 5 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 5. I know this is worth a lot of money. I suppose I was stupid to think it could be anything but a hoax, but the letter seemed so kind, not as if it were written by a horrid person who would want to play a practical joke. Christina, having climbed the stairs to her room with weary, dragging footsteps, sat down on her one chair, feeling tired, depressed, and indignant. The dire necessity of saving her every penny drove her to walk from Bayswater to her far-off lodging in the south-west district, and as a fine rain had begun to fall long before she was half-way across the park, she was not only worn out and miserable, but very wet as well. In their best days her serge coat and skirt had not been thick. Much wear and tear had reduced them to a threadbare condition, quite incapable of resistance to weather. The drizzling rain had penetrated her inadequate coat and thin blouse, her skirt hung limply about her legs. She felt what she actually was, wet to the skin, and too tired even to exert herself to make some tea over her spirit lamp. I expect it is true what Mrs. Jones says, she reflected. She says men are all brutes, and you can't trust one of them. I used to think she only said it because Mr. Jones drank himself to death, and drank away her earnings first, and beat her, but now I don't know. With cold fingers she drew the hatpins from her sodden hat, threw off the wet coat that clung so chillily to her shivering form, and took from her pocket a letter addressed in a bold masculine hand. C.M., care of Mrs. Cole, newsagent, 10 Cartney Street, S.W. It looks like the handwriting of a gentleman, the poor little girl's reflections ran on. I shouldn't have thought a man who wrote like that could be a brute. And his letter isn't a brute's letter either, she added pathetically, drawing the letter from its envelope and reading the words which were already engraved upon her mind. Dear Madam, I think perhaps I may be able to be of some use to you, if you could make it convenient to call at 100 Barford Road, Bayswater, at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Wednesday. We might have a little talk. My friend to whom the house belongs will be very glad to see you. Yours faithfully, R. Mernside. "And then I find the house shut up," Christina said shakily and aloud, "and an old charwoman tells me she never heard of Mr. Mernside, and I suppose it was just all a mean practical joke." Two tears, tears of sheer fatigue and of bitter disappointment, welled up in the girl's eyes, and dropped slowly down her cheeks. She was so tired and cold and miserable, and she had built more hopes than she quite knew upon the answer to her timid little letter. The entire absence of any allusion to matrimonial prospects in Mr. Mernside's note had quieted her fears, and many hopes had mingled with the nervous doubts that had filled her soul, as she set out that afternoon on her strange expedition. Some faint idea that this unknown Mr. Mernside might be instrumental in helping her to find work sustained her through the long walk to Barford Road. She had been so sure, so very sure, that the writer of the terse, kindly letter was a gentleman, and a good man to boot, that the sight of the shut-up house came to her with the force of an actual blow, whilst the caretaker's unfeigned ignorance of anybody of the name of Mernside made Christina's theory of a hoax seem more than probable. "And not one answer to all the letters I wrote about situations," she exclaimed wearily, pulling herself up from her chair, and taking the spirit lamp from its place in the cupboard. "I wonder whether there are lots of other girls as poor as I am, and without any relations or friends. In another week I shan't have enough money to pay my rent, and Mrs. Jones won't let it run. She said so over and over again." Another shiver ran through her, and this time dread apprehension of the future was more responsible for the shiver than even the damp chilliness of her condition. "I don't know what I shall do when the money is all gone. Oh, I don't know what I shall do," and a little sob broke from her as she took from the cupboard the materials for her tea. It was a meagre enough meal that her cold shaking fingers spread on the old deal table, and she was repeatedly forced to brush away the tears from her face, so fast did they run down it now that exhaustion and misery were at last finding an outlet. Her lunch had consisted of a glass of milk and a bun, bought at a neighbouring shop. Since lunch time she had walked some miles, had incidentally become wet through during the process, and her walk had been crowned by a cruel disappointment. It was not wonderful that the girl, plucky little soul though she was, should feel now as if the end were reached, and she could hope no more. To add to her misery, everything seemed to go awry. The matches were only found after a prolonged hunt for them. For many minutes the lamp refused to light, and when at last a flame shot up, Christina thought that the water in the kettle boiled more slowly than water had ever boiled before. Dry bread had never tasted more unappetizing, and milkless tea, though it was certainly warm, and in that respect carried a certain amount of comfort with it, tasted bitter and nauseating. The girl longed with an almost childish longing for something more to eat and drink. Visions rose before her of the Donaldsons' cosy nursery, of a plate piled high with hot buttered toast, of a big home-made seed cake that could be eaten as quickly as the nursery folks liked, without any dread of future want, and she pushed away her plate, and laid her head down upon the table, sobbing as though her heart would break. Hot buttered toast and seed cake are unromantic sounding things enough, no doubt, but when one is very hungry and very heartsick, and only 20 into the bargain, the thoughts of past plenty make present poverty seem well nigh intolerable. Good stuff must have gone to the making of little Christina, and whoever those ancestors on her mother's side had been, they had passed on to her a goodly heritage of courage and endurance. Her storm of sobs was of very brief duration. Giving herself a little shake, both actually and metaphorically, she raised her head from the table, resolutely dried her eyes, choked back her sobs, and forced herself to finish eating the dry morsels of bread and drinking the nauseous draught of tea. Either the food itself, or the effort she had made to eat it, sent a tingling of new strength along her limbs, and she broke into a faint laugh over her own despair. "You perfect goose," she said firmly, rising to wash up her tea things. "Crying won't make anything better. Mr. Donaldson used to say, 'Don't look for your bridges before you come to them,' and so I won't look at the bridge. Mrs. Jones will put up for me about the rent, until I am really going to step right on to it, and before I give up every bit of hope, perhaps I ought to try and pawn the pendant, only I can't bear doing it, I can't bear it." Mrs. Jones was not at all the pleasant and kindly landlady of fiction, who succours and helps her tenants, and plays the part of mother to them. The only part Mrs. Jones understood playing was that of the cruel stepmother of the fairy legend, and Christina did not err in thinking that to allow rent to remain unpaid was no part of the landlady's methods. Mrs. Jones's own life had been a hard one. Grinding work in her early girlhood, a brutal husband, and much grinding poverty during her married life, and in her widowhood, an unending struggle to make 2 ends meet, these made up the sum of the landlady's existence, and she treated the world as she found herself treated by the world. She expected nothing from others, and she gave them nothing. She asked for no help from her fellow beings, and she most assuredly bestowed none. She was lighting the gas jet in the hall, a hard featured, tight lipped woman, when half an hour later Christina went out again, a small brown paper parcel in her hand, and Mrs. Jones's thin lips tightened more than ever, as her sharp eyes fell upon the parcel. "Goin' out to pop somethin'," was her grim thought, and the thought was displeasing to her. Not that she particularly pitied her lodger. Pity was a virtue not cultivated by Mrs. Jones. But she instinctively dreaded the moment when her lodgers began to slip out stealthily with parcels under their arms or in their hands. The significance of those parcels was well known to her, and she was fully aware that lodgers who once began to pawn their goods passed by easy stages to backwardness in paying their rent, and then followed evictions and new tenants. No, Mrs. Jones mistrusted brown paper parcels just as much as she mistrusted the look, half shy, half frightened, which Christina cast at her in passing, and the flood of the colour that dyed the girl's face when she met the landlady's glance. Some of her smarter clothes Christina had long ago sold to an old clothes shop round the corner, but this was the first time she had visited a real pawnbroker, and her heart beat like a sledge-hammer as she stood outside the window of the jeweller's shop, over which the 3 balls were displayed. She had shrunk from going into the establishment of Mr. Moss, the recognised pawnbroker of the squalid neighbourhood, and had gone further afield, thinking that from a jeweller, even though he engaged in pawnbroking as well, she would meet with more consideration, and perhaps receive a larger sum of money. But, looking through the glass doors at the 2 men who lounged behind the counter, her spirits sank to zero, and she allowed 10 minutes to slip by before, taking her courage into her hands, she finally entered the shop. Coming in out of the damp of the November evening, the pleasant warmth was grateful to her, but the brilliant gaslight dazzled her eyes, and sheer nervousness made her stumble hopelessly over the sentence she had been committing to memory ever since she had left her lodgings. "I called to ask whether this pendant was of any value," she had intended to say, but instead of that she found herself stammering breathlessly. I came. Would you please tell me if you can give me something on this?" And she thrust her parcel into the hand indolently stretched out for it by one of the young men behind the counter. His eyes looked her up and down with an insolent stare that sent the blood flying over her face, and his smile gave her an impotent longing to strike his fat, sleek countenance. "How much do you want for it, my dear? That's the question," the man said jauntily, his eyes never leaving the girl's flushed face. "We are always pleased to accommodate a pretty young lady like you, eh, Tom?" With an odious leer he nudged the elbow of his companion, who emitted a hoarse guffaw, and winked facetiously, as Christina turned a distressed glance in his direction. Unfortunately for her, the master of the shop was absent, and she was at the mercy of 2 of those unbred, mean-spirited curs, who regard any defenceless woman as lawful prey, and take the same delight in baiting her, as their ignoble ancestors took in baiting an equally defenceless dumb animal. "You tell us what you want, miss," the man called Tom struck in, leaning across the counter and tapping the girl's hand. "Anything you ask in reason, we shall be pleased to oblige you with. Now, what's this thing, and this thing, and this pretty thing?" he ended facetiously, whilst his fellow shopman unfastened Christina's parcel, and opened the cardboard box it contained. "It is a pendant," Christina faltered, afraid to show the indignation she felt, lest the men should refuse to give her what she needed. "It has been a long time in my family, and I know it is very valuable." "Oh, you know it is very valuable, do you?" queried the first man, mocking her trembling accents. "Now it is for us to tell you its value, not for you to tell us, you know." "Old-fashioned thing," he ejaculated, holding up to the light the piece of jewellery he had drawn from its box. "This sort of antique article may have suited our grandmothers, but it doesn't go down nowadays." "That is not at all the case," Christina answered boldly. "Everybody likes antique things now, and that pendant is worth a great deal, as you know." Anger was beginning to conquer her nervous tremors, and the odious smile with which her remark was received by both young men made her draw herself up proudly. "Hoity toity," said the man called Tom, "as we know indeed! If Mr. Franks, my excellent friend and colleague," he made an exaggerated bow to his companion, "considers the bauble old-fashioned and worthless, it certainly is worthless and old-fashioned." "It is certainly nothing of the kind," Christina cried, anger driving away the last semblance of nervousness. "I should be much obliged if you would tell me at once how much you can advance me upon it. If you are unable to give me anything, I can take it elsewhere." As she spoke, she looked straight into the smiling, insolent faces before her, her own grown rigid and proud, and in spite of her shabby clothing and obvious poverty, she suddenly assumed a look of imperial dignity, which had an instantaneous effect upon her tormentors. "Come, come, miss, don't talk like that," the man called Frank said sheepishly. "We were just having a bit of fun over it, that's all, and I'm sure we'll give you the best we can for the pendant." Christina's threat of taking the jewel elsewhere had brought the shopmen sharply to their senses, for it had needed no more than a cursory glance to show them both that the jewel the girl had brought them was of no small value, and they were uncomfortably aware that the vials of their master's wrath would be emptied upon their heads if they allowed such an article to be disposed of in another establishment. "It is a very pretty piece of work," the first man said, taking the pendant in his hand, and looking over it with a fine assumption of carelessness. "Family initials, I suppose, in this twisted monogram." "I suppose so. I cannot give you any history of the pendant. I don't know its history myself. It came to me from my mother." Christina gave this piece of gratuitous information, feeling uneasily that it might be supposed she had stolen the beautiful piece of jewelry, and, with the thought, all the old associations that were interwoven with it swept into her mind, and almost choked further utterance. "A.V.C." the young man said slowly, deciphering the monogram, which in exquisitely chased gold surmounted the pendant itself. This latter consisted of an emerald remarkably vivid in colour, and set in the same finely chased gold as that which formed the monogram. "A.V.C. would have been some ancestor of yours, no doubt?" he asked jocularly, and with another wink at his companion. "I don't know," Christina repeated. "As I tell you, I know nothing of the jewel's history. I believe it to be a genuine emerald, and I am sure it is very valuable." Both men simultaneously shrugged their shoulders, and laughed odious, deprecating laughs. "My dear young lady," said Franks, who seemed to occupy a position superior to the other, "someone has been, as we say, getting at you. If they told you this was a genuine emerald, why, if it was an emerald, a real emerald, mind you, it would be worth—" and he raised his eyes to the ceiling, and lifted up his hands, as if to demonstrate the magnitude of a sum he could not mention in spoken language. "It is a real emerald, and it is worth a great deal," Christina said firmly; "but if you do not care to advance me what it is worth, I will take it away," and she put out her hand for the pendant, from which the gleams of light flashed brilliantly. "Now look here," said Mr. Franks persuasively, "you believe me, missy, this is no more an emerald than I am, but it is a nice little piece of paste, and the gold is well worked. I'm taking a good bit upon myself in making the suggestion, and goodness knows what the boss will say to me when he comes home, but I'll take it off your hand for £5. There," he ended triumphantly, as though convinced that the generosity must be a delicious surprise for his hearer. "£5!" Christina's voice rang with indignation. "£5 for what you know as well as I do is worth 20 times that amount?" Franks laughed contemptuously, and began putting the ornament back into its box with elaborate care. "You have an exaggerated idea of the thing's value," he said. "I couldn't undertake to offer you more than £5 for it, and if you take my advice," he added darkly, with a swift glance at his colleague, and back at the girl, "you'll accept the offer, and let us have the thing altogether. You see," he coughed significantly, "awkward questions might be asked about a thing like this with initials. If I did my business properly, I ought to ask you where you got it." The colour ebbed out of Christina's face. The possibility that had confronted her a few minutes ago had all at once taken definite form. This man was hinting, nay, more than hinting, that the pendant had come into her hands by unlawful means, and she had nothing but her word to prove her own statement. "I have told you that it belonged to my mother," she said tremblingly. "It is an old family ornament, and I cannot part with it altogether." "Look here, miss," the man's voice became rough and harsh, "it's no use your coming old family ornaments over me. People with old family ornaments don't come to places like this pawning them. What price your old family, eh?" He ended his coarse speech with a coarser laugh, at the sound of which Christina shrank and shivered. "I will take back my pendant, please," she said, trying to regain her courageous tone. "I do not wish to sell it outright, and if you will not advance me anything on it, there is nothing more to be said." "Not so fast, not so fast," the man called Tom exclaimed, pushing back the hand she once more extended towards the box. "What Mr. Frank says is very true. How do we know where you got this pendant? The more you go on making difficulties over letting it go, the more doubtful the whole affair looks. Now, if you're really so badly in want of cash," he went on brutally, "you take what we offer, £5 down. If you don't, we may feel ourselves obliged to send for the police, and—" Quite unable in her innocence to understand that the two cowards were bullying her to the top of their bent, already worn out by events of the day, and by many days of fatigue and underfeeding, a panic terror seized upon her. Before the astonished men were aware of her intention, she had reached over the counter, snatched the box from Frank's hand, and fled out the shop and down the street, her heart beating to suffocation, her eyes wide with terror. Never once looking back, she threaded her way along the pavement, oblivious of the expostulations of passers by, against whom she brushed, almost unconscious of their very existence, in her frantic desire speedily to put as great a distance as possible between herself and the objectionable jewellers. Heedless of the traffic, she dashed headlong over the crossings, and plunging into a network of by streets, ran on still at full speed, possessed by the horrible fear that those men with the dreadful smiles might already have put the police upon her track. "I can't prove the pendant is mine," she panted breathlessly. "I have no proof that I didn't steal it. What can I say if they take me up as a thief?" The bare thought made her redouble her pace, although she was already on the verge of exhaustion, and her breath was coming in great gasps. Beads of perspiration stood on her forehead, and when at last she reached her own room, she was powerless to do more than sink upon a chair, shaking in every limb. For many minutes she could only lean back with closed eyes and ashen face, drawing long, painful breaths, each one of which was a sob. But as a sense of safety grew upon her, she roused herself to light her lamp, and to draw off her damp clothing, preparatory to going to bed. Even with the slender supply of blankets Mrs. Jones allowed her lodgers, it would be warmer than sitting up without a fire, and she dared not allow herself the luxury of a fire, especially now that her last hope of raising money had been snatched from her. "For I shall never dare take the pendant to show to anybody again," she thought with a shudder. "The next person I went to might send for the police then and there, and perhaps it was horrible of me to think of pawning mother's pendant at all. Only I don't believe she would have minded, if she had known how dreadfully, dreadfully poor her little girl was going to be, and how hard it is for a girl even to get bread enough to keep from starvation. And I know this is worth, oh, a lot of money," she exclaimed pathetically, once more taking the ornament from its box, and holding it before her in the light of the lamp. As the green gleam of the stones flashed out before her eyes, the dreary room in which she sat, her squalid surroundings, even her own misery faded from her mind. She was back in the past, back in her mother's bedroom in the dear Devonshire home, her mother's dying voice sounding in her ears. Through the open window had drifted the song of the sea, mingling with the hum of bees amongst the roses that climbed to the very sill, and made the room fragrant with their sweetness. And a bird had sung, ah, how it had sung, on that last night of her mother's life, when Christina felt that her life too was going down into the dark for ever. "My little girl," how faint the gentle voice had been, "I can't stay, now father has gone. He and I could not ever be apart. He is my world, all my world." The dim resentment which Christina the child had sometimes experienced, because those two beings she loved best had seemed so remote from her, so perfectly able to live their lives without her, had smitten the girl Christina afresh as she listened to her mother's words. Her father and mother had been so wrapped up in one another, always so wholly sufficient for each other's needs, that their child had played a very secondary part in their lives, and the child had dimly resented it. Through all the sorrow that filled her heart as she stood beside her mother's deathbed, that smouldering resentment would not be wholly stilled. Her mother could barely spare a thought for the girl she was leaving to face the world alone, because her husband filled her whole soul. She could remember only that he had gone before her into the silent land, and that she must hasten to join him again. "You are so young," the dying voice had murmured on, whilst the fast dimming eyes looked, not at her little daughter, but at the blue sky outside the window. "Somebody will want you some day, as Ronald wanted me, as he wants me still." Christina did not answer. Only her eyes followed her mother's glance out to the deep blue sky framed by the nodding roses round the window, and she wondered dully whether anybody would really care for her some day, or whether there was something inherently unlovable in her, seeing that her own father and mother had seemed to find her so little worthy of love. The bitter thought passed. She bent over her mother and gently stroked back the damp hair from her forehead. "I shall be able to take care of myself," she said bravely, "and—" "Be good, my little girl," the murmuring voice broke in. "Be good, and come to us some day. Ronald and I will be there together. I want to tell you. The pendant, the emerald pendant." A look of excitement flashed into her eyes. She made a great effort to raise herself in the bed, but such effort was far beyond her feeble strength. "I can't tell you now," she gasped. "Later, after sleep. The pendant. Take the emerald. Tell Arthur—" and at that word her strength suddenly failed, her eyes closed, she slipped down among her pillows in an unconsciousness from which she never again awoke. All through the fragrant summer night following that sunshiny afternoon, Christina had watched beside her, hoping against hope that some faint knowledge of outward things would return to her, that the strange unfinished sentence might be ended. "I want to tell you," her mother had said. What was it she wished to tell her daughter? What was the meaning of those strange words that seemed so incoherent and without sense? The pendant, take the emerald, tell Arthur. But no glimmer of consciousness crossed the still white face, the eyes that had last looked at the sunny sky of June and the nodding roses, opened no more upon this world's sunshine and flowers. The faltering voice was silenced for ever, and in the grey dawn of morning Christina's mother had passed to the land where she and the man she loved would part no more. The vision faded. Christina was back again in the present, the dull light of the oil lamp shining on the jewel she held, in the clammy cold of a November evening that was as far removed from the sunny sweetness of June as her sordid room was removed from the rose-scented fragrance of her old home. "I wonder what she wanted to tell me," the girl mused again, as she had mused countless times before. "What could she have meant when she said those words, 'The pendant, take the emerald, tell Arthur'? I wonder who Arthur could have been." Chapter 6 Modesto, California, April 2012. Chapter 6 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 6. Baba loves you very much. Will the lady who on Monday morning brought Baba home out of the fog kindly call at 100 Eaton Square any time between 11 and 1 o'clock? The words seemed to start from the printed page before Christina's eyes, and she read them over and over again with growing wonder. It was Friday morning, 2 days after her two disastrous visits, one to the shut up house in Bayswater, the other to the insolent jeweller's, and with difficulty she had managed to crawl round to the free library, feeling that she dared leave no stone unturned in a fresh search for work. The day before she had perforce spent in bed, for her day of fatigue, emotion, and exposure to the weather had been followed by a night of fever and aching limbs, and on the Thursday morning she could scarcely lift her head from the pillow. But on Friday, realizing affrightedly that each day brought her nearer to absolute destitution, she made a Herculean effort, got up and dressed, and feeling more dead than alive, dragged herself to the library, to study the monotonous advertisement columns of the newspapers, and having warily glanced down the familiarly worded lines, in which nursery governesses and companions were asked for, at wages that would not satisfy the average kitchen maid, she turned to the front page of the Morning Post, and found herself confronted with the advertisement that now held her astonished eyes. "Will the lady who on Monday morning brought Baba home out of the fog kindly call at 100 Eaton Square, any time between 11 and 1 o'clock?" Unless there were two Babas in the world, and two ladies who had taken them home out of the fog, she herself was clearly the person indicated by the advertisement. And as the square in which the bewitching baby had been taken from her by an excited footman was certainly Eaton Square, she had little doubt but that the advertiser wished to thank, and perhaps to reward her. A hot flush came into her white cheeks as the word reward entered her mind. All her instincts revolted against the notion of being rewarded for doing what had been a most obvious duty. But with the instinct of revolt came also a little rush of hope. To the tired girl the advertisement seemed like a friendly hand outstretched towards her, and though pride whispered to her to pay no heed to it, and to ignore it altogether, the sense that kindliness towards a total stranger had prompted the advertisement fought hard with pride. After all, if she went to 100 Eaton Square, she need accept nothing at the hands of the inmates. That they should wish to thank her for the safe return of their little one was only natural, and it would be churlish of her to refuse to be thanked. In her excitement she omitted to take down any addresses of employers. For the first time since she had begun to haunt the free library, she went out of its doors without a list of names to which letters must be written, setting forth her own qualifications for tending children or amusing the elderly. She had actually forgotten to draw from her pocket the sheet of notepaper she never failed to bring with her on her morning quest, so full was her mind of the coming visit to Eaton Square. Her weary limbs still refused to hurry, and she walked slowly back to her lodgings, to make herself tidy, as she put it, before venturing into what was to her an actually new world. Her heart was beating very fast as she rang the bell of the great Eaton Square mansion, and, thanks partly to nervousness, partly to fatigue, her legs were trembling so much that she was obliged to clutch at the wall for support, to prevent herself from falling. A footman flung open the door, a tall, rather supercilious footman, whose face was not the good-natured, foolish face of the James who had lifted the red-cloaked baby from her arms. This man looked the visitor up and down with a comprehensive stare, which held in it both inquiry and contempt, and had the effect of banishing Christina's small remnant of courage. "Could I see the lady of the house?" she asked. "What might you want with her?" the servant demanded with a sniff. "There was an advertisement in to day's Morning Post," the girl answered, her voice shaking with nervous weariness. "It said, 'Call between 11 and 1,' and I came to—" "Come after the place, have you?" The footman's tone changed to one of huge condescension. "Oh, well, step in, and I'll see if her ladyship can see you." The place? Her ladyship? Christina looked at the man with bewildered eyes, and said faintly, "I don't know anything about a place. I've not come for that, only the advertisement said, 'Call between 11 and 1 o'clock.'" "Step inside," came the short order, whilst Henry, the first footman, inwardly remarked that he wished her ladyship wouldn't go putting in advertisements, and not mentioning them to the establishment. "Take a seat there, and I'll ascertain whether her ladyship is disengaged." Had Christina been in her normal health, the man's grandiloquent manner and language would have amused her. With her nerves at high tension, her limbs trembling, and her whole frame exhausted and weary, she felt only a great inclination either to flee out of the front door, or to sit down and cry. The hall, softly carpeted and warm, fragrant with the flowers massed in great pots at the foot of the staircase, and the quiet with the stillness of a well-ordered house, oppressed her. The solemn voice of a grandfather clock in the corner had only the effect of making the prevailing silence more noticeable, and Christina experienced a wild longing to scream, or to burst into uncontrollable laughter, just to break the stillness which weighed upon her like a nightmare. "Will you come this way, please?" She started violently as the footman's voice sounded close to her. His footsteps on the thick pile of the stair carpet had been quite inaudible, and she was surprised to see him once more beside her. At his bidding, she rose mechanically, and followed him up the wide staircase, whose soft carpet was a bewildering novelty to the girls accustomed to the simplest surroundings, across a landing, fragrant like the hall, with growing roses and exotic plants, into a small boudoir, in which she found herself alone. In all her 20 years of life, she had never before been in a room like this, and, standing in the centre of it, just where her guide had left her, she looked round her timidly, and drew a long breath of admiration and amazement. The murkiness of the November day that darkened the world outside did not appear to enter into this lovely apartment, which gave Christina a sense of summer and sunshine. "It's just like a pink rose," she said to herself, her eyes wandering from the walls, delicately tinted in a soft rose colour, to the sofa and chairs upholstered in a deeper shade of the same colour, and the carpet, whose darker tint of rose harmonised with the paler hues. Every table seemed to the girl to overflow with books and magazines. Bowls of flowers, vases of flowers, pots of flowers, stood on every available shelf, and in every possible corner. The windows were draped with rose-coloured silk curtains, that made even the grey sky beyond them look less grey, and the pictures on the walls drew a gasp of delight from Christina's lips. They were mainly landscapes, and in almost every case they represented wide spaces, open tracts of country, that gave one a sense of life and freshness. Here was an expanse of sea, blue and smiling as the sky that stooped to meet it. There, long green rollers swept up a sandy beach, whilst clouds lit up by a rift of sunshine lay on the horizon. On this side was a moorland, purple with heather, bathed in the glory of the setting sun. On that side, a plain far reaching as the sea itself, soft and green and misty, bounded by mountains, whose snow-crowned summits stood out in serried stateliness against the faint blue sky. In a looking-glass hanging on the wall, Christina caught sight of her own reflection, and a shamed consciousness of her white face and shabby clothes gave her a sense of the incongruousness between her own appearance and the loveliness around her. But this uneasy sense of discrepancy had barely entered her mind, when the door opened, and there entered a tiny personage, whose daintiness made Christina all at once feel huge, awkward, and ungainly. "It was sweet of you to come," the little lady exclaimed, holding out to the girl a white hand flashing with diamonds. "You are the kind lady who brought my Baba home? Henry was very incoherent. He always is, in a grand long-winded way of his. But I gathered from his meandering remarks that you had come in answer to my advertisement." "Yes," Christina answered, "I saw it, the advertisement, in the Morning Post to-day. I thought it was so kind of you to advertise, that I came. But of course, when I brought the darling baby home, I only did what everybody else would have done," she added rather breathlessly. A lady, and very proud, the thought ran through her listener's brain, but aloud the little lady only said, "I can't put into words how grateful I am to you, all the same. You see, my little girlie is my ewe lamb, my only child, and she is very precious. If anything had happened to her, oh, but we mustn't talk about dreadful things that might happen, when I hope they never will. Baba was a naughty monkey to run out alone, but she is rather a sweet monkey, isn't she?" "She is one of the dearest babies I ever saw," Christina answered simply, sitting down on the chair her hostess pushed forward for her, and feeling some of her awkwardness slipping from her in presence of this kindly, dainty little lady. With girlish enthusiasm her eyes drank in the loveliness of the other's fair face, its delicate colouring, its crown of bright hair, the perfection of the tiny form, the gracefulness of the dead black gown, that fell in exactly the right folds, and was hung as no dress of poor little Christina's had ever been persuaded to hang. Baba, we call her Baba because her own name, Veronica, is so big for such a baby, has managed to get rather out of hand since her nurse left. We do try not to spoil her, but we don't always succeed very well. I think you must be very fond of children, aren't you? You made a great impression on Baba." "I love little children," Christina answered with a simplicity and sincerity which characterized her. "Since I have had to earn my own living, I have been a nursery governess." "It is very absurd, but I don't even know your name, and I daresay you are equally ignorant of mine," the little lady in the armchair exclaimed with a gay laugh. "Rupert did not put any name in the advertisement, he said it was wiser not, but I am Lady Cicely Redesdale, and Baba, as I say, is my only child, and very precious." Lady Cicely's blue eyes looked thoughtfully at Christina. Her last words were spoken absently. "I did not even know into which house the small girl was carried on Monday," Christina replied, laughing also. "The footman ran along the pavement when he saw us, and until I read your advertisement to day, I had no idea which number in the square was the one he had come from. My name is Moore, Christina Moore, and I live in Maremont Street." "In Maremont Street? But isn't that rather a wretched neighbourhood for you? Do your people live there?" "I have no people," the girl answered, an unconscious wistfulness in her eyes that appealed to Lady Cicely's kind heart. "I lost my father and mother 3 years ago, and since then I have been living with some friends and taking care of their children, but now they have gone to Canada, and I am alone in the world." It was said without any arrière pensée, no thought of exploiting her loneliness crossed Christina's mind. The sympathetic glance of the blue eyes watching her led her on to frankness of speech, and to speak to an educated lady again was a delight, to which for the past few months she had been an entire stranger. "And you are obliged to work for yourself?" Lady Cicely put the question with hesitating kindliness. "Oh, yes," a faint smile crossed Christina's face, "and just now it is rather hard to get. Nobody seems to want the sort of work that I can do. You see, I have had very little education, not enough to teach big children, and I have no certificates or diplomas or anything. I don't think my father ever dreamt that I should have to earn my own living, or he would have had me trained to do it." "But you have taken care of little children?" Again Lady Cicely's eyes searched the girl's face earnestly. "And you are very fond of them?" "I love them," Christina said for the third time, "and I'm never tired of being with them and taking care of them, but there are such lots of other girls like me, with very few qualifications, and so, though I answer ever so many advertisements, I can't get a place." "Do you mind waiting here just a moment?" Lady Cicely asked abruptly. I should like you to see Baba before you go. Perhaps we might think," and with this vague sentence the small lady went out of the room, leaving Christina puzzled and wondering. Lady Cicely meanwhile hurried downstairs to the library, where a man sat looking over a mass of legal papers. "Rupert," she exclaimed impetuously, "it is the girl who brought Baba back, and my brain is teeming with plans for helping her." "Is she a young person?" "No, no, a lady. Very shabby, very tired looking, very poor, I should guess, but unmistakably a lady. And I'm so sorry for her, Rupert. She is just a slip of a girl, who looks as if she wanted mothering." "Now, Cicely, do you wish to embark on the mother's role? As one of your trustees, let me warn you I shan't allow any quixotism. Leave those tiresome old papers for 5 minutes, and come see this girl. I don't want to be quixotic, and I'm ready to abide by your judgment, but come and look at Miss Moore." The tiresome old papers are fairly important deeds connected with your estate and the future inheritance of your daughter, Miss Veronica Joan Redesdale," her cousin answered with a laugh. "But I suppose your ladyship's whims must take precedence of your property. Where is Miss Moore?" "In my boudoir, and very shy. I am sure she was afraid at first that I meant to offer her money. There was a sort of proud shrinking in her eyes, and she has very pretty eyes too. Of course my idea had been to offer her money, because I imagined she would be of the shop girl type, but I should as soon think of offering you money, as of suggesting giving it to Miss Moore." "Come along then, let us get the inspection over. But if you can't give her money, what do you propose to do with her?" "I thought—" Lady Cicely paused, glanced into her cousin's grave face, and glanced away again. "I fancied perhaps I might help her to get work. She is horribly poor, and she looks half fed and so tired. Well, I really and truly, Rupert, I wondered whether she could come here, as nurse to Baba." A low whistle was Rupert's response. Then he said slowly: "You didn't suggest this to her, did you? You are so kind, so impulsive. But remember, this girl is a perfect stranger. She may be anything. As you yourself told me 2 days ago, you must have unimpeachable references with anyone who takes charge of Baba. Of course I said nothing to her. Now, Rupert, I know I am impulsive, but I am not entirely devoid of all common sense. Come and give me your opinion, and I promise, yes, I absolutely promise, to be guided by you." Rupert's grey eyes smiled down with brotherly affection into his little cousin's face, and he followed her obediently from the room, and upstairs, wondering vaguely why it was that, much as he cared for and admired Cicely, she had never inspired him with any deep affection. Like an elder brother to her from her earliest childhood, the brotherly relation had continued between them after Cicely's marriage, and it had been by her dead husband's most earnest wish and specified instructions that Mernside was one of her trustees and Baba's guardians, and Mr. Redesdale had bidden his wife consult Rupert about everything connected with the estate and its baby heiress. On the landing at the head of the stairs, a small figure with flying golden curls and filmy white frock flung herself upon her mother, shrieking delightedly: "Baba's run away from Jane! Now Baba come with mummy!" "Oh, Baba, you are not a good baby!" Cicely exclaimed, with an attempt at severity, which only produced a chuckle from the small girl. "It is time mummy found a very stern nurse. Nevertheless, her appearance is opportune." She said sotto voce to Rupert: "I told Miss Moore I would fetch Baba, and I don't want her to feel she is being inspected. Run on into mummy's boudoir, sweetheart," she added aloud to the child. "There's somebody there for Baba to see." It was a pretty sight which greeted the two elders when a moment later they entered the rose-coloured room, and Rupert paused for an instant in the doorway to look and smile. Baba, after one short glance at the stranger, who had risen from her chair, made a rush across the room towards her, clasped her round the knees, and cried fervently: "That's Baba's lady, what found her in the ugly fog. Kiss Baba!" And at the moment of their entrance, Rupert and Cicely saw the girl stoop and lift the baby in her arms, with a tenderness that marked a true child lover, and an absence of self consciousness induced by her ignorance that two pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. "Baba loves you very much," the child babbled on, her soft fingers touching Christina's white face. "And thank you for bringing Baba home, pretty lady," she added suddenly. "Baba like when the pinky colour goes all up and down your cheeks." For at that moment the girl had become aware of the presence not only of Lady Cicely, but of a tall stranger with grave grey eyes, and a rosy flush swept over the whiteness of her face. "Baba has not forgotten you," the former said, with her gay little laugh. "Rupert, this is Miss Moore, who so kindly brought naughty Baba home out of the fog. My cousin is Baba's guardian, Miss Moore, and he is as grateful to you as I am." Christina, in her embarrassment, did not observe Lady Cicely's omission of the tall stranger's surname. Cicely herself was unconscious that she had not said it, and Rupert was only intent on setting the girl at her ease. "Baba seems to be bestowing her own thanks in her own violent way," he said, as the child's dimpled arms were flung again around Christina's neck, and her soft face pressed against the girl's flushed one. "But we all owe you a debt of gratitude for having found and brought her back. London streets are not the safest place for little babies of that age, with pearl necklaces round their necks." "That's what I thought," Christina exclaimed impulsively. "At least, I mean," she stammered, "I couldn't help being glad that I was the first person to find her, and that it was not one of the dreadful people who do prowl about in fogs, who saw her first." "We are most thankful for that too," Rupert answered; and then, being a man of the world, he skilfully led the conversation to more general subjects, until Christina was soon talking quietly and naturally, with no more tremors or self consciousness. When, a few minutes later, she rose to go, Lady Cicely held her hands in a clasp that was very comforting to the weary girl, and said gently: "I'm not going to worry you with more thank yous, but I want you to come and see me again in a day or two. I think perhaps I may be able to hear of some work that would suit you." As Christina wended her way homewards, she felt, tired though she was, as if her feet trod on air. Hope was once more fully alive within her. Lady Cicely's lovely face and charming manner had bewitched the girl, and she was sure, quite sure, that if the sweet little blue eyed lady said she would do something for her, that something would infallibly be done. And the tall cousin, with the grave grey eyes, and the mouth that seemed to Christina to be set in lines of pain, those grey eyes and that firmly set mouth haunted her during the whole course of her walk, and through her mind there flashed unbidden the thought, "I wish I could comfort him. I am sure he is unhappy." Her way led her past the newspaper shop kept by Mr. Coles, and the little man himself was standing at his door surveying the world. "There is a letter in here for you, miss," he said good naturedly. "It came yesterday morning, and the wife and I made sure you'd be in for it." Christina started. The events of the day had obliterated from her mind all recollection of the matrimonial advertisement, and the letters that were to be addressed to Mr. Cole's shop. The memory of Wednesday's disappointment came back to her, as Mr. Coles put into her hand a letter addressed C.M., in the same bold, strong hand that had addressed the other letter. Her momentary inclination was to return it to its writer unopened. "Perhaps there is some explanation," was her next and saner reflection, and walking along the street, she opened and read the letter, feeling a certain compunction as she did so. The address was still that of the newspaper office, and the letter ran: "Dear Madam, I deeply regret that you found the house at which I had asked you to call shut up. I reached it in a few minutes after you had left, and to my own great surprise found, as you had done, no one there but a caretaker. My friend must have been called away suddenly, for on Tuesday, when I saw her, she most kindly arranged that her house should be at my disposal. Please forgive what must have seemed to you most strange. Would it suit you to arrange any meeting place that would accord with your wishes? With renewed apologies, yours faithfully, R. Mernside." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Fredericks, Modesto, California, May 2012. Chapter 7 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 7. A very beautiful pendant with the initials A.V.C. With all her undoubted strength of character, Christina was only human, and the courteous apology she had received from the man signing himself Rupert Mernside sorely tempted her. Curiosity to see the writer, and a lurking feeling that he might really be able to find work for her, were mingled with a girlish longing for adventure, and for some of the youthful joys she had missed. And all these sensations made her more than half inclined to assign a meeting place to this Mr. Mernside. She had known few men, either in her quiet Devonshire home, or when she was in the Donaldsons' service, and any pleasant social intercourse with the other sex had never come in her way at all. There arose before her a vision of meeting this man of the bold, characteristic handwriting, of perhaps being taken by him to tea in one of those tea rooms about which she had heard, tea rooms where the waitresses were ladies, dressed in soft lilac gowns, with dainty muslin aprons, and where delicious music was played to the fortunate tea drinkers. To have tea in such a place, with a man whose business it was for the moment to look exclusively after her and her well being, would be such a treat as she had never enjoyed in all her life. Her parents had not encouraged any social gaiety. Thinking over it now, it seemed to Christina that for some inexplicable reason they had avoided society, and actually warded off those of their neighbours who were inclined to be friendly. And with a sudden revolt against her own loneliness and dullness, the girl felt as though at any cost she must seek friendship, amusement, distraction. "Of course I haven't any clothes in which to go to a really smart tea room," she thought, when in the shelter of her own small room she read her letter for the second time, "but there may be somewhere not too smart, where he could take me, and he leaves me to decide where to meet him, and oh, I do want some fun, I do dreadfully want it." The man who would be the central figure of the entertainment entered little into her calculations. She was far more interested in her vision of tea rooms, and the smart folk she might be fortunate enough to see there, than in the man whose "open sesame" was to admit her to the sacred precincts. And only when some chance train of thought reminded her of her recent interview with Lady Cicely, did she reflect that the person who would sit beside her, and attend to her wants at the tiny table in the enthralling tea room, would be a stranger to her, perhaps even an objectionable stranger. With the remembrance of her visit to Eaton Square, came also the recollection of the tall man with the grave grey eyes, the man introduced to her by Lady Cicely as "my cousin," and a hot flush of shame rushed to her face as she wondered what he would think of her, if he knew she was planning to meet a person she had never seen, and of whom she had only heard through a matrimonial advertisement. He would certainly despise her, and it was not nice to contemplate the kindly glance of those eyes turned to scorn and contempt. Although she knew it was absurd to suppose that Lady Cicely's cousin could ever be aware of, or interested in, the doings of so insignificant a person as herself, she shrank oddly from doing anything of which he would disapprove. "To arrange to meet a strange man isn't really a very womanly thing to do," she said, when she sat down to write her letter to the unknown Mr. Mernside. "I shouldn't ever have answered the advertisement at all, if I had not been so dreadfully poor, and I shouldn't like to look Lady Cicely's cousin in the face again, if I meet this man." The letter was not so difficult a one to write as the first had been, and its recipient both smiled and sighed as he read the terse little sentences in the round girlish handwriting. "Dear Sir, thank you for your kind letter, but I hope I now have a chance of getting some work, so that I need not trouble you any more. Yours faithfully, C. Moore." "Well, that's a relief," Rupert ejaculated, throwing the note into the fire. "What I could have done with the girl if she had agreed to meet me, Heaven only knows. Margaret would have helped me, but Margaret—" His meditations ended abruptly. He drew from his breast pocket a letter that had reached him a post or two before Christina's arrived, and for the 50th time read it from end to end. The sense of it had long since imprinted itself upon his brain, but it gave him a painful pleasure to let his eyes rest upon the well formed letters of the handwriting, though a resentful indignation towards the writer stirred within him. She had not treated him well, and yet she was the one woman in the world to him, this woman of the dark eyes and rare white beauty, who signed her letter with one word, Margaret. No address stood at the head of the letter, it was undated, and the postmark was that of the West Central district. "Forgive me for having left London so abruptly, and without telling you of my intention," she wrote. "I was summoned away by telegram, and in my hurry and anxiety I forgot to let you know. I cannot tell you my address just now, but Elizabeth is with me, and I am safe and well. I have often warned you, have I not, my dear, faithful friend, that much in my life must always seem to you strange and mysterious. I can give you no explanation now, but trust me still. Margaret. Letters sent to me, care of Mrs. Milton, 180 Gower Street, will be forwarded. Mernside wrote 4 letters, each one of which in turn he tore up and flung into the fire as soon as it was written, finally writing a 5th, which appeared to satisfy him, for having addressed and stamped it, he put it into his pocket when he went out. "Drive sharply to 180 Gower Street," were his directions to the driver, as he swung himself into a passing hansom, and leaned forward on the closed doors, watching the traffic with listless glances, which only saw a woman's dark eyes set in a white face. "No, sir, I couldn't tell you Mrs. Stanforth's address," was the uncompromising reply to his question, and Mrs. Milton's inflexible countenance and flat, rigid form were as uncompromising as her speech. "She bid me say to anyone inquiring that she was gone in the country for a time, and I can only answer the same to you, as I answers to the rest. Letters and people, they come on here from Barford Road, and I says the same to all of 'em." Rupert's creed as a gentleman forbade his pressing for the address of a woman who wished to keep herself hidden, but with all the hatred of his sex for mysteries, he moved impatiently away, speculating grimly on the eccentricities of women. Why, when she had a house of her own, did Margaret have her visitors and letters sent to Gower Street for information, or readdressing respectively? What object was being served by all this mysterious behaviour? And why was she sometimes so apparently frank with him, at other times so strangely secret? True that her very uncertainty was part of her charm, but without swerving in his unshakable loyalty to her, he felt himself occasionally wishing that Margaret had some of the transparent candour of his little cousin, Cicely Redesdale. Cicely was incapable of dark secrets, or hidden mysterious actions. She and Baba were children together, and one was scarcely more innocent and crystal pure than the other. With reflections brought him by easy stages to his cousin's estate, and his own trusteeship, and the memory of a paper needing Cicely's signature, made him retrace his steps to his own chambers, and thence to Eaton Square, where he found Cicely and her small daughter enjoying the delights of tea together, in the bright nursery at the top of the house. "Jane has got a sick mother," Cicely explained dolefully. "Jane was imperatively needed at home at an hour's notice, and behold me, head nurse and nursery maid rolled into one, and Baba in the 7th heaven of bliss. If you want any tea, Rupert, you must have it here, hot buttered toast and all. Dawson won't approve, but I am tired of trying to live up to him." Dawson was the butler, a magnificent personage, who had only condescended to anything more insignificant than a ducal mansion, in consideration of Mr. Redesdale's generosity in the matter of wages, and Dawson regarded any departure from the orthodox with disapproving eyes. "You will never succeed in reaching Dawson's criterion of correctness," Rupert laughed. "Meanwhile, nursery tea is much jollier than the drawing room meal. We can eat double as much, and we can spread our own jam." "But you know, Rupert, I can't spend my whole life in the nursery," Cicely began, when the appetites of the baby and the big man had been partially satisfied. "Baba has chosen a new nurse for herself, but I can't let her decide anything so important. I am afraid you will call me quixotic if I say I am half inclined to." "Is it the young person, James's young person?" her cousin broke in. "I knew that girl with the green eyes and shabby clothes was making indelible marks on your kind heart, but you know nothing about her, dear, and, as you told me, you must have unimpeachable references." "Rupert, to remind a woman of the things she has said in a remote past is like driving a pig towards the north when you want him to go there. When you have a wife you will understand the inwardness of my remark." "I shall never have a wife," was the quick retort, "and I am to infer from your remark that you are intending to engage a nurse who cannot produce the necessary references?" "I don't know what she can produce yet, but I have written to ask your green eyed friend of the shabby hat to come and see me, and then I thought we could talk things over." "The things are a foregone conclusion," said Rupert with a laugh. "I know you, Cicely. The girl seemed to have a way with children. She looked and spoke like a lady, and Baba loved her. Cicely lowered her voice, but the child, absorbed in putting a consignment of dolls to bed, gave no heed to her elders. "And ever since the girl came here, Baba has gone on saying, 'Baba would like that pretty lady to live with her. Can't the pretty lady come?' And sometimes children and dogs have wonderful instincts about people, don't they? Baba's instincts may be just the right one." "It may. Let us hope it will." There was something very straightforward about that girl's eyes, and her voice was particularly pleasant. It reminded me of somebody, but who the somebody is, I can't for the life of me remember. "By the way, didn't I tell you the other day you knew of a nursery governess who wanted work? Can she come and see me as well? Perhaps you have found out more about her by now." "She has just succeeded in hearing of work," Rupert answered, and Cicely noticed that, as before, he spoke with a trace of embarrassment. "I have found out nothing more about her, but I hear she is, or perhaps to be, suited, as the servants say." "I am very strongly inclined to try the girl who brought Baba in from the fog. Something about her appealed to me, and she must be able to produce some kind of reference. She can't just have growed, like Topsy, into her present position. Oh, Dawson, who and what is it?" she broke off to say, as the butler's stately form and impassive face appeared in the doorway. "Sir Arthur Congreve wishes to see your ladyship very particularly," was the reply. "I will be down in one moment," she answered, and when the door had closed noiselessly after the butler, she turned to Rupert and made a small grimace. "Now, what has brought that tiresome old person here to-day?" she demanded of the world in general. "You don't know him, do you? He is a cousin of John's, and the most intolerable bore ever created to worry his long-suffering relations." "I know him by name, naturally, but I never had the pleasure—" "Come and have it now." Cicely sprang to her feet and rang the bell. "I must get a housemaid to take care of Baba, and you come and be introduced to my pet bugbear. He and his wife hardly ever come to town. They look upon it as modern Babylon, sunk in iniquity. He is hugely rich, and their jewels are amazing, but very few people ever see them. He lives in a very remote corner of the country, somewhere on the Welsh border, about 10 miles from every reasonable sort of place, and my private opinion is that he is more mad than sane." "Why?" "Oh, a woman's reason. I think so because I think him so. No, but without joking, all sorts of queer things have happened in that family. Dark mysteries, and I fancy even crimes, but John never told me details. Sir Arthur is a most unspeakably conventional person, but I believe some of his relations were quite the reverse. Come and help me entertain him," she added, when a housemaid had entered the nursery. "He will probably disapprove of you, and tell me later on that your presence in the house is damaging to my reputation," she added, as they went down the stairs together. The elderly gentleman who stood on the drawing-room hearthrug, surveying the room with an air of disapproval, was, Rupert thought, one of the handsomest men he had ever seen. White-haired, with a heavy white moustache, his complexion was clear and healthy as a girl's, and his refined, well-cut features were almost cameo-like in their perfect chiselling. His eyes were dark and very bright, and they fixed themselves at once upon Rupert with a glance of suspicion. "My dear Cicely," he said, shaking her stiffly by the hand, "urgent business, tiresome family business, brought me to this city of dreadful night for a few hours, and I thought I must call and inquire after your health and the health of Veronica." "Thank you, Cousin Arthur. Do sit down. I am very flourishing, and Baba is in rude health. We don't call her Veronica yet, you know. She is really quite a baby still." "I strongly deprecate the calling of children by fancy names," Sir Arthur answered pompously. "Veronica is a name in our family, a name about which, alas, cling many sad associations. But still, I am convinced that if her poor father had lived, your poor daughter—" "I haven't introduced you to my cousin," Cicely cut in unceremoniously, feeling that any comments upon her husband's possible conduct would be unendurable from Sir Arthur's lips. "I believe you have never met him. Mr. Mernside, Sir Arthur Congreve." Sir Arthur bowed stiffly. Rupert's greeting was pleasant and friendly. The older man's rigid attitude merely amused him. "No, I have certainly never met Mr. Mernside," Sir Arthur said coldly. "As you know, my dear Cicely, I never come to this terrible Babylon, unless absolutely driven to do so by irresistible circumstances. And in your husband's lifetime, I do not ever remember to have seen your cousin," he added, with a severe glance at Mernside. "If you had been much in town in John's lifetime, you would often have met Rupert," Cicely answered quickly. "Rupert was one of John's greatest friends, and is Baba's trustee and guardian. But you," she tried to speak more lightly, "you and Cousin Ellen bury yourselves so completely in your country fastness, that you know nothing of the troublesome world in which we live." "Troublesome world, indeed," answered Sir Arthur, wagging his head and looking at her solemnly. The saving grace of humour had been omitted from his composition, and he took himself and the whole world with a seriousness that could not be shaken. "In this dreadful city, you frolic like children on the edge of a volcano, but one day the eruption will come, and then we shall all be little bits of lava, shan't we?" Cicely asked, her blue eyes wide and innocent, her lips parted in an engaging smile. "You are sadly flippant, Cicely. I had hoped that, walking through the vale of misery, your flippancy would have fallen from you. But I fear you are determined to turn this vale of tears, this troublesome world, as you so justly call it, into a mere playground." "A very delightful vale sometimes," Rupert said, in his slow, charming voice. "The troublesome world can be beautiful as well as troublesome, you will allow, especially if you live in the country." "Beautiful?" Sir Arthur glared at the speaker. "But all to be burnt some day, all to be burnt? When I am asked to admire the mountains near my home, the woods, the river, I say the same thing always. I say, it's all being prepared for the burning." "Perhaps we may enjoy its beauties during the time of preparation," Rupert said, smiling. "Until the conflagration, the beauty is ours." "I did not call to day to engage in flippant small talk," Sir Arthur answered sternly. "Like Babylon of old, London is rushing on in its doom, and I have no doubt that the fashionable throng which numbers you amongst its members has long ago resigned every serious thought and effort. Conversation is as loose as manners and morals, and—" "My manners and morals are not conspicuously loose, Cousin Arthur," Cicely said demurely, "but I don't belong to the smart set, and I don't even want to belong to it, and I expect that is what you meant by the fashionable throng. We live very quietly, Baba and I." "Quietly? In all this luxury, this pomp?" Sir Arthur glanced around the exquisite room with a shudder. "One of my designs in coming here to day was to ask whether you would ever care to come and pay us a visit at Burnbrooke, but we could offer you no such luxury as this. If, however, you would care to come, we have peace there." "It is very kind of you, and of Cousin Ellen, to have thought of it," Cicely faltered, with the recollection of a depressing fortnight spent in Sir Arthur's home during her husband's lifetime. "Perhaps in the spring or summer you would let us come and see you." "We have been away so frequently during the last 3 years, that we have seen few people. My poor wife, being a martyr to rheumatism, has had to visit foreign watering places. We have, as you know, been little at home, and we have invited few guests to Burnbrooke. If you will come, we shall be happy to see you, or if at any time you would care to send Veronica with her nurse, to breathe some other air than the pernicious air of this dark town, pray send them." Cicely made a courteous and smiling rejoinder, but Rupert thought he could read in the mutinous setting of her pretty lips that she had small intention of allowing her little daughter to breathe the salubrious air of Burnbrooke. "You are in town on business only, not for pleasure?" the little lady asked, taking a certain malicious delight in seeing Sir Arthur start of horror. "Pleasure? I here for pleasure? Heaven forbid! I have come on troublesome business. I am anxious about the news of my unfortunate brother in law and his wife. My poor foolish sister! Ah, well, you never knew her, did you?" "No, never." Cicely shook her head wildly, trying to unearth from the depths of her mind any fragments of knowledge she might ever have possessed about Sir Arthur's brother in law, but finding herself entirely at sea, gave up the attempt. "Poor misguided soul!" the visitor went on, with a solemn shake of the head. "She would never listen to reason, never believe what I told her. My sisters? Ah, well, well, I must not trouble you with our family skeletons. I have come up to try and find out, if I can, where my brother in law is, and to avert worse scandals than already exist." Cicely, still completely at sea as to the drift of his conversation, murmured something non-committal and sympathetic, and he continued, speaking with unabated energy. "I also have some business to do with Scotland Yard," he said importantly. "My wife has lost a piece of jewellery which she greatly values, and which I also value exceedingly. The loss is a very strange one, and after serious deliberation I have decided to put the case into the hands of the Scotland Yard officials." "Have you had a burglary?" "No, nothing of that kind at all. We can only account for the loss in one way. We were travelling home last week, after a visit, and at Liverpool station my wife's maid put her mistress's dressing bag into the carriage, she herself standing beside the door. One person was in the compartment, a quiet looking young lady, so the maid describes her. We reached home. My wife discovered the loss of the jewel she so much values. It had been put into the bag at the last minute before we left our friend's house, as she had been showing it to a visitor. The bag, it is true, was unlocked, but the maid vows she did not leave the carriage door, and that the young person in the carriage seemed to be a lady. The fact remains that the pendant has vanished." "A pendant, was it?" Cicely asked with interest. "A very beautiful pendant, one that to my mind is unique. It is made of a single and a very remarkable emerald, set in beautifully chased gold, and above the emerald there are 3 initials twisted together in gold, the initials A.V.C." Chapter 7. Recording by Linda Fredericks, Modesto, California, June 2012. Chapter 8 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 8. It is a matter of life and death. And the Prince had the dearest face in all the world. It was not exactly handsome, but it was very strong, and when you looked at it, you knew that he was good, and his eyes were grey and very kind, and did he wear white armour all shining, and a silver crown on his head?" Baba's voice, clear and imperious, interrupted Christina's dreamy tones, and her dimpled fingers seized and shook the girl's hand, in order to attract her attention, which, as the baby was vaguely aware, had wandered from the fairy tale in process of being told. "Did the Prince have white armour?" "Yes, I expect so," Christina answered, with momentary hesitation, flushing as a vision flashed into her mind of a tall figure in well cut dark blue serge, that bore no resemblance whatever to silver armour. He put on armour when he had to go and fight dragons, but when he was in the castle with the lovely Princess, he wore a velvet tunic, dark blue velvet, and a silver crown upon his head." "And the Princess was just 'zactly like you," Baba said lovingly, pressing her golden head more closely against Christina's breast, and looking into the girl's face with adoring eyes. "Just 'zactly like my pretty lady." Christina laughed softly, running her hands through the child's curls, and bending down to kiss the uplifted face. "You are a little monkey, Baba," she said, "and a flatterer. You mustn't call Christina a pretty lady. She isn't a bit pretty, and she's only just your nurse." "Baba will call Christina just 'zactly what she likes," the child answered sturdily, enunciating her words with the clearness often found in an only child who is constantly with grown-up people. "Christina's a very pretty lady, and Baba loves her. Baba's a goose, and we must put on our things and go out in the sunshine and see what we can find in these nice lanes." She put the child off her lap, and going into an adjacent room, brought out the red cloak in which she had first seen her, and wrapped it round Baba's graceful little form, drawing the hood over the golden curls. Barely a fortnight had gone by since Christina had first entered Lady Cicely's service, and after an interview which had ended precisely as Rupert had laughingly declared it would end, in the engagement of Christina as Baba's nurse. The references the girl had produced from her late employer, Mrs. Donaldson, from an old clergyman who had known her in Devonshire, and from her father's solicitor, had seemed to Cicely to justify her in taking this step, even though the Donaldsons were in Canada, the old clergyman dead, and the solicitor gone to South Africa. "She looks genuine, I'm sure she is genuine," the little lady said afterwards to Rupert, "and she was so overwhelmed with delight and gratitude at the idea of coming to us." "No doubt she was," Rupert responded drily. "Well, no great harm can come of giving her a month's trial. I am glad you had the saving grace to suggest that, and during the month you will be able to see what she is made of." But the month had not fallen out quite as Rupert had naturally supposed that it would. Lady Cicely, driven nearly distracted by a scare of scarlet fever in the near neighbourhood, and unable to use Bramwell Castle, which was in the builder's hands, had sent Christina and Baba off, almost at a moment's notice, to Graystone. In this remote hamlet, on a remote Sussex border, Mrs. Nairne, an old servant of the Staines family, owned a small farmhouse, and also received lodgers, and here, for the past 10 days, Christina and her little charge had been rejoicing in the country sights and sounds, which even in early December had a fascination all their own. To Baba, the farmyard was an unfailing source of delight, and to Christina the great spaces of moorland, the deep lanes, the woods whose soft brown hues gave colour to the hillsides, were a welcome change from London streets, and the squalor of London lodgings. To the girl, who for so long had been tossing on a sea of struggle and privation, her quiet life at Graystone was like a haven of rest, and her one passionate prayer was, that at the end of her month of probation, she might still find favour in Lady Cicely's eyes, and keep the situation which seemed to her a more delightful one than she had ever dared to hope for in her wildest dreams. With the help of a little pony cart, she and the child could make quite lengthy excursions about the countryside, and Christina often found herself wondering why it was the fashion to talk as if there were no beauties to be found in the country in winter time. She revelled in the great sweeps of moorland that rolled away to far hills on the horizon, hills scarcely less blue than the soft blue of the winter sky; and, if the moorlands were no longer clad in their robe of purple heather or pale pink ling, the duns and browns of heath and bracken, the dark green of fir trees, and the brightly tinted leaves of the bilberry plants offered no lack of colour. On the oaks in the lanes bright brown leaves still hung, and the trees that were leafless, delicate birches, sturdy ashes, smooth stemmed beeches, made so dainty a lacework of bare boughs against their background of sky, that the leaflessness was in itself beautiful. The sunlight poured a flood of radiance on the upland road, as Christina and Baba jogged peacefully along it, in the wake of the small black pony, who meandered at his own pace, just as the fancy took him. Larks sang in the sunlight. In the copse under the hill the thrushes were already beginning to learn their songs of spring, and Christina, drinking in all the loveliness about her, laughed aloud for sheer gladness of heart. They had driven for some distance along the main road, when they came to a spot where 4 roads met, and towards one of them Baba pointed a fat forefinger. "Let's go there," she said; "it's such a ducky wee road, and there's a pond." Christina was lain to confess that the road indicated had special attractions of its own. It wound down from the upland, between hedges which in summer must be a tangled loveliness of briar roses, honeysuckle, and clematis, and skirting a common where a pond reflected the sunshine on its small ruffled waves, turned down again between woods that climbed steeply up the hillside on either hand. The lane narrowed as it wound onwards, and Christina was beginning to wonder whether it would end in a mere grassy track, when she saw a clearing in the woods on the right hand side, and became aware of chimney pots showing above a very high wall. What an extraordinarily lonely place, the girl reflected, looking with a little shudder at the height of the wall, and at the dense woods which hemmed it in on every side. Excepting where the space for the actual house itself had been cleared, and where the lane meandered past it, it was entirely shut in by woods, beech, oak, and birch on the lower levels, pines climbing upward to the summit, closing the building in from all observation. Thanks to the steep hills and the overhanging woods, only a very small proportion of sunshine could filter into the lane, and Christina shivered again, feeling that there was something sinister about this secluded spot, and the house that was barely visible behind its encircling walls. "Baba thinks perhaps the Princess lives behind there," said the baby, looking with round blue eyes at the frowning walls. "It's a awful dreadful place, and p'raps the Dragon's got the Princess safe in there, and she's waiting for the Prince to come and get her out." "The Prince will come in his shining armour," Christina answered brightly, "and then the Princess will come away and be happy ever after." At the moment they were driving past a green door in the wall, and as she spoke these words, the door was hurriedly opened, and a tall woman stepped out into the lane. She was closely wrapped in a dark cloak, and some magnificent black lace draped her hair, but it was the sight of her face that made Christina draw in her breath sharply, for she thought she had never seen anything more beautiful than its white loveliness, anything more sad than the glance of the great dark eyes. She panted a little, as though she had been running. There was a strange mingling of fear and anguish in her expression, and she held up her hand with so pleading a gesture, that Christina pulled up, and leaning from the cart, said gently, "Is there anything I can do for you?" The dark eyes met hers, a startled look, one would almost have said a look of recognition, swept over the white face, and then she exclaimed breathlessly, "Why, I thought you were—I beg your pardon, it was foolish of me. Of course I have never seen you before." "No, never," Christina answered emphatically, knowing that the lovely face of this woman, once seen, could never have faded from her memory. "But I am afraid you are in trouble. Can I help you?" "A doctor," the other panted. "I must have a doctor, and yet I am afraid—I am afraid." She wrung her hands together, and her lips quivered pitifully. "We are driving back to Graystone. Can I send a doctor if there is one in the place? Or can I send over to the nearest town?" Christina asked, struck afresh by the anguish in the other's eyes, and realising that only some vital necessity could so have moved her. "I must have a doctor," the words were reiterated, and the woman put her hands upon the cart, and leant heavily against it. "I can't let him die, and yet no one must know if the doctor comes here," she exclaimed, suddenly pulling herself upright, and speaking fast and earnestly. "Not a living soul must ever know, and the doctor himself? If you find a doctor for me, promise to make him swear that he will never divulge where he has been, or what he sees in this house." Christina looked the bewilderment she felt, and a faint wonder flashed across her mind whether this woman could be sane. Her speech savoured of melodrama, her hurried breathless sentences, the nervous glances she cast over her shoulder, and the strangeness of the words she spoke, all tended to make the girl doubt the speaker's sanity. But the dark eyes, unfathomable and sad as they were, looked straight into hers without a trace of madness, and though she was plainly afraid of something or somebody, it was not the unreasoning fear of insanity. "Is there someone ill in that house?" the girl questioned practically. "Is it of great importance to have a doctor?" "It is a matter of life and death," was the broken answer. "When I heard wheels in the lane, I came out, hoping it might be someone who would help me. I cannot leave him myself. I have no one to send. It is all that my servant and I can do to manage—" She pulled herself up abruptly, adding after a moment, "For pity's sake, help me if you can." "I will do the best I can," Christina answered, bewildered, surprise still her dominant sensation. "I am a stranger in Graystone. We are only staying in a farmhouse there, but by hook or by crook I will get a doctor for you." "I think you will carry through whatever you undertake," the other answered, a smile flitting across the wan misery of her face, as her eyes rested on the girl's square chin and firmly cut lips. "You look as if you would not easily be beaten." Christina smiled back at her and shook her head. "I was very nearly beaten a little while ago," she said, gathering up the reins and preparing to turn the pony's head up the steep ascent again. "When one is poor and hungry, all the fight seems to go out of one. But I don't like being beaten, and I shall find a doctor for you." She nodded her head cheerily, and was touching the pony lightly with the whip, when the stranger clutched the side of the cart again, and laid a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Remember, no one must be told that the doctor is coming here, and he himself must be sworn to secrecy. Promise me you will not tell a soul you have seen me, not a living soul." She was labouring under strong excitement, and it alarmed Christina to notice how the whiteness of her face had extended to her very lips, and what black shadows of suffering and fear lay under her eyes. "Promise," she repeated, her grasp tightening on Christina's shoulder. "I promise," Christina answered slowly. "I will not tell anyone that I have seen you, or what you have said to me, and I will do as you wish about the doctor." Having received the girl's assurance, the woman drew back from the cart, and stood watching it retrace its way up the hill, her hands wrung together in anguish, her dark eyes wide with pain. Baba had been a silent spectator of the strange little scene, understanding very little of what passed between her two elders, but watching the face of the beautiful stranger with an intent scrutiny, curious in one so young. "That was a beautiful princess," she said, after the cart had driven a short distance. "Baba hopes the prince will come soon, and take her right away." "Perhaps he will," Christina answered absently, relieved that the child had woven the strange lady into a fairy tale, thus obviating the possibility that close attention would be paid to remarks Baba might make about their encounter with her, and speculating vainly over all that she had just heard and seen, and over the striking personality of the woman who had commissioned her to do so strange an errand. Resourceful as nature and necessity had made her, Christina was nevertheless a little puzzled to think how she could make inquiries about a doctor, without betraying what she had been especially conjured to keep secret. But during the drive home her plans were matured, and having reached the farm, and put Baba into her cot for her afternoon nap, she went to the kitchen in search of Mrs. Nairne. That worthy dame was engaged in making scones for tea, and turned a flushed but kindly face to Christina, who had already won her heart. "Well, missy, you and the precious babies had a nice drive, and I'm sure you're wise and right to take her out early in the sunshine, and let her rest a bit before her tea. A prettier baby never was." "She is darling," Christina answered, "and if she hadn't the sweetest, most wholesome nature in the world, she would be spoilt. Everybody adores her so." "There, and who can wonder, miss, the little dear? I was baking some scones for her tea, and yours, miss, and—" "That is very good of you, Mrs. Nairne. I was going to ask whether you would be so kind as to look in upon Baba presently. She is asleep in her cot, and quite safe there, but if you would look at her now and then, I should be so grateful. I haven't had the cart sent round to the stables, for I must go up to the post office." "And I'll do it with pleasure, miss. You go out with a light heart. No harm shall come to that little dear, that I'll promise you." The post office, which occupied one side of the tiny general shop, was at the end of the straggling row of houses Graystone called its village street, and Mr. Canning, the postmaster, besides watching over His Majesty's mails, served customers with bacon and butter, sweets or string, sugar or tea, as occasion required. He was weighing out very brown and moist looking Demarara sugar when Christina entered the shop, and he looked at her over his spectacles with all the absorbing interest felt by a villager for the stranger in their midst. "A shilling's worth of penny stamps, please," Christina said, when with much deliberation he had tied up the parcel of brown sugar and handed it to his customer, "and a packet of halfpenny cards." Then, when the customer had departed, she asked a few questions about the neighbourhood, adding with well feigned carelessness, "I suppose in such a small place as this you have no resident doctor?" "Well, no, miss," the man answered, "we have no one nearer than Dr. Stokes, Dr. Martin Stokes. He lives on the other side of the hill at Manborough. I hope the little lady is not ailing?" Mr. Canning asked sympathetically, for Baba's gracious little personality had endeared itself to the postmaster and to the rest of the villagers. "No, oh no," Christina answered quickly, "she is very well, and we like this lovely place so much. It is a good thing, though, to know where the doctor lives, isn't it?" she added, brightly and evasively. "Ah, there you are right, miss. Getting the doctor in time saves fetching the undertaker, as I've said more than once," said Mr. Canning, bowed Christina out of his shop, with all the empressement of a courtier. Manborough, the other side of the hill. It was, as the girl knew, at least 3 miles off, and Sandro, the fat pony, who stood lazily flicking his tail before the shop door, was not to be hurried under any circumstances. A matter of life and death! Those words, and the anguished tones in which they had been uttered, recurred to her as she stood looking thoughtfully up the village street, and before her eyes rose the white, agonized face of the woman who uttered them. "I think you will carry through whatever you undertake." Other words spoken in that same voice came back to the girl's thoughts, and she looked with a puzzled frown at Jem, the farm boy, who stood at the pony's head. "Taking the short cut over the moor, I believe I can walk there as quickly as Master Sandro would joggle along the main road," she reflected, saying aloud, after that second of reflection, "You can take the cart back, Jem, and please ask Mrs. Nairne if she will be so kind as to give Miss Baba her tea, and say I have been detained." The boy nodded and drove off, while Christina walked away in the opposite direction, following the main road to Manborough, until she reached a point some way beyond the village, where a steep path, the short cut she had recollected, struck across the open moorland. She had just reached this point, and was about to turn into the by path, when the hoot of a motor sounded behind her, and turning, she saw a large car coming slowly up the road. It contained only 2 occupants, and with a leap of the heart at her own audacity, Christina suddenly resolved to stop them and ask for their help. A matter of life and death! The words still rang in her ears, and with the resourcefulness in emergency which belonged to her character, she held up her hand to the 2 men in the car, and signalled to them to stop. The great car instantly slowed down, and Christina, flushing rosily at her own audacity, stepped forward to speak to one of the 2 men who bent towards her. Both were gentlemen, she saw at once, and one of them she recognised, and her heart almost stopped beating, when her eyes met the grey eyes of Lady Cicely's cousin. He looked at her with grave courtesy, but evidently with no idea that he had ever seen her before, and indeed, on the one and only occasion when they had met in Lady Cicely's boudoir, he had paid very scant attention to the girl, beyond observing that she was white and thin, and very shabbily dressed. The girl who stood now beside his car was neatly and becomingly gowned in garments of soft dark green, which had the effect of making her eyes look very deep and green. She was flushing rosily and becomingly, and the wind blew her dark hair into fascinating little curls about her forehead. "Oh, please forgive me for stopping you," she exclaimed breathlessly, "but are you going to Manborough?" "Yes," Rupert answered, "we are going through Manborough. Is there anything we can do for you?" Christine noticed again, as she had noticed on the occasion of their first meeting, the peculiarly musical quality of his voice. Its tones sent little thrills running along her pulses, and a dreamy conviction crept over her, that if only he would go on speaking, she could willingly stand here for ever, listening to his deep vibrating voice. His question roused her to her absurdity of her thoughts, and flushing more vividly, she answered, "I hardly dare ask you what flashed into my mind to ask when I stopped you, but I am very anxious to get quickly over to Manborough to the doctor. It is an urgent case, and I—" "Of course we will drive you over," Rupert broke in quickly, opening the door, and holding out his hand to help her into the back part of the car. "I am very glad we happened to be passing." "It was dreadfully audacious of me to stop you," Christina answered, smiling in response to his smile, "but I do so want to get to the doctor as fast as I can, and when I saw the car, I thought of nothing but what I wanted to do." Rupert glanced back at her, an amused twinkle in his grey eyes. "You don't let obstacles hinder your attaining your goal?" he questioned. "I don't think I do," was the reply, "and especially when it is a matter of real importance, one of life and death." By this time they were whirling along the road at a pace which rendered conversation difficult, and Christina sat back in her comfortable seat, looking first at the man who had spoken to her, and was now steering the machine, then at his companion who sat beside him. Now that Rupert was no longer smiling pleasantly at her, she observed how grave and worn was his face, what new deep lines seemed to have carved themselves about his mouth, what a shadow of pain or of some gnawing anxiety lay in his eyes. "He is in trouble," the girl thought, her heart contracting with pity, as her eyes rested on the strong, rugged face. "I wish I could help him. He looks as if he had lost something he cared for with all his soul, and it is breaking his heart." From the strong face, with its lines of pain, her eyes turned to his companion, a slight, alert man, military in build, and with fair, good-humoured features devoid of any marked personality. His blue eyes had brightened when Christina stopped the car, and whilst she talked to Rupert, he watched her expressive face with growing admiration. They had only proceeded a short distance on their journey when he turned round to the girl and said kindly: "We are going a great pace, and you are not dressed for motoring. You must be cold. Will you wrap yourself in this?" And drawing from behind him a heavy fur coat which he had brought as an extra wrap, if necessary, he handed it to Christina, who gratefully rolled herself in its warm folds. "By Jove, she looks more fetching than ever, with her face looking out of all that fur," the blue-eyed young man reflected, when he again glanced over his shoulder at her. "Those green eyes of hers are like no others I ever saw." And Christina, little as she was in the habit of considering such things, could not help noticing how often during their 3 miles' drive the young man turned to look at her, or to shout a remark. The grey-eyed man looked round only once, to say shortly but kindly, "Quite comfortable?" But even those 2 words in the vibrating voice had as before an oddly thrilling effect on Christina's pulses. That rapid drive across the moorland in the low sunlight of the December afternoon seemed to her for long afterwards like part of some extraordinary dream, a dream in which she, and the grey-eyed man, and the beautiful white-faced woman were all playing parts, a dream which had no real relation at all to the commonplace details of everyday life. "Here is Manborough," Rupert called out, when, over the brow of a steep hill, they came in sight of clustering red-roofed houses amongst pine woods. "Now, where does the doctor live? What is his name?" "Dr. Martin Stokes is his name. I don't know what his house is called, but Manborough is only a small place," Christina answered. "If you will very kindly put me down in the main street, I shall easily find the right house." "Oh, no, we will drive you up in state," was the laughing rejoinder, and the car once more slowed down, whilst Rupert put a question to a passing rustic, who jerked his thumb to the right. "Doctor's house be up among they pines," he said. "Doctor calls it Pinewood Lodge." "Unromantic and ordinary person, that doctor," said Rupert, with a short laugh. "This country and those woods might inspire a man to invent a name with some sort of poetry in it. Ah, here is the lodge in question, and as ordinary as its name," he concluded, stopping the car before a closed brown gate, through which a well-kept drive led to a red brick house, that might have been transplanted bodily to these heights from a London suburb. "I don't know how to say thank you properly," Christina said, a little tremulously, when she stood by the brown gate, helped out of the car by the blue-eyed young man, who had skilfully forestalled Rupert in this act of gallantry. "It is very, very good of you to have helped me, and will you please forgive me for being so bold in stopping you as I did?" Rupert laughed and held out his hand. "Don't think twice about it," he said heartily. "I am very glad you did stop the car, and very glad we were able to save so much time for you. I hope the doctor will pull your patient well through the illness." His hand closed over Christina's small one. The blue-eyed man likewise shook her by the hand, and before the doorbell of the doctor's house had been answered, the car had whirled out of sight. "Poor little girl, she was very prettily grateful," Rupert said to his companion. "I wonder whose illness she is agonizing over. Plucky thing to do, stopping us as she did." "She is a young woman of resource," the other answered. "I like that sort of get up and get way of tackling a difficulty. Now, in her place, I should have just begun to think what might have happened if I had stopped somebody's car, by the time the car was 2 miles further down the road." "My dear Wilfred, you hit your own character to a nicety," Rupert answered with a laugh. but it's only your confounded laziness of mind that prevents your being as much on the spot as that little green-eyed girl." "Very fetching eyes, too," Wilfred mused aloud, "and a smile that she ought to find useful. Can't we come back this way tomorrow, old man? We might find she wanted some errand done in the opposite direction, and I'll keep a sharp look out for her all along the road." "As it happens, I have every intention of coming back this way," Rupert answered dryly, "though not in order to enable you to rescue distressed damsels. You were not intended for a knight errant, my good Wilfred. Leave well alone. But I am bound to come back through Graystone. I promised Cicely that on my way home from the Lewes I would look in on Baba and her new nurse. They are lodging at old Mrs. Nairne's farm, and it's somewhere near Graystone village. Cicely wants to know whether the new nurse is all she should be. We will look in upon them on our way back." Chapter 8. Recorded by Linda Fredericks, Modesto, California, July 2012.
Chapter 9. Of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 9. A Very Beautiful Lady. The doctor's consulting room was as uninteresting as the rest of the house, inside and out, and whilst Christina looked at the orthodox red walls, the few conventional engravings, the closely curtained windows, and the severely correct chairs and tables, a feeling of depression stole over her. Almost unconsciously she had hoped that the doctor of whom she had come in search would prove to be an individual of no ordinary description. She had an odd fancy that the situation with which he would have to deal would be one that was out of the common, and the bare thought of sending a commonplace country doctor to help the beautiful lady with the anguished face was intolerable to her. More than once, whilst she sat and waited in the dreary room, whose outlook into the depths of the pine woods was as depressing as everything else about it, she half rose, with a determination to go elsewhere, and seek another doctor. Remembering, however, the urgency of her message, and the uncertainty of finding another medical man within any reasonable distance, she was deterred from acting upon this impulse, though her heart sank with apprehension when the doctor at last opened the door. But the man who entered was in no sense the kind of man she had dreaded to see. There was nothing ordinary or commonplace, either in his own personality or in his greeting of her, and Christina could only feel devoutly thankful that she had not been misled by the mere externals of house and furniture. "Now, will you tell me what I can do for you?" The voice was cheery and kind. It gave her a sense of helpfulness, and the man's personality, like his voice, brought into the room an atmosphere of power and strength. He was a short man, with very bright brown eyes, a clean-shaven face, and a mouth in which humour and determination struggled for the mastery. But beyond and above everything else, it was a reliable face. Christina knew, with a subtle and sure instinct, that whatever this man undertook would be carried through, if heaven and earth had to be moved to bring about the carrying. "Dr. Stokes?" she said inquiringly. "No, I am not Dr. Stokes," he answered. "Dr. Stokes is away. He was summoned away suddenly. My name is Fergusson, and I am doing Dr. Stokes' work." "I am very glad," Christina exclaimed naively, with a fervour of which she was not aware, until she saw the twinkle of amusement in the brown eyes watching her. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she stammered. "I ought not—" "It is not my pardon you must beg," the doctor answered, laughing a spontaneous and very boyish laugh. "And I will promise not to tell Dr. Stokes what you said," he added, his eyes still twinkling as he saw the girl's confusion. "But indeed, please, oh, do understand," she faltered. "I don't know Dr. Stokes. I am a stranger here, and I never saw him in my life, but—" "Then why were you so glad to find I was not he?" asked Fergusson, his amused look turning to one of puzzled inquiry. "It sounds so silly," Christina said with seeming irrelevance, "but I didn't think the person who lived here, in this kind of room, was the sort of doctor I wanted to find." Fergusson threw back his head and laughed. "Do you judge all humanity by the rooms in which they live?" he asked. "Nobody but a commonplace person could live contentedly in a room like this," Christina answered vehemently, "or call his house Pinewood Lodge, or have a house just like this house." "I rather agree with you, but Dr. Stokes is a total stranger to me too, and we may be libelling him entirely. And meanwhile, what can I do for you?" "I have come to ask you to go somewhere, on a matter of life and death," she answered, "but—" "Life and death?" The doctor's smiling face grew grave. "Then we must not delay. Where am I wanted?" He touched a bell by the fireplace. "I will order the car at once. Tell me all the details as briefly as possible." His humorous accent had dropped. He spoke in terse, business-like tones. His brown eyes looked searchingly at her. "Bring the car round immediately," he said to a man who answered his bell. "Now tell me everything quickly," he went on, turning back to Christina. "Before you go, I have to ask you to promise not to tell any living soul where you have been, and you must swear to tell nobody what you see and hear when you get to the house." Fergusson stared at her blankly. "Swear secrecy about where I go, and what I find there," he said. "Yes, swear it," she answered, quailing a little before the sudden sternness of his eyes. "But why? In heaven's name, why?" he questioned, his voice growing imperious. "What reason can you have for making such extraordinary conditions?" "Oh, I have nothing to do with these conditions," Christina cried, "and please, please don't look doubtful, and as if you don't mean to do what I ask. I have only come here as a messenger. There was nobody else to send, and the poor beautiful lady seemed nearly distracted with grief." "What poor beautiful lady? You are talking in riddles. Try to tell me quietly where I have to go, and what is the name of the lady who needs me." "I don't know," Christina faltered, conscious of how strangely her words must fall upon his ears, when she saw the bewilderment deepen on his face. "I was passing a house," she said quickly, before he could speak, "and a lady came running out, a very beautiful lady. She asked me to fetch a doctor. She said it was a matter of life and death, and she made me promise to ask the doctor to swear secrecy, absolute secrecy. That is all I know, really all I know, but I am sure she is urgently in need of help." "What an extraordinary story," the doctor said in a low voice. "And you don't know who is ill, or what is the matter?" "Not in the least. I conclude the patient is a man, because the woman spoke of him and he, but I know nothing more than I have told you. You will go to her, you will make the promise she asks. I can't bear to think of her sad beautiful face, and her wonderful eyes." "I will go. Yes, certainly I will go," Fergusson exclaimed, after a moment's pause. "If it is really a matter of life and death, I have no choice but to go." "And will you promise?" He looked into her face with a curiously grave and questioning glance. "And you know of no reason why I should refuse to take such an unprecedented oath?" he asked. "I know nothing," she said emphatically. "I know of no reason either for or against your doing it. Only, when I think of her beautiful face, and of her eyes that seem to hold all the sorrow of the world, I feel as if you could only do what she asks you." "And if I refuse to swear?" "Then I shall refuse to tell you where the lady lives," she answered with spirit, "and I shall go and find another doctor. But oh, please do what she asks." A smile broke over Fergusson's grave face. "I don't half like the business," he said. "I am not fond of swearing in the dark, so to speak. And what guarantee have I that I am not going to mix myself up in some discreditable affair?" "The lady I saw could not do anything discreditable," Christina exclaimed warmly. "It is unthinkable." Fergusson's smile deepened. "She has a warm advocate in you. You are not a friend of hers?" "I never saw her before," Christina answered. "I am staying near Graystone. I am a nurse to Lady Cicely Redesdale's little girl, and it was only by chance that we were passing the beautiful lady's house to-day." "There comes the car," Fergusson said, as the crunching of wheels on gravel became audible. "Now I will drive you as far as our ways go together, and you shall tell me where I am to go. I will not take my man lest there should be any risk of my destination being discovered, and I will take the required oath. Mind, I do it much against my will, but if it is a matter of life and death, I can't refuse it. Come, your beautiful lady's secrets will be absolutely safe with me." As well as she was able, Christina gave a minute description of the lonely house in the valley, where she had received the strange message, and Fergusson, having deposited her safely within a few hundred yards of Mrs. Nairne's farm, raced on across the moor, and down the steep lane, which the little cart had traversed so short a time before. "Never knew there was any house down here," he mused, as he drove further and further along the lane. "Uncanny sort of place." The short December day was drawing to a close. No ray of the sunshine that still shone on the moorland above penetrated into this valley, whose steep, thickly wooded sides drew deep shadows across it. What on earth possessed anyone to build a house in this gloomy hole, when all of the uplands were there to be built upon? So Fergusson's musings ran on, whilst the shadows thickened round him, the gloom of the place beginning to oppress him like a nightmare. The roughness and steepness of the road obliged him to proceed slowly and with great caution, and the fast fading light made his progress a difficult one. It was a relief to him, therefore, when, through the semi-darkness, he became aware of a high stone wall on his right, and descried above the wall the dim outline of a chimney, from which smoke issued. "This presumably is the place," he muttered, stopping the car before the door in the wall. "And now, how does one get into such a very prison-like abode?" He had by this time alighted, and was standing in the lane, looking first at the closed green door, then at the frowning wall, and finally up the steep way by which he had come, a way which, in the fast falling darkness, was beginning to resemble a long black tunnel. Now that the sound of his car's machinery had ceased, the silence around him was very eerie, and Fergusson found that some words of the burial service were beating backwards and forwards in his brain. The grave and gate of death, the grave and gate of death. He made a great effort to shake off his uncanny sensations, but they were only heightened by the gloom about him, and by the death-like silence which brooded over the valley. The lane, as he could faintly see, ended only a few yards beyond the gate at which he stood, and merged itself into a grassy track amongst the densest woodland, and the house, with its surrounding wall, was so enclosed by woods that they seemed to be on the point of swallowing it up altogether. "What a place for a crime, for any number of crimes," Fergusson reflected with a shudder, as he peered about the green door, trying to discover by any means of making his presence known to the inmates of the house beyond the wall. But neither bell nor knocker was visible, and the doctor, after banging vainly on the wood of the door, moved away, and walked slowly round the wall, seeking for another entrance. A narrow, grass-grown path, evidently rarely used, ran close under the wall, but Fergusson made the whole circuit of the place without finding any other means of entrance, except an old iron gate, rusty with age, choked up with weeds and rank grass. It was obvious that the gate had not been opened for years, and that it was certainly not reckoned by the inhabitants of the house as one of the entrances. Fergusson peered through the bars, but the light was so dim, and the grass and undergrowth so thick and high that beyond getting an impression of a neglected garden, he saw nothing. He fancied, however, that he could catch a dim murmur of voices, and he called out loudly, "Is there any means of getting in here? I am a doctor." Total silence answered him, a silence only broken by a sharp clang of a closing door inside the house. When the echoes of the sharply clanging door died away, silence settled down more deeply than ever upon the place, and Fergusson, as he completed his circuit of the walls, and found himself once more at the green door, felt strongly tempted to climb into his car again and drive away. But the remembrance of the girl who had so lately stood in his consulting room, looking at him with wistful eyes, speaking in so appealing a voice, determined him to make one more attempt to gain access to the inaccessible house, and lifting up his hands, he battered on the green door with heavy thuds that reverberated loudly in the silence. "They must be all deaf or dead, if that fails to bring them out," he exclaimed grimly, pausing for a moment to take breath. Then, when no one responded to his efforts, he was beginning again to hammer at the door, when the sound of a footstep fell on his ears, and a woman's voice from within the gate cried, "Who is there?" "The doctor, Dr. Fergusson," he answered impatiently, and upon that he heard the grinding of a key in the lock. Bolts were shot back, and the door was opened. The woman stood in the aperture, a woman whom Fergusson took to be a servant, and she stood aside a little as though inviting him to enter. "I was asked to come here," he said. "Is there someone ill? Am I wanted?" "Yes, sir," the woman answered quickly. "Will you come in? I am sorry there was any delay in answering the door, but I couldn't get away." Her voice was low and shaken, and Fergusson now observed that she was trembling violently. "Come in quickly, sir," she jerked out. "I am afraid what may happen. Come quickly." Whilst she spoke, she was locking and bolting the green door again. Then, without uttering another syllable, she led the way up the flagged path, across a bare and deserted garden, to a white stone house, through whose open front door a stream of light fell across the unkempt, overgrown lawn. "This way, sir," the woman said, when, having entered the door, she turned across a white hall. "This way quickly." As she uttered the last word, a little cry broke the stillness of the house, a woman's cry, sharp with fear, and the doctor's guide, her face suddenly grown livid and pinched, broke into a run. They were passing along a corridor, which intersected the hall at one end, and even in his hurry Fergusson noticed the thickness of the carpet beneath his feet, and the heavy curtains that shrouded the windows on his right, noticed too that, after that one short sharp cry, a silence had fallen over the house again, a silence as sinister and uncanny as that in the valley outside. His guide paused before the door on their left, and as she turned her plain but kindly face towards him, he saw how strained and ashen it had grown, and what a great fear looked out of her eyes. "It is so quiet," she whispered in a low, horror-stricken accent. "So quiet. I am afraid." Pushing her aside, Fergusson opened the door, ashamed of feeling how hard his own heart was knocking against his ribs, ashamed of that momentary shrinking from what he might find inside the room. But his involuntary shrinking did not bring with it even a second of hesitation. He opened the door widely, and stepped straight into the apartment. Excepting for a night light burning on a chest of drawers, the room was in darkness, and he could make out nothing of his surroundings, when, as his eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, he uttered a short exclamation of horror, and moved hurriedly forwards, calling to the woman behind him to bring a light, and to bring it quickly. Chapter 10. Of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Capricia Page. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 10. It is only he who matters. Christina's thoughts that evening often travelled to the silent valley, and to the beautiful woman with the anguished face, who had made so profound an impression upon her. Having tucked Baba safely into her cot, and heard the soft breathing which indicated that the blue-eyed baby was sleeping, Christina returned to the sitting-room, and drawing an armchair close to the fire, took up a novel in which she was deeply interested. But to-night her thoughts refused to follow the checkered fortunes of her heroine, and she no longer felt herself the least thrilled over the approaching climax of the story. The strange piece of real life into which she had been unwittingly plunged interested her far more than any heroes or heroines of fiction, and she soon found herself with her book on her lap, and her own eyes fixed on the glowing coals, whilst her mind recapitulated all the events of the past few hours. "It is just like something entrancingly exciting in a melodrama," she reflected, "that lonely house, and the beautiful lady with the white face, and that silent valley." Remembering the silence in the valley, she shuddered a little, and wondered whether the lady of the unfathomable eyes ever minded the loneliness and silence, whether sometimes she was afraid, down there in the stillness of those shuddering woodlands. "I don't suppose I shall ever know any more about her," the girl's thoughts ran on, "but I should like to see her again. I never saw anybody like her in my life before, and she looked so sad. I wish I could have helped her more." From this point her reflections passed on to subsequent events of the day, to her own audacious stopping of the big motor, to the grey-eyed man whose failure to recognise her had given her just a tiny pang of regret, to the blue-eyed man who had looked at her with an admiration to which she was quite unaccustomed. The memory of it brought a little flush to her face, even now that she sat alone in the firelight, and brought with it too a stab of resentment. "I don't think I quite like anybody to look at me like that," she thought, "and after all, even if I am only a nurse earning my own living, I am still a woman." She drew up her head with a proud gesture characteristic of her, and then her reflections slipped away from the two men who had driven her to the doctor's house, and wandered on to the doctor himself. "I like that man," she murmured emphatically, lifting her foot to push a protruding coal between the bars. "He wouldn't ever look at any woman as if he didn't respect her, and a woman might put her whole trust in him, so she might in that other." Rupert's face rose again before her mental vision, and she wondered, as she had wondered many times that afternoon and evening, what was the pain that had carved such deep lines in his face, and brought so haunting a look of misery into his eyes. "His eyes seem as if he was looking all the time for something he has lost," she thought, repeating her former musings. "Perhaps, if he is the Lady Cicely's cousin, I may see him again some day. I wonder what his name is besides Rupert. I only hear him called Rupert." She leant back in her chair, her book still upon her knee, her eyes seeing many pictures in the coals, pictures in which a man with a rugged face and kind green eyes seemed to be continually walking beside a tall lady with a beautiful white face and eyes of unfathomable sadness and mystery, until the pictures merged themselves into dreams, and Christina slept peacefully. A loud knocking at the door startled her into wakefulness, and jumping to her feet, she confronted Mrs. Nairne, who looked at her with injured amusement. Been asleep by the fire, missy, I suppose. I couldn't make you hear nohow, knock as I might. There's a gentleman in a motor car at the door, wanted to speak to you all in a hurry." "A gentleman in a motor wanting me?" Christina asked, feeling that she must still be in the world of dreams. "Well, he said he wanted to speak to the young lady who was staying here with the little girl," Mrs. Nairne answered, and Christina, a faint hope stirring at her heart that Lady Cicely's cousin might have come to ask her about Baba, went quickly to the farmhouse door, to be greeted by Dr. Fergusson, who awaited her with obvious impatience. "I came to see if I could get some help from you," he said, with no other preamble. "I have been to the house in the valley, and things there are pretty bad." "But how can I help?" Christina asked. "I want you to come back with me to the house, and stay there for the night, with the lady of whom you told me to-day." "I could not do that," Christina answered decidedly. "It is out of the question. I am here in charge of the little child. I could not go away for the night and leave her." "Wouldn't she be safe with the woman of the house?" Fergusson asked imperiously. "She looked to me a very reliable body." Although they were alone at the door, he and Christina spoke in low voices. Perhaps some of the mystery of the lonely valley and shut-in house lingered with them still. "Mrs. Nairne is in every way reliable, but Lady Cicely, my little charge's mother, has trusted me so entirely, I should feel I was abusing her trust if I did what you ask." "I am at my wits' end to know what to do," was the answer. "I don't profess to be able to understand the inwardness of all I saw of the house I have just left, but it is plain that there is some vital need for secrecy. I can't possibly send a woman from the village to these people, and yet they must have somebody for the night. I came to you because I am sure you can hold your tongue." "Certainly I can do that." Christina laughed a little, and drew more closely round her the cloak she had snatched from its peg as she came to the door. "And I would gladly, oh, most gladly do anything I can to help that poor lady, but my duty seems to lie here." "I should only ask you to come for a few hours. I will undertake that you shall be back here before your little charge is ready for you in the morning. It is vitally necessary that someone should be with that poor lady, as you rightly call her, and my thoughts flew at once to you." "I wish I knew what was right to do," Christina said wistfully, and at her words Dr. Fergusson sprang from his car and seized her hand in his. "I will tell you," he said firmly. "It is right to come with me. I will explain to Mrs. Nairne as much of the circumstances as it is necessary she should know, and I have no doubt she will come to the rescue. Go and fetch whatever you will need for the night. It will be a night spent in sitting up, not in bed, and I will settle the good woman." Swept off her feet by the masterfulness which brooked no resistance, Christina obediently did his bidding, and when she returned to the door, found Mrs. Nairne in close conversation with the doctor. "There, missy, that'll be all right, never you fear," she said as Christina appeared. "The doctor, he've been telling me there's a poor lady in great trouble, and that you could comfort her by sitting up with her a bit. Why, I'll be sleeping with the little missy with all the pleasure in life, and you could feel as safe about her as if you was here yourself." When the doctor had handed her into the car, and they drove swiftly away, the girl felt as if she were a mere puppet, whose strings were being pulled by Fergusson's strong hands. She had a curious sense of helplessness that was not wholly unpleasant. So dominating was the personality of the man who sat beside her, that she was convinced he was only doing what was right in whirling her away with him through the darkness, and his brown eyes were so steadfast, so reliable, that when their glance met hers, she felt safe. He spoke scarcely at all to her, until they had turned off the moorland into the steep lane that led to the house amongst the woods. Then he said quietly, steering the car at a walking pace, "I found an uncomfortable state of things in the house to which we are going, when I got there to-day." "Was someone very ill?" Christina questioned. "The lady said a matter of life and death." "It was certainly that," he answered grimly, "considering I was only just in time to save her from being murdered by as violent a homicidal maniac as I ever saw." "Oh!" Christina exclaimed with horror. "At first I couldn't get into the place at all. Then a servant came to the gate, and she seemed in a terrible state. No wonder. She took me into the house, and in one of the rooms I found a lady of whom you have been speaking, in the grip of a madwoman, fighting for her life. My God! I was only just in time. It seems the woman had been ill, and had paroxysms of what they thought was delirium. As a matter of fact, it was acute mania, and, as I say, I was only just in time." "What have you done with—" Christina broke off with a shudder, but Fergusson saw that her face was white. "With the unfortunate madwoman. I have secured her for a time, and I mean to drive her over to night to the nearest asylum. But I must take the servant with me, and that is why I want you. Your beautiful lady cannot be left alone." "I thought it must have been a man who was ill," Christina said. "She certainly spoke of him and he." "I saw no man, only the mad woman and a servant." "And why is there all this mystery?" Christina said, the bewilderment in her voice. "What makes so much secrecy necessary?" "Ah, that I do not know," the doctor answered gravely. "I cannot understand it myself, but it is quite obvious that for some reason the lady of the house is most anxious to keep her whereabouts hidden from the world, and when one looks at her, one feels it is impossible to do anything but respect her wishes, and help keep her secret, whatever it may be," he added under his breath. "My beautiful lady has bewitched him too," Christina reflected shrewdly, and for the rest of the way spent her time in silently speculating upon what lay before her. The green door stood ajar now, and a lighted lantern had been placed on the ground just inside it. By its rather uncertain light, Fergusson led her across the garden and into the hall, where a wood fire was burning brightly. They did not, however, linger here, but crossing it, ascended a wide staircase to the floor above, on which were several rooms. The door of one of these stood wide open. A stream of light from it flooded the landing, and the doctor, tapping gently on the door, entered, Christina following him half fearfully, dreading what she might see. But no dreadful sight met her gaze. She only saw a simply furnished bedroom, and in the bed, propped up by pillows, and with her face turned anxiously towards the door, lay the beautiful woman, whose image had haunted the girl ever since the afternoon. She looked, if possible, even whiter than when she had accosted Christina in the lane, and her eyes seemed darker and more heavily pencilled with shadows, but she greeted her visitors with a smile, and held out her hand in welcome. "How good of you to come," she said, grasping the girl's hand in her nervous, clinging clasp. "How very good of you. I think I should really have been quite safe, just for a few hours, but the doctor would not let me stay here." "Alone!" Fergusson exclaimed, when her sentence remained unfinished. "Certainly not. Now, see here, miss." He paused and looked at Christina. "It sounds very absurd to say so, but I don't know your name," he added. "Moore," she answered. "Well, Miss Moore, all I want you to do is to sit with this lady, see that she takes some food through the night, and don't allow her to worry about anything." A faint laugh broke from the woman in the bed. "What an easy order to give, and what a hard one to carry out," she said. "But I will promise to try and keep my mind at rest, as far as possible," she added under her breath. "And you are taking poor Marion where she will be safe and well cared for?" "I am taking her where she will do no one any harm," Fergusson answered grimly, "and I will bring your servant back as soon as I can. She is a treasure, that servant of yours." "I think she is worth her weight in gold," was the quiet answer. "She is more than servant, she is friend, a faithful, loyal friend." "You are fortunate to have found such a one," Fergusson smiled. "And now I must go and get that poor soul away, and Miss Moore will keep you company and take care of you until I bring your servant back." As he spoke the last words he was gone, closing the door softly behind him, and carrying with him some of the sense of health-giving strength and vitality with which his very presence seemed to fill the room. Unusual as was the position in which she found herself, Christina had sufficient perception to see that the nerves of the woman she had come to tend were already stretched to the breaking point, and that of a normal manner and matter-of-fact way of taking the situation for granted would do more than anything else to relieve the tension. She took off her hat and cloak, therefore, in quiet deliberation, unrolled the dressing gown she had brought with her, and was proceeding to hang it over the chair before the fire, when her patient said suddenly, "Watch them go. Tell me when they have gone. Tell me when you and I are alone." Christina moved from the fire to the bedside. "You want me to see them off to the gate?" she asked, and the other nodded. "Yes. Lock and bolt the gate after them. When the doctor comes back we shall hear him. But the door must be locked behind them now." Her voice rose in feverish excitement. Her hands moved restlessly on the sheet, and her eyes were bright with eagerness, and Christina could have sworn that fear looked out of them too. "Of course I will go and do as you wish," she said very gently, her hand stroking the restless moving hands. "You will lie very quietly here whilst I am gone?" "Yes, oh yes." The accents were impatient. "Only go. Go down now. They must be ready to start." Slipping on her cloak again, Christina ran downstairs, pausing half-way as she heard the sound of voices and footsteps coming from the corridor that intersected the hall, and that was just out of sight. "Carefully lift her feet a little. Take care round this corner. So." She heard the sentence jerked out of the doctor's voice, and from her post of observation she presently saw him emerge slowly into the hall, walking backwards, holding an inanimate woman's head and shoulders in his arms. Holding her feet, bearing half the burden of her unconscious form, was a tall woman of the servant class, upon whose face the rays of the hall lamp fell fully, and Christina could see all the shrewd kindliness of the plain features. "Gently. Wait a moment to rest. There, that's right. Now then. Ah, the lantern!" he exclaimed. "We must have the lantern across that dark garden." "I will bring the lantern," Christina called out, rather tremulously, but running down the stairs without delay. "I was sent to lock the gate after you. I can light you across the garden." She picked up the lantern from the hall table, upon which Fergusson had placed it, and with one shuddering glance at the flushed, heavily breathing woman, who was being carried from the house, she put herself at the head of the strange little procession, lighting their footsteps as well as she was able. It was no easy task to lift the unfortunate creature, first through the green door, then into the car, but Fergusson being an athletic man, with muscles in excellent order, and the tall servant being strong and well built, their joint efforts succeeded in laying their burden along the cushions. Christina stood at the door for a moment, watching the car turn up the lane. When its brilliant lights were engulfed in the darkness, she turned back with a shiver into the garden, locking and bolting the door with trembling fingers, and running up the dark path, as though all the powers of evil were at her heels. The front of the door of the house she secured as firmly as the other. Then, more than half ashamed of the nameless terror that shook her, she sat down for a moment on the oak chest by the fire. "You silly coward," she said to herself. "You know you and the sick woman are alone in the house, and what are you afraid of?" But for all her attempt at courage, as she flew up the stairs again, she repeatedly looked over her shoulder with a nervous dread of she knew not what. "Have they gone? Safely gone? And is the door locked?" The words greeted her ears directly she entered the bedroom upstairs, and the dark eyes of the woman in the bed looked at her, with agonised questioning and dread. "Yes, they have driven away, and everything is locked up. And now I want to make you comfortable, and poke up the fire, and we shall be quite cosy in this nice warm room." Christina spoke cheerfully. All trace of her own nervous fears had vanished. She was intent on calming the troubled woman, whose feverish excitement was still only too apparent. "Nice and cosy," the woman laughed drearily. "I can't rest quietly until I know he Can I trust you?" She pulled herself bolt upright in the bed, and looked fixedly at Christina. Will you be silent about everything you see, everything you hear?" "Why, of course. But you will try and go to sleep now, won't you?" Christina said soothingly, with a startled certainty that her beautiful charge must be delirious. "Go to sleep!" The dreary laugh came back again. "How could I sleep? I must lie here. There is no help for that. Marion has done her work well, though, poor soul. She did not mean to harm me. But I can't lie here whilst he— Will you promise to keep silence?" "I promise," Christina said hastily, intent on quieting her at any cost. "Is there something you want me to do?" The other nodded. "Go along the passage that leads off this landing, and knock at the third door on the left, and ask the person who is there if there is anything he needs. We could do nothing for him whilst Marion and the doctor—" She dropped back upon the pillows with closed eyes, and so exhausted a look that Christina bent over her, too anxious about her well-being to think of her own surprise at the order just given her. "Never mind me." The dark eyes opened, the brows drew together in a frown. "Only go to him, and do what he needs. I shall be all right. It is only he who matters." Unfeignedly puzzled, and with all her nervous tremors trooping back upon her, Christina went across the landing and turned along the passage as directed. Who and what was she going to find in that third room on the left? And why was there a necessity for all this secrecy? Her heart beat very fast, so fast that it nearly suffocated her, as she passed on and paused at the third door, wondering again, with a sinking dread, what new mystery was to be revealed to her. To her soft knock the man's voice responded, "Come in," and she entered a warm and luxuriously furnished apartment, which appeared to be a sitting room and bedroom combined. Closely wrapped in a thick dressing gown, and seated in an armchair by the fire, was a man whose cadaverous face and sunken eyes seemed to show recent recovery from some severe illness, and his efforts to rise when he saw a stranger in the room only resulted in his sinking back with a groan. "Who are you?" he asked. "Why have you come? Where is Madge?" Christina fancied she detected a faint foreign accent in his words, though he spoke fluent English. "I was sent by the lady of the house," Christina answered. "I don't know her name, but she is very tired. She substituted that word for ill, when she saw how the sick man started and flushed. She asked me to come and see if there is anything you need." "Madge tired," he said in a slow, dreamy voice. "It is so difficult to think that Madge could be tired. She used to be such a tower of strength, always such a tower of strength." His sunken eyes glanced wistfully at Christina. She felt compelled to utter some words of comfort. "Perhaps she is only tired, just for a time," she answered, though in uttering the words a remorseful remembrance smote her of the fragile white face of the woman she had left. "She will feel stronger again soon." "Do you think so? Do you really think so?" He leant forward, and Christina saw how his hands were trembling. "You see, I can't help feeling that it is my fault, all my fault. First, the old trouble, and then my coming back to burden." "But you are a stranger to us," he exclaimed, breaking off and looking at her with a new alertness. "Why did Madge send a stranger? Where is Elizabeth?" Christina, jumping to the conclusion that Elizabeth must be the kindly faced servant, and anxious to check the sick man's rising excitement, said gently, "She is busy just now, and they sent me because I am a friend, and you may be quite sure that I shall never speak a word to anyone of what I see or hear in this house." "Then you don't know," he began, breaking off again, and looking at her almost furtively. "I know nothing," was the grave response. "I came here just for tonight to help because Elizabeth is busy. That is all." To her great relief he accepted her explanation without further questioning, the truth being that his brain, exhausted by illness, refused to work with any rapidity, being ready enough to accept whatever was put before it, and with a weary sigh he turned away from the girl and held out his thin hands to the fire. "Now can I fetch you anything or do anything for you?" Christina asked brightly. "Try to look upon me as Elizabeth, and let me do for you what she would do if she were here." He turned his eyes on her again. He smiled. "You're not very like Elizabeth," he said, his glance taking in the slight figure of its neat green gown, the girlish face, the eager eyes. "A very fertile imagination would be needed to see Elizabeth in you." "I am afraid I am not half so capable as Elizabeth," she said, ignoring the subtle compliment, "but I will do my best." "Will you give me your arm to the bed, then? I am too much of a cripple to walk there alone, but I can get myself into it when I am there, and if you would further be good enough to bring me from the next door some milk, and whatever other edibles Elizabeth has prepared for me, I shall be very grateful, though I cannot imagine why Elizabeth is leaving me to a stranger to-night," he went on with the petulance of a sick child. Christina thought it best to ignore the latter half of this sentence, and having fetched from the dressing-room next door a tray of appetising viands, which she deposited on a table by the bed, she came to the sick man's side to give him the help he needed. It was with great difficulty that he dragged himself from the chair, and the girl's strength was taxed to the utmost to support his weight, which he leaned heavily upon her shoulder. He was considerably taller than he looked when sitting in the chair, and he was so weak, and apparently so crippled, that his progress across the room was a slow and painful one. Short though the transit from the chair to the bed, his breath became fast as he sunk down upon the pillow, and for several seconds he looked so worn and exhausted that Christina did not dare to leave him. Into the milk put ready for him, she put some brandy from the flask on the tray, and holding the glass to his lips, was thankful to see that he could drink its contents, and that having done so, the colour gradually returned to his face. "Better now," he said slowly, opening his sunken eyes and looking at Christina with a smile that gave his face a pathetic wistfulness. "I shall be all right soon." "Can't I do anything more for you?" Christina asked, still troubled by his exhausted looks. "No, nothing more. Come back in half an hour or so to see if I am all right. Just to console Madge," he answered, smiling again as she softly stole away. "Did he ask many questions? Had he heard anything of what happened? Was he not afraid or upset?" The questions poured out in a torrent from the lips of the white-faced lady in the other room, when Christina re-entered it. She was sitting up in the bed, her hands clasped in front of her, her eyes dark with anxiety. "He asked very little," Christina answered, "and I think he could not have been upset by hearing anything that happened. I am sure he could have heard nothing," she added earnestly. "He is going to bed now, and I am to go back presently to see if he is all right. He said it would comfort Madge." A smile flickered over the white face. "My poor Max," she whispered under her breath. "I could not bear it if anything else happened to hurt him. I could not bear it." The passion in her voice brought a lump in Christina's throat. "He has had so much to bear. My God, give him peace at the last." The vehement voice died into silence, and Christina, feeling very young and forlorn, and quite unable to cope with a grief and passion so intense, could only stand silently by the bed, her hand just touching the restless hand, and on which a thick wedding band was the only adornment. "You don't know what it means to care like that for a man," the passionate voice spoke again. "You were so young, just a slip of a girl." The woman's eyes rested tenderly, almost sadly, on Christina's face. "You don't know what it means to care so much for a man that, no matter what he is or does, he is your world, your whole world, do you?" she added, leaning forward and seizing the girl's hands in her own hot ones. "No," Christina faltered, whilst unbidden there flashed into her mind the vision of a rugged man, the two grey eyes full of hidden pain. "But I think I can understand," she ended shyly. "You dear little girl." The two hot hands drew her down, and Christina felt a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Some day you will know, if I judge your eyes right. Nature did not give you those eyes and that face for nothing. I wonder." The woman's glance suddenly concentrated itself upon the girl. "I wonder why something in your face seems to me familiar. Can I ever have seen you before?" "No, I could not have ever forgotten if I had seen you," Christina answered quickly, and the other, though she smiled, still looked into the girl's face with a puzzled expression. Half an hour later, Christina, upon whom her responsibilities weighed with double heaviness, now that she had realised the presence of a sick man in the house, went to visit the room along the passage. The patient there was now in bed, and the girl observed that the look of intense exhaustion had left his face, and that he was breathing normally and quietly. "Tell Madge I am quite all right," he said. His voice sounded stronger than before. "Don't let her worry about me. She must rest herself if she is tired. Tell her I shall sleep like a top." To Christina the night that followed was one of her most curious experiences. In a strange house, with people of whose very names she was ignorant, and about whom hung a mystery, the nature of which was unknown to her, she felt as though she had become a part of a story, or of a puzzling dream, from which she should presently awake in her own bed at Graystone, with Baba's cot beside her. Wrapped in her thick dressing gown, she sat by the fire in the room of the woman who in her own mind she called the beautiful lady, sometimes turning the leaves of a book she had found on the table, sometimes looking dreamily at the flickering flames. In accordance with the doctor's orders, she occasionally fed her patient, who, though very wide awake, spoke but little during the long night hours. Christina, by the light of the softly shaded lamp, could see how seldom her companion's eyes were closed, how almost continually they were fixed either upon her or upon the firelit walls. Once or twice she uttered some brief remark, but no word was said that made clear to the watching girl any of the strange happenings in this strange house. But when the grey light of dawn was beginning to steal through the window curtains, the woman in bed said gently, "It was wonderfully good of you to come here and take care of me like this. I wonder whether you are thinking you have come into a place of mad people?" "No, I did not think that. You have taken a great deal on trust, and though it is very much to ask of a stranger, I am going to ask you still to take me on trust. I have not done anything wrong. If it is folly, well, I shall have to pay the price." To this enigmatical sentence Christina could think of no reply, but she went to the bedside and gently touched the shapely hand on which rested that plain gold band. "Your eyes tell me you are a faithful soul," the low voice continued. "You belong to the race of people who make good friends. I have another good friend in the world, but will you still take me on trust?" she ended abruptly, her fingers closing round Christina's hand. "I couldn't do anything else," the girl answered quickly. "You need not tell me you have done nothing wrong. I know it. Nobody who looked into your face could ever distrust you," she added, in a burst of girlish enthusiasm. "Some day, if we meet again, and if you care to hear it, you shall hear all my story. But not now, not now." And you will keep silence about everything here?" The dark eyes searched her face anxiously. "Remember, even the doctor knows nothing." "I will keep silence about everything," Christina answered solemnly, stooping for the second time to touch the beautiful face with her lips. Chapter 11.
of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Webb. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 11. You Can Trust Dr. Fergusson. When, at about 7 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Fergusson and the servant Elizabeth once more reached the house amongst the woods, Christina was dressed and ready to admit them by the little green gate in the wall. She had made herself ready for the day at a very early hour, stealing out of her beautiful charge's room whilst the latter was sleeping peacefully, and Fergusson smiled approvingly when he caught sight of the girl's trim figure and smiling face. He alighted quickly from the car and helped Elizabeth to descend, and whilst the servant hurried into the house, he put a quick question or two to Christina. "Yes, she has had a quiet night on the whole," the girl answered. "She has not slept much at a time, but she has dozed now and then, and she has been wonderfully calm. She is asleep now, but she told me most particularly that she wished to be awakened when you came. I think," the girl hesitated as she glanced into the doctor's face, "I think she has something special to say to you." "I am very sorry to have to wake her," Fergusson answered, "but I am afraid there is no help for it if she wishes to speak to me. I can't wait till she wakes naturally. I have a very busy day before me, besides which I ought to take you back to the small girl." Whilst he spoke, he was walking up the flagged path to the house by Christina's side, glancing with pardonable curiosity at the white building against its background of dark woods. "Curious," he said reflectively. "I do not want to be unduly prying, but is it impossible to help wondering what that exceptionally beautiful woman is doing in this remote place, with apparently only an old servant and a homicidal maniac for company?" Christina's eyes met his, and she flushed. In the face of the promise of secrecy she had given to the lady of the house, she could not mention to Fergusson the existence of the sick man, whose presence she shrewdly suspected was in some way the reason for the beautiful lady's residence in this desolate corner of the world, and in answer to his words she only said quietly, "I think there must be some very good reason why she does not wish people to know she is here, but of course I don't know what the reason is," and saying this she entered the hall door, and preceded the doctor to the room where her charge of the night still lay sleeping, a little smile on her beautiful face. Elizabeth stood beside her, and Christina saw that the good woman's eyes were full of tears. "It does me good to see her sleeping like that," she whispered to the two who just stood within the doorway. "It's seldom she gets such restful sleep." "Are you sure she really wants to speak to me?" Fergusson asked the girl, speaking in low tones. "I cannot bear to disturb her, and yet I must do if she really wants me. I have 1 or 2 urgent cases that should be seen early, and I cannot stay here." "I am afraid we must disturb her," Christina whispered back. "Before she went to sleep she told me I was on no account to let you go without speaking to her. I am sure she has something important she wishes to say." "Then I'll be going to make some tea for all of you," Elizabeth said gently. "You haven't slept much yourself, miss, I can see," she added, looking kindly into Christina's face, which bore traces of her wakeful vigil. "I have lighted the kitchen fire," the girl said gaily, ignoring the remarks about her own night, "and I think tea will be just the loveliest thing in the world," and as Elizabeth went downstairs, she crept softly to the bedside, and laid her hand upon the white hand on the coverlet, the hand whose only ornament was its thick wedding ring. "Dr. Fergusson has come back," she said very gently, when at her touch the dark eyes opened. "I am so sorry to wake you, but you wanted to speak to him." In that moment of waking, the smile that had lain on the sleeping face faded from it, and a long sigh escaped her. "I was dreaming that Max and I—" she began, and then, as recollection returned to her, she broke off her sentence, saying abruptly, "Yes, I must speak to the doctor. I must take the risk, all the risk," she added under her breath, and Christina saw that a look of fear stole into her eyes. "Is there something I can do for you?" Fergusson approached the bed, and his voice was as gentle as Christina's had been. Something in the fragile appearance of the woman before them, something in the anguish of the deep eyes, gave both to the man and to the girl beside him a feeling of almost reverential awe. Instinctively they realized the presence of some great human tragedy. Instinctively they felt that in its presence all voices must be hushed, and that no rough things of every day should be allowed to intrude into the place of grief. The woman in the bed raised herself on her pillow, and looked full into Fergusson's face. "I can trust you," she said. "I believe you will keep your own counsel about whatever you see or hear in this house." "Certainly I shall," he replied. "When Miss Moore came to me yesterday, I promised her that I would respect your confidence absolutely. I have entered the patient I have just taken to the asylum as resident in the London address you gave me. I hope that was right. I have rooted objection to telling deliberate lies," he added a little grimly. "What I told you was quite true," she answered, smiling faintly. "Poor Marion was only here temporarily. Her home is in London. Will you tell me about her before I ask you anything more? Is there any hope of her recovery? It all seems so dreadfully sudden." "She must have had a tendency to homicidal mania for years, probably all her life, and I should think her recovery is extremely doubtful. In any case, she will have to be under restraint for a long time, a very long time, and at present she is quite off her head." "Poor Marion," his listener said sadly. Poor Marion. There need be no difficulty about her expenses. She must have every care, everything that is necessary, and if anything is ever wanted for her, will the asylum authorities write to Mrs. Stanforth, in care of Mrs. Milton, 180 Gower Street?" The doctor jotted down the address in his notebook, then looked again into the white troubled face on the pillow, and said slowly, "There was something else you wanted me to do, was there not? Will you tell me now what it is?" A faint colour tinged the whiteness of her face. For a second her glance wavered before his, and then he saw that her hand moved restlessly. "I know he will be angry with me," she said at last, "but I must ask you to see him. I am so afraid he is worse than he thinks, than we all think. And you have promised secrecy. You have promised it," she said vehemently, putting her hands towards him. Fergusson looked, as he felt, profoundly puzzled. "I have already promised to mention nothing of what I see or hear in this house to a living soul," he said, a trace of irritation creeping into his quiet voice. "I shall keep my promise. I cannot say more than that. Is there something you wish me to see?" The woman's dark eyes turned to Christina, who stood at the foot of the bed, a silent and interested spectator of the strange little scene. "I want the doctor to see the sick man you helped," she said in faltering accents. "Will you take him to the room you went to last night? Will you explain that Madge begs him to tell the doctor all about his illness? He may be angry." She looked into Fergusson's eyes again. "But I think you will understand. I think you will soothe him." "Is he—" Fergusson was beginning, when one of those restlessly moving hands touched his. "Please don't ask me to tell you who he is," she said earnestly. "He has been very ill. He has only come here since he was convalescent." Again her eyes fell before the doctor's glance. "But before he came here he was very ill and in great trouble. Ah, be good to him," she exclaimed, her enforced calm manner suddenly giving way. "Let him have peace now. He has had such a troubled life." The tortured look in her eyes touched Fergusson deeply. His hand closed over her trembling one with a strong, reassuring grasp. "I will do my best for him," he said cheerily. "I will ask no unnecessary questions. You need not be afraid that I shall try to find out anything beyond his physical symptoms. Trust me." And with another kindly glance from those eminently trustworthy eyes of his, he bade Christina lead the way to his new patient. In silence they traversed the passage by which Christina had passed along the previous night, but as she knocked on the door of the sick man's apartment, the doctor stooped towards her and whispered, "I don't know whether I ought to let you be mixed up in what may turn out to be an unpleasant mystery. Would you rather go away at once? I can explain my own presence to this man." Christina shook her head, and her mouth took on a little determined look, which Fergusson learnt to recognise later on as one of her most marked characteristics. "No, I will do what she asked me to do," she said. "I am not afraid of mysteries, and I must help my beautiful lady as much as ever I can." So saying, she turned the handle of the door, in response to an impatient "Come in," and she and Fergusson entered together. The sick man lay propped up with pillows, his eyes turned towards the door, a fretful expression on his face, an expression which turned to one of acute fear when he saw the doctor's form behind Christina. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, shrinking back and trembling violently. "Why have you come here?" "I tell you I am all right in this place. You can't do me any harm now. I am safe." "Safe? Why—" "I have not come to do you any harm," the doctor answered soothingly, hiding the surprise he undoubtedly felt. "I am only a doctor who wants to make you well. You have been ill, haven't you?" "Well, what of that?" the other answered sullenly, his eyes furtively watching Fergusson's face, his weak mouth quivering. "I do not want a doctor, even if I have been ill. I can do very well without a doctor. Why did you come?" Christina stepped softly to the bedside, and her voice was very gently. "You remember me," she said. "I came to help you last night, and I was told to tell you now as a special message that Madge sent the doctor, and she begs you to tell him all about your illness. You can trust Dr. Fergusson," the girl went on earnestly. "He will not tell anybody that he has seen you. You can safely trust him." "We are trusting too many people," came the querulous retort. "First Elizabeth was busy, and you came to me last night, and you are a total stranger. Although you were kind to me, it is no use to pretend you are not a stranger. Yet I had to trust you, and now I have to trust the doctor. There are too many people in it now. This young lady, Miss Moore, and I know absolutely nothing about you, or about the lady of this house," Fergusson said firmly, but soothingly. "We do not even know your relationship to one another. Your secrets are quite safe with us, because we have no idea what those secrets are. Therefore you can safely trust us. And in any case I can answer for Miss Moore, as for myself. In any case we shall keep silence about everything we have seen in this house." The sick man muttered one or two more feeble remonstrances, after which, with the sullen abandonment of his position, so characteristic of a weak nature, he said resignedly, "Well, well, it is no use talking. It is never of any use for me to talk. And if Madge wishes me to be overhauled, so be it. I will put myself into your hands, but understand, I do it under protest." Denis Fergusson only nodded and smiled in response, saying to Christina, "Now, if you will go and have that cup of tea, I will do my best for the patient here, and come to fetch you in a few minutes." And the girl, taking the hint, left the two men together, and returned to the other room, where she found the beautiful lady lying with eyes wistfully turned towards the door, whilst Elizabeth vainly implored her to drink the tea she had made. "I couldn't think of tea or of anything else till you came back," the beautiful woman exclaimed, stretching out her hands to the girl with feverish eagerness. "Was he vexed, my poor Max? Was he dreadfully vexed when you took the doctor to his room?" Christina was conscious of a sudden wonder, Why, she speculated, did this woman's voice drop into accents of such divine tenderness when she spoke of the sick man? What attraction could that weak, querulous invalid possess for this stately, beautiful creature, who, to the girl's admiring eyes, seemed as far above him as a star is from the earth? Why did she love him, as she most obviously did, with that intense, overmastering love which in a woman of this calibre almost approaches to the divine? Just at first he was rather vexed, she answered, but Dr. Fergusson is very tactful. He inspires confidence. I think it will be all right now. And I have come back here to have some tea with you, she added brightly, seeing and understanding the old servant's anxious glances. I am going to confess that I have been awake a great deal of the night, and tea will be very refreshing. She added these words because she saw that the other woman would be more likely to drink her own tea if she felt that Christina was really in need of the refreshment, and to her surmise she was right. "Oh, but you must have your tea at once," the woman in the bed exclaimed. "I can't bear to think that I've been keeping you awake. Indeed, it is dreadful to think that you have all unwittingly come into my shadowed life," she added under her breath, whilst the girl seated herself beside the bed, and Elizabeth served them both. "I am glad to have been able to help you," Christina said impulsively, when the servant softly left the room. "You don't know how glad I should be if I could do anything to make things easier for you," she ended rather lamely, but the admiration in her eyes was unmistakable, and the shapely white hand with its one ring was laid on Christina's. "You have helped me to-night more than you suppose," she said. "There is something very restful about your personality, little girl. Do you know that? All night you have given me a feeling of rest and peace." "I am glad," Christina answered, a light flashing into her eyes. "I believe I would rather be restful to people than anything else in the world." "A rest-bringer," was the soft answer. "You will always be that, if you go on as you have begun, and it is work worth doing, to bring rest to tired souls, to those who go through the vale of misery, who know what pain means. Be a rest-bringer, little girl. You could not be anything better or sweeter." Christina flushed vividly, partly at the words of praise, and partly because, as they were spoken, a face rose before her mental vision, a man's face, lined and rugged, with marks of pain curved upon it, with a haunting look of pain in its grey eyes, and with that remembrance came also a sudden impetuous wish that it might be given to her to bring rest to the man who was Lady Cicely's cousin, the man whose very name she did not know. She was startled out of the strange train of thought by her companion's voice. "I cannot imagine," she was saying, "why it is your face and voice are in some odd way familiar to me. Yet you assure me that we have never met before?" "We have never met," Christina answered decidedly. "I could not have forgotten you if I had ever seen you, and, oh," she went on with an eager girlish gesture, "please, may not I have some name to remember you by? Not any name that you would rather not I did not know," she added quickly, seeing an anxious look in the other's eyes. "Only just something to keep in my thoughts of you. Call me just Margaret in your thoughts," was the answer. "That is one of my names. Call me that." "But it seems," Christina hesitated, "it seems like an impertinence to call you by a Christian name. You—" "Yes, I know. I am old enough to be your mother." The dark eyes looked wistfully into the eager young face. "And the life I have lived makes me feel more as if I was 1,000 instead of only 38. But still there is a young corner in my heart, quite a young corner, where I can feel like a girl again, and it would please me if you would call me Margaret." "Margaret," Christina repeated softly. "I am glad you have such a beautiful name. It seems to belong to your beautiful face." She spoke dreamily, scarcely aware of what she said, but as the sound of her own words fell on her ears, she flushed deeply, and a deprecating look came into her eyes. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she exclaimed. "I was speaking my thoughts aloud, and it was rude of me. But do you know, ever since I first saw you, I have called you in my mind the beautiful lady. You see, I had no name of which to call you." "It was very pretty of you," Margaret smiled, her fingers touching the girl's dusky hair. "Once upon a time, long ago, when I was as young as you, I was beautiful. It is not vanity to say that now. I was a beautiful girl, but life and all that life has brought have—" "They have made you more beautiful," the girl interrupted eagerly. "They have put sadness into your face, but they have not taken away its beauty. They have only added to it." Margaret smiled again, and an answering smile flashed over the girl's face, making the older woman lean towards her and exclaim, in a puzzled stare, "It certainly is most extraordinary how, when you smile, I find something so familiar in your face. The quick way you smile reminds me of another face I have seen, but I cannot remember where I saw it, or whose it is. And your voice reminds me of just such another clear voice, with its restful cadences in it. Could I have ever known anyone belonging to your family?" Christina shook her head, recognizing dimly that the woman before her belonged to a circle of life very different from that in which her father and mother moved. "I don't think it is at all likely you ever saw any relation of mine," she answered. "My name is Moore, and we were always very poor, and lived in an out-of-the-way Devonshire village. I never knew of any of my relations, and I don't even know my mother's maiden name. I think her people had treated her very badly. She never mentioned them." "Ah, well, it must be some chance likeness, but it will worry me until I can remember who the person is and of whom you remind me. Is that the doctor?" she broke off to say, her lighter tone changing to one of acute anxiety. "What is he coming to tell me?" The animation that for a few moments had lighted her features and lessened some of the tragedy in her eyes died away, and the face that was turned towards Dr. Fergusson as he once more entered the room had nothing upon it but an anguished question. "Has he allowed you to examine him thoroughly?" she asked. "Yes, quite thoroughly." Fergusson's voice was gentle, but very grave, as he came and stood beside the bed. Christina instinctively realized that as he hesitated to speak further, because of what he had to say was of a painful nature. "Tell me." Margaret spoke a little breathlessly. Her eyes never left the kind, shrewd face looking down at her. The anguish in their depths hurt Denis's tender heart. To give pain to any woman, above all to a woman so frail, so physically unfit to bear it as this woman seemed to be, it was almost intolerable to him. Yet his honesty and strength of nature never allowed him to evade the truth when the truth had to be told, and he did not evade it now. "I am afraid I have not good news to bring you," he said. "The patient I have just examined is only momentarily convalescent. I think it is only fair to be quite honest with you. There is no real hope of his ultimate recovery." The woman in the bed uttered a little low sound, which seemed to Christina the most pitiful she had ever heard, but when she spoke her voice was unnaturally quiet. "You mean he has some incurable disease? Tell me the exact truth." "Yes, quite incurable, and very far advanced. I can give him a certain amount of alleviation, but it would not be right to let you build any hopes on the possibility of a cure. There is no such possibility." When the doctor's voice ceased, there was a strange, tense silence in the room for many minutes, and Christina, standing by the fireplace, felt as if she could almost see and hear the woman in the bed gathering up her forces to meet his blow. Once the girl glanced at the white face and deep eyes, but she turned away her glance again, feeling it was not right that any other human being should gaze upon the tortured soul that looked out of those eyes. Margaret herself first broke the silence. "Will it be long?" she asked. "I think not," Fergusson answered gravely. "But in a case like this everything depends upon the temperament of the patient, his surroundings, his mental attitude. Anxiety, worry, any mental strain would accelerate matters." The white hands, that had all this time been so still on the coverlet, clasped themselves together, and there was a new note of passion in Margaret's voice as she said, and the mental strain is exactly what I cannot help, cannot prevent, cannot save him from. You must remember, I am only giving you one man's opinion, only my own," Fergusson replied gently. "Would you like me to bring a London colleague to—" "No, oh no!" The look of fear he had before noticed in her eyes leapt into them once more. "Nobody else must come here, nobody else must see him. As it is, the risks—" She stopped suddenly, and ended her sentence in less agitated tones. "I am quite satisfied with your opinion, Dr. Fergusson," she said. "I would rather not have another doctor, and you will respect my wish for silence about everything that has passed in this house." "Certainly I will respect it. You can trust me. In the patient's own interest, I think I ought to see him again, perhaps in 2 or 3 days. But nobody, excepting Miss Moore and myself, will know anything about the affairs of your house." Having given her a few technical instructions as to the treatment of the sick man, the doctor was ready to take his departure, and he and Christina left the house together, after the girl had for a moment been drawn into Margaret's arms and gently kissed. "Thank you for all you have done," the beautiful woman whispered. "I don't think I can ever be grateful enough to you. Perhaps we shall not ever meet again, but think sometimes of me, pray sometimes for me, little rest bringer." That poor soul, that poor soul! They were Fergusson's first words after he had turned the car out of the rough lane into the main road. I dare say it was fanciful, but the words in the litany haunted me when I watched her this morning. "In all time of our tribulation, good Lord, deliver us." She looks as if she has been through such an infinity of tribulation. Christina's eyes were still dim with the tears brought there by Margaret's parting words, and her voice was not quite steady as she answered, "Yes, the word seems to belong to her, but she gives me the feeling that she is so strong, so tender in spite of, or perhaps because of, all that she has suffered. I wish I could do something more for her." "Perhaps the opportunity may yet be given you," Fergusson answered. "I never believe people come into one's life purposelessly. We meet them for some reason. We get chances of helping them, even if sometimes they seem only like ships that pass in the night, greeting us as they sail by." End of chapter 11. Recording by Christina Webb of Virginia. Chapter 12 of Christina. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christina Webb. Christina by L G Moberly. Chapter 12. "You are just 'zactly like the prince." The gentleman said he would be back in half an hour. He is staying a night at the inn, and he just wanted to see you and Miss Baba. Mrs. Nairne delivered this long message to Christina when she and her small charge came in from their afternoon walk a few days later, and at her words Christina's heart gave a sudden leap. Was it possible that the grey-eyed man of the rugged face, the man who had called himself Lady Cicely's cousin, could be driving that way again, and was he coming to see the child? She was secretly pleased to observe that the landlady had provided a tea of superlative excellence, and that the worthy Mrs. Nairne thought, as she also thought, that Lady Cicely's cousin might perhaps partake of that meal with Baba and her nurse. There was a happy smile on her lips, and her eyes shone brightly as she moved to and fro about their little sitting-room, putting it tidy and arranging in 2 of Mrs. Nairne's fearsome vases, cherished possessions of that good lady, be it known, a tangle of brown leaves and crimson berries that she and Baba had brought in from the hedges. The child's clear voice drifted into her from the kitchen, where the small girl was proudly conscious of extreme usefulness, whilst she pattered to and fro behind Mrs. Nairne, and helped to arrange the tea-tray. "We've got the best tea set to-day," she announced to Christina in triumph, when she and the landlady entered the sitting room together. "And I think the cakes is beautiful," she added with a little sigh of bliss, as her eyes rested on the table, at which Christina had also glanced approvingly. "I thought the gentleman might like a cup of tea," Mrs. Nairne said apologetically, "and I cannot bear for there not to be enough to eat." "I am sure there will be plenty for us all," Christina answered gravely, though her eyes twinkled, "and it is good of you to have taken so much trouble. I can assure you, Baba and I will appreciate all the good things you have given us, and we are as hungry as hunters." The sight that greeted Rupert Mernside's eyes, when, a few minutes later, he came into the firelit room, made a picture that lingered in his mind for the rest of his life. There were 2 candles on the round table, at which the child and the girl sat, but the room was really lighted by the ruddy glow of the fire, whose flames leapt about the great log of wood in the top of the coals, and shed a delicious radiance all over the low, old-fashioned apartment. Some dead and departed mistress of Mrs. Nairne had given her the oak furniture, of which the landlady herself spoke depreciatingly as queer old stuff, and the firelight was reflected 100 times in the highly polished black of the oak and the bright brass of handles and knobs. The chintz that covered the furniture had also come from a defunct mistress, whose taste had led her to love just those soft, dim colours, and the old-world patterns that best suited the oak of the furniture, and the whole result was supremely pleasing to an aesthetic taste. Flowers sent from Bramwell Castle made a delicious fragrance in the air, and to the man, coming in out of the cold of a damp and foggy December afternoon, there was a peace in the atmosphere that gave him a pleasing sense of home and restfulness. The firelight shone full on Baba's delicately tinted face and golden curls, shone too on the dusky softness of her companion's hair, bringing out in it unexpected gleams of brightness, illuminating the girl's clear white colouring, and her sweet eyes, showing to the man who entered the tenderness of the look that was bent on the child beside her. "Cousin Rupert!" Baba shrieked joyfully, scrambling from her seat and flinging herself upon him, whilst Christina pushed back her chair more deliberately, and rose to greet their visitor. "We've cakes with sugar on them to-day, 'cause Mrs. Nairne thought you'd come to tea." "Oh, she thought I should come to tea, did she?" Rupert answered smilingly, as he held out his hand to Christina, looking at her over Baba's curly head. The child was already in his arms, her soft face pressed against his, and his chin resting on her rippling curls, whilst he shook hands with her nurse, and said in his deep, pleasant voice, "I am glad I have just caught you both at tea, Miss Moore. Now you will let me have some tea, and then I shall hear how you both are, and be able to carry news of you to my cousin at first hand." Christina was far too guileless and simple of soul to read into Rupert's descent upon them what was the actual truth, namely, that he felt impelled as Baba's guardian to keep a watchful eye on the new importation Cicely had so impulsively introduced into her household, felt it indeed to be nothing more than his bare duty to see that Baba's new nurse was all that Cicely enthusiastically believed her to be. "Dear little Cicely's swans have before now turned out to be geese," Rupert had said to Wilfred Staines, Cicely's brother, when he and that smart young soldier were returning from their motor trip across Sussex. "She insisted on engaging this lady nurse for the child, and practically took her without references. The references she gave us were, to all intents and purposes, so much waste paper. The writers of them were all dead or in the colonies." "Cicely was always like that," Cicely's brother made reply. "She had the rattiest collection of sick and sorry animals in her youth, and of sick and sorry friends as she grew older. She has a way of stepping down into the highways and hedges, and compelling their inhabitants to enjoy her hospitality. It makes one feel one could always turn to Cicely if one went wrong. You know," he added thoughtfully, "she's always for the underdog, as somebody once put it." "Cicely is the dearest soul in the world," Rupert said quickly. "We all love her for her loving heart, but at the same time I can't risk letting Baba fall into the hands of a stray adventuress, because Cicely's heart has been touched." "If it's a question of adventuress, I'll come and see the kid too," Wilfred answered laughingly. "I like the type. It amuses me. Bronze hair, green eyes, seductive manner. Oh, Rupert, my friend, if you think Baba is in the care of an adventuress, take me to call on her too." "What an ass you are, Wilfred," Rupert answered with a lazy laugh. "Is it likely that even our dear and impulsive Cicely would hand Baba over to the care of your adventurous type of woman? No. The only time I saw her, the girl seemed a most harmless, quiet little individual." "You've seen her?" "Yes, I saw her in the nursery at Eaton Square, making friends with Baba, but she made no impression upon me. She was just quite an ordinary-looking girl." "Oh, la la, then you may go alone to call on her at Greystone, and see that she's performing the whole duty of the nurse. The ordinary-looking girl makes no appeal to me." His own and Wilfred's idle words flashed back into Rupert's mind now, as across Baba's tangle of golden curls his eyes looked down into the eyes uplifted to his, eyes to which the dancing firelight gave an oddly elusive effect. What colour were they, he wondered? Grey, hazel, or green? Deep soft green, with great black pupils and sweeping dark lashes that curled upwards in a deliciously fascinating way. There was something childlike and appealing about those sweet eyes, something of an eternal child indeed about her whole face, from the unclouded brow, on which the dusky hair fell in the soft tendrils and curls, to the half-parted lips, on which the smile over Baba's latest sally of wit still lingered. There was nothing of the adventurous type about this girl, that was very certain. That was his first thought. The second, that the uplifted face was in some way familiar to him, that quite lately he had seen it uplifted in precisely this way, and thirdly, he remembered how and when they had met. "Why," he exclaimed, "how oblivious you must have thought me the other day! Surely you are the young lady to whom my cousin and I gave a lift in the car." A vivid blush flooded Christina's face with colour. Her eyes wavered under his glance. "Yes, it was I who stopped your car, and I thought afterward how dreadfully audacious and impatient I must have seemed. But I was anxious to get to the doctor that—" "Not for this young person, was it?" Rupert interrupted, looking down at the child in his arms. "She doesn't wear an invalid appearance." "Oh, no, no, not for her." Christina spoke hurriedly, remembering the secrecy that had been enjoined upon her by the lady of the lonely house, and anxious to lead the conversation away as soon as possible from her visit to the doctor. But Rupert, having deposited Baba in her chair, seated himself beside her, and helped himself to a slice of Mrs. Nairne's hot buttered toast, continuing to talk placidly of the very subject the girl most desired to avoid. "I am afraid somebody was really ill," he said, and Christina noticed again what a musical voice his was. "You seemed to be desperately anxious to get to the doctor as soon as possible." "Yes," Christina answered, trying to speak in matter-of-fact tones. "Someone had asked me to fetch the doctor for them, and I didn't want to lose any time." "I hope you found the doctor a satisfactory sort of person? Sometimes the medical men in these out-of-the-way places are very impossible." "I found a very unusual man," Christina said thoughtfully. "He is a Dr. Fergusson, doing locum tenens work here. He has a remarkable personality. He made one feel he was meant to be a leader of men." "I hope he will do the patient good." "I hope he will," Christina said hurriedly. was in a great difficulty that night, and I hope I did not do wrong in giving him some help he asked for," she added, looking deprecatingly into the grey eyes fixed on her face, feeling that it was her obvious duty to tell this man, who was Lady Cicely's representative, of the night during which she had left Baba. "I don't think you could have done anything very wrong," Rupert answered with a smile, and speaking almost caressingly, as he might have spoken to a child. His smile and the tone of his words set the girl's pulses beating, although she vaguely realized he was treating her with the same kindliness he might have bestowed upon Baba. "Dr. Fergusson was in a great difficulty," she went on, trying again to speak in matter-of-fact tones. "The lady of the house to which he went was very lonely, and he asked me to take care of her for the night. In fact," Christina smiled at the recollection, "he was very masterful. He really made me go, but I should not have gone if I had not known that Baba was absolutely safe with Mrs. Nairne, and—" she paused. "I think I was able to help somebody in great trouble." Rupert's eyes still rested kindly on her face. "I don't know that I should recommend you to make a practice of leaving Baba and sitting up with people at night," he said, his smile taking away any possible sting from his words. "But I am sure in this instance you only did what seemed most right. You and Baba are happy here?" he went on, anxious to spare her any unnecessary embarrassment. "Baba likes this nice place," the child struck in. "And Christina tell about the prince. Baba thinks the prince is just exactly like you," she ended with a wise nod of her curly head. Rupert found himself speculating why, at the child's speech, Baba's nurse flushed with such extreme vividness, and why she evinced so sudden a desire to change the subject. "Oh, Baba, we don't want to talk about fairy stories now," she interposed. Tell all about the pony cart and our nice drives. Do you know," she added, looking at him with a shy glance, which seemed to him infinitely attractive, "I have never heard your name, so I don't know what to call you." "Call him the prince," Baba's clear little voice remarked. "He's my cousin Rupert, but he's exactly like the prince, and you're just exactly like the princess," she added to Christina's no small discomfiture, pointing a dimpled forefinger in the girl's direction. "And some day the prince will marry the princess, and so they'll live happily ever after." Again a flood of colour rushed over Christina's face, and though Rupert saw it in the swift glance he cast at her, he was merciful enough to turn his eyes upon the child and say gaily, "You must find a much better prince than I am for your princess, little maid. Cousin Rupert is a battered old gentleman, with no prince-like qualities. Princes are always young and handsome, with blue eyes and golden hair and silver armour, and lots of other jolly things like that, aren't they, Miss Moore?" "Yes, certainly," she answered, rallying to his mood and laughing brightly. "They always dress in silver armour, and the princesses never wear anything but white gowns." "Sometimes green gowns do quite as well for princesses," he answered, glancing at the girl's well-made green gown, with eyes of commendation. "Green belongs to fairyland," he added, when again the colour flushed into her cheeks. "I believe that you and Baba have only quite lately come from that enchanted country, both the two of you, as my old nurse used to say." "We like fairyland, Baba and I," the girl said gently, "and we both hope some day to see the fairies inside the flowers, or dancing round one of their lovely rings. We have found ever so many fairy rings in the fields around here." She spoke with something of a child's eagerness, all her momentary embarrassment gone, and Rupert looked at her with an increasing sense of approval. Cicely had not acted altogether unwisely in deciding to give her small daughter this unknown, unvouched for girl as a nurse. She was obviously a lady, and a cultured lady, and she possessed that nameless quality that never failed to appeal to Rupert's fastidious taste. the restful charm of the true gentlewoman. He liked this Miss Moore, he told himself. He distinctly liked her, and he inwardly commended Cicely's choice, whilst he said to Christina, "And all this time I have most rudely left your question unanswered. You asked my name. It is Mernside, Rupert Mernside." "Oh!" was the only word that jerked itself out of Christina's lips, whilst her eyes gazed at him with an expression of such unmistakable dismay that he looked at her in surprise. "Have you any unpleasant associations with my name?" he asked. "Has anybody called Mernside ever annoyed you?" "Oh, no," she answered quickly. "Only once I heard the name before, just R. Mernside, and I was surprised when it turned out to be your name, too." The words were so incoherent, the sentence so oddly turned, that Rupert only looked as he felt, more puzzled than before. "I had not ever seen you, had I, until I saw you in Baba's nursery?" he questioned. "No, never." She looked increasingly disconcerted beneath his puzzled stare. "It was only that I had heard that I had come across the name before, and it surprised me to hear it again." Not wishing to add to her almost painful embarrassment, Rupert tactfully changed the subject, but being an unusually observant man, he noticed that she was not really at her ease during the whole course of his visit. He rose to go, therefore, earlier than he would have otherwise have done, seeing how singularly peaceful he found the home-like atmosphere. The girl with her sweet eyes and restful manner, the baby with her flower-like face and her loving ways, the old-world fire-lit room, the pervading sense of what was childlike, simple, serene, all those soothed the man, racked with suspense and misery. It was with reluctance that he closed the door upon it all, Baba's parting words echoing in his ears as he ran downstairs and out into the fog of the December evening. "I think you are just exactly like the prince, my pretty lady's prince, and she's the princess." Walking briskly up the village street in the direction of the inn, he smiled as the words spoken in the clear little voice reoccurred to him again, and the picture of the child and the girl stayed in his mind during the remainder of the evening, whilst he sat in the uncompromisingly dull sitting-room with Wilfred, listening with very fluctuating attention to that young man's chatter about motoring, sport, and the possibilities of a frontier campaign. "And what about Baba and her nurse?" the young man ended by saying. "As Baba's uncle, I believe it was really my stern duty to go and look her up." "Ah, well, I happen to be her guardian," Rupert answered dryly. "And you were very much occupied with that American and his Daimler. When I went out—" "And has the nurse the bronze hair of the typical adventuress? Oh, tell me that," Staines answered, stretching out his long legs to the fire. "If she has, I shall feel it imperative to call on Baba tomorrow before—" "Don't talk rot, my good fellow." Rupert's tones had in them a note of irritation, which his astute cousin was not slow to observe. "Didn't I explain to you that Cicely, with all her tenderness of heart, has too much common sense to give over Baba to the care of any doubtful sort of person? The child's nurse is just a nice, quiet girl, who looks after her well and keeps her happy." "Great Scott! A nice, quiet girl? I think I can safely take her on trust if you are satisfied that she is nice and quiet." "The adventuress appeals to me, but nice, quiet girls? No, thank you, Rupert. Now, if only she had been like that delightful young person with green eyes, who stopped the car the other day, I should have felt twinges of conscience about my duty as an uncle." "What an utter rotter you are!" In spite of himself, Mernside laughed, knowing from a long and intimate acquaintance with Wilfred that the young man's surface nonsense went no deeper than the surface, and the Staines was in no sense of the word a Lothario. A slight, a very slight, twinged affliction in his own conscience, when he remembered the identity of the girl he had left that afternoon in the homelike firelit room with the girl to whom his cousin had just alluded. "There is no necessity to tell him that the two girls are one and the same," Rupert argued with himself. "Some day presumably he will meet Miss Moore, and he may then recognize her again, but the probability is that by that time the motor incident will have gone out of his head." Meanwhile, throughout the bantering conversation he carried on with Wilfred, he found himself constantly wondering why the sound of his name had caused Baba's nurse such surprise and embarrassment. She had seemed so friendly, so natural, so simple, until the moment when his name had been mentioned, and then she had changed into hesitating self-consciousness, her eyes afraid to meet his, her manner uneasy and shy. The real reason for the change in her never, of course, occurred to him. It was only very occasionally that he even remembered the annoying episode of the matrimonial advertisement, and then merely with a passing feeling of regret that he had failed to help the girl who had been his fellow victim in Jack Layton's hoax. The girl's initials had faded from his memory in the more personal and acute trouble of Margaret Stanforth's continued absence and silence, and he never for a moment connected the writer of the wistful little note signed C.M. with Baba's newest and most devoted slave. If his thoughts that evening ran with curious persistency on Christina, her thoughts turned with no less persistency to him and his visit, and above all to the dismaying discovery that he was the R. Mernside to whom she had audaciously written, who in return had written to her so kindly. After Baba had been safely tucked up in her cot, sleepily asseverating that she meant to go for a ride in Cousin Rupert's car, and that he was her Christina's prince, Christina herself returned back to the sitting-room, and seated before the fire, went over in her mind all the conversation of the afternoon, with its final climax. "And I don't know whether I ought to tell him who I really am or not," the girl reflected, looking deep into the heart of the glowing coals. "He was so kind to-day, but I don't believe he would go on feeling kind to a girl who could answer an advertisement like that, even though he would still be kind because he is a gentleman. I wonder if I ought to tell him, and yet it would be horrible, horrible to have to say it. I should be so ashamed, so dreadfully ashamed. Only I think perhaps he would understand how poor I was, how desperate I felt that day when I wrote to him. He has such an understanding face, and his eyes look as if they had seen so much sorrow, so that he would know what other people's sorrows mean. I wish I could be a rest-bringer to him." From that thought she drifted away to the lonely house in the valley, to the beautiful woman whose troubled face and deep anguished eyes haunted the girl like an obsession, and to the sick man whose death, so Dr. Fergusson had said, was only perhaps a matter of a few short weeks. What strange tragedy was hidden by the four walls of that lonely house? What did it all mean? The secrecy, the isolation, and above all, the trouble that had been written so plainly on that beautiful woman's face. "I don't suppose I shall ever see her again," was Christina's final and regretful thought as she rose to go to bed. "I wish people didn't have to be like ships that pass in the night, only passing, not staying together for a little while." End of chapter 12. Recording by Christina Webb of Virginia.